You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. As usual, we're live here at paceradio.net, as well as now at the 420 Pace. Good evening, Tamara. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you all?
I'm doing all right.
I had to, really haul on that because it's the first doobie of the day.
Yes, yeah.
I had no time.
Right, yeah, because you're just getting home.
Well, I got home just after 3, like I got off at 3, but then I had to pick up. So we have backstory of, the Ukrainians and the Veronica, right?
Yeah. That was something you were involved in, like,
right. So another
years ago or whatever it was.
It started 3 years ago when the war started, and then the mandate ran out. The society is now anyway. And I stepped away a while ago.
Yeah,
anyway,
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. But the rest of the Pavlenko family have arrived in Canada. Right, that was the first grandma, or not grandma, but it was mom, dad, and the sister, and the 2 niece and nephews. Right, the Pavlenkos,
right.
the sisters that are nurses. And then Sasha had somebody come and fix my stuff for me, right? But her sister-in-law can't find a job. Her English isn't quite good enough to be able to work. So she started pinching Veronica and selling them. So as soon as I seen that, I'm like, I'm in. Right, so I ordered 3 bags from her, and I had to go pick them up after work. So that was my first stop. I was thinking I was going to get 12 like pierogi in a bag for $20, right? It's a kilogram of them for $22. Like, they're huge.
Kilogram.
There's 30, but there's 30 or 30. I haven't even counted.
Yeah, it's almost 2.5 pounds.
So it's 2.5 pounds. Yeah, 1 kilogram of Veronica for $22. So it's 2.5 pounds of pierogies. So anyway, so I had to go pick those up, and then of course I had to stop at the cannabis store because I was out of weed, and that's where I ran into the CS. How the whole ended up being doing CSP today. So I stop in there, roll in there, and there's 3 homeless, houseless that are there. That one recognized me from going out to the park, right?
Right.
She's like, "Oh, there's the weed lady," is what they call me. There's the weed lady. I'm like, "Yeah, hi,
Coming
how
out
are
of
you?"
the weed store.
Going into the weed store. I was going in, right? Yeah. So I was going in, and anyway, so they're like, "There's the weed lady. Oh, how you doing?" So, and I've never met the other two, right? So I introduced myself, and I went inside because they've got some of my business cards left on their counter still because I don't have any left. They've got some more on the way,
Right.
but I had to wait for a payday to order them. Anyways, so I went inside, got them a couple cards, and then I told them I would go because I had none of my own weed, and I told them I have to buy my own weed. Like I don't what I get donated to me, I don't smoke it.
Right. It's you don't consider the stuff
Program.
that's donated is for what you're doing,
Exactly.
not
It's
for you.
program, right? It's not for me. None of this is about me or had so anything
Right.
that I got at the house, it's there, right? So anyways, I had to run into the store and they were there. So I ran and got my cards and I told them at that point, like I had, and they were like, "What do you have?" And I didn't have anything on me. I don't run around town with stuff on
Right.
me.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
So I
Makes
told them
sense.
that I would run home quickly and gather some stuff together and meet them behind the shelter, right? So I came home. Meanwhile, my son's like, "I'm hungry." So we ordered some food. I'm trying to scarf down food, pack bags, and get to this location for 5 o'clock so I could be back here to, get ready for the show for 6. Anyways, I went out and I packed. I was only packing 3 bags because there's only 3 of them, right? So I told them I was
Right.
going to eat them. I had no intentions of. Anyways, I packed 5 and I came home with none. I ended up giving out toques and socks and stuff too. So, but I made it home in time. So I could
Right.
be.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
mean, it was quick. Like,
And you did a midweek run. Well, did you get out Saturday?
what happened Saturday was they had a fire out there Friday night. So there was
Oh,
some pretty dangerous, yeah, I guess a can of insulation blew up.
spray foam
Yeah,
insulation.
yeah. So
Going through that in
when
a fire.
it was sitting next to a fire or to the wood stove. Like I said,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I don't really
You
know
don't know all the details.
right, not all the details. So, anyways, there were some third-degree burns, and that and a place burnt to the ground. So I went
Oh,
out there Saturday, and and against my better judgment, I went out by myself because I had nobody to go with me. But I wasn't
right.
going to not go. I'd already made those squares. I was all packed and ready to go. I had been baking and making all day Friday, and I was hyped. Like I'm doing this. Like this is what I'm doing, right?
Yeah. I'm
Anyways,
trying to go. I'm gonna go. I'm not gonna let anybody down.
yeah, like
I'm
and
gonna
that's
do
the
this.
whole point of it too. Because that's what the one girl said to me. "We've been waiting for you for 3 weeks. Where have you been?" Right?
Yeah.
And that's when when I pulled into the weed store, I'm like, "I'm sorry." I said, "I just if I don't have means and if I don't have the stuff and I work on donations, like I'm
Right.
not a rich person. I just anyway." So
Yeah.
yeah, so I ended up doing all that after work. But again, like it's just so back to so there was a fire. So I rolled out there Saturday afternoon in my
Yeah.
car and I sat in my car because I was waiting for the one fellow to come down because he's one of the guys that's kind of like got
You
cancer.
communicate
Well,
with and
he's not a user, right? He was only there because he had a pit bull. And then the pit bull got stolen. And then it ended up
oh, this
that
guy, right? I remember you
long
telling me
story
stuff.
short, it wasn't like he rescued the dog from somebody that shouldn't have had the dog. Yeah, anyway, the dog went back to its rightful owner and he doesn't have a dog anymore.
Oh, okay.
But he's still on disability, right? He's
Hmm.
fighting cancer and doesn't have enough money to get into an $1,800 a month apartment because that's what they cost out here. And I think
Yeah.
that's fucking bloody ridiculous for a town of this size that you can't get into anywhere for under $1,800 a month. So,
That's scary.
right? So
Yeah.
that's
Well, I remember paying rent was $350.
the most I ever paid was like I think $1,200, but that was for like a 3-bedroom house. And I mean,
Yeah. Well, I had half a house,
my
3-bedroom house.
mortgage isn't even that much. My mortgage on this house, thankfully, thank you, my mother, and the whole fight. But when we bought this house, we only paid market value because it was being sold. It was only being like taken out because we had to pay a chip mortgage off, right?
Right.
We bought
Yeah.
this house for like $160,000 10 years ago. My mortgage
Mm.
is like $600 a month, right? Like a
Right.
little more than that. I mean, it's $1,300 all in with the taxes and the insurance and the water, garbage pickup, and all that stuff, right?
Oh
And it
yeah.
has
Yeah. You cried.
1,000
There's more in owning a home than just the mortgage.
right. But again, like since when we moved in here in 2014, it was $1,000.
Right.
right? But with the interest rates changing and with taxes going up and insurance going up and everything going up, we've gone from $1,000 to $1,300 in 10 years. That's not
Yeah.
much of an increase.
30%.
Yeah.
So,
So I guess it's a
so you
fair-
got so then so you so on Saturday you went out there by
I went up
yourself.
by myself, sat in my car.
And the guy came along and
No,
you're
no,
didn't you? Oh, so you
no.
didn't get anything distributed?
No, so I sat there for 20 minutes. My car is loud, right? Like they all know the car because they've been there before. And they know it's loud because they still haven't been able to afford to get it fucking fixed. And I waited and I left the car running. So, but I don't go in there honking horns because I don't want anybody's sleeping. If they're using, you don't want to go, like, that's what I mean.
Right.
Like, you're dealing with people with addiction issues, right? So you don't want to go in there honking your horn and being all loud and shit because they could
You're just
react.
showing up. You're not making an announcement.
No, but again, you don't want to go in raging because you could really trigger somebody off to come and hurt you. Like, seriously, like, you don't know what they're using. Meth can be kind of fucky. Anyway, I sat there for 20 minutes, almost 25 minutes, and nobody, there was no one. And I'm like, what the fuck? This is creepy, right? There's nobody around. Well, then I phoned my friend, and he was telling me that disaster services had come in and moved them all into a hotel for 2 days.
Oh, good.
So there was nobody there. Like, it wasn't like I was just sitting there around like for no reason, but there was actually like they had been moved into.
There was nobody there to come out to greet you.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But I still so anyway, so I got in touch with him, and on Sunday evening he was able to catch a ride from the hotel where he was staying and come and get some stuff for him. And then they went because everybody's at the hotel. Everybody just got the stuff there, right? And now they're back at the hotel. They had to be out of there by Monday morning, so. Sure. They're back up at the park, I guess, now because there was one girl that was burnt fairly bad, but their whole place, I guess, was burnt to the ground. And he was trying to find them too, so that he could get her some RSO that I had for her too, right? Anyways, so and then that being said, Sunday 20 bags went out the door. Yeah, and all the stuff. So like anything that I had packed for Saturday was gone, except for I think. Yep. Well, I had these 5 bags that I packed. I had some gummies left over from because I only packed 20. Yeah. Like he told me he only needed 20. There was 20 of them, just 20 bags. So good. I put together 20 bags, right? So anyway, so I had some gummies left. That's what with those 5 bags. So I had a little bit left over, but yeah, that pretty much cleaned me out. Except for I do have a nice donation of a couple, ounces right now, and those are full. So that should get me through this weekend, and I can make more candy. I've got some RSO left. It won't be. Yeah. It won't be like I put 10 grams of RSO in this last batch, and I believe that's like I'm thinking it's 1,000 milligrams, right? Because it's only 2 cups of liquid. With 10 grams.
I remember our conversation with Tim about why people should test their product. Like obviously you just creating it. There you go. This oil is tested to get those actual numbers and what you actually have to do.
Well, the thing is there is a formula when you're making it at home. Like there's a balance formula. It's basically per gram per volume, right? But this is tested oil. Like I've got the paperwork on that too. It came from
okay.
Yeah, it's like 66 terpene. I've got the papework on it. Like,
but okay, the oil is tested. Okay.
Yeah, 66%.
You got actual facts to start with, which is the thing that's important, right? Because a lot of times you don't have
any facts on the product that you're using, then you don't have any clue what you're putting into it, and you don't have any way of actually
exactly
dosing it
properly. To that conversation we had with Tim,
right? But I mean, if you don't know what you're putting in, then how are you dosing it? How do you even know what the doses are? Like the squares when people asked me what the doses were, I said, well, I put a half a pound of butter in it, but I don't have any testing on the product that I used to bake the butter, right? It was something that was sent from me from back where it was decarbed, but there's no I don't have any lab testing. But I also put 3 full droppers of 1,000 milligram THC that is in a tested bottle that I got from another friend in Ontario that came from somewhere that not Legacy 420, but one of those kind of locations, if you know what I'm saying, right? So, and I put 3 full droppers of that, and it's 1,000 milligrams each in the confetti squares. So when the people ask me how
they were the ones that were they peanut butter or chocolate?
Peanut butter, peanut butter, butterscotch.
Yeah, I saw them.
Yeah.
All the little marshmallows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
super good, right? But let me tell you, they'll kick you in the ass because I nap. So when they asked me what the milligrams on those, I said honestly, I don't know. Just be prepared for a nap.
Yeah, start start low,
Oh
and
yeah, well, I always tell everybody like don't they're like these 100 milligram or 1,000 milligram candies. What I said, suck on it a couple times and then take it out of your mouth, and then see where you're at. Like they're hard candies. You can do that. The
put it
gummies,
back in the wrapper.
yeah, and then there's no wrapper. I don't wrap them all in.
But where do you put a wet candy?
On a whatever a plate. I'm sure rock. I don't know, but
Okay.
not my problem what you do with it after it's in your mouth.
Well,
But like
yeah, people will figure it out.
well, like I said, so and I'm and I don't eat edibles that often, right? But I
Mhm.
also like that RSO that I got. I mean, I also bought some of that out of my own with my own cash kind of thing too.
Yeah.
I wanted to have some like just and because I was smoking roaches and stuff, I tried this on a paper, and I was napping again, and that hasn't happened in a long time. So let's put it this way: I spent most of my Saturday afternoon or Friday afternoon and Sunday
So,
afternoon napping.
as far as the CSP, you could still always.
I always
constant.
it's a constant roll.
Don't
It's
like asking, but in order to be able to continue,
I just it's like it's almost like having to run a business because there's overhead.
Well, if you don't ask, people don't know, right?
Right, and the thing, like I said, there's overhead. Like I'm not like there's no making any money on this.
No.
Nobody's paying me anything, but I have to have. I can't like. I personally am not independently wealthy. I cannot afford to go out and buy the stuff that I have to make this work. I couldn't afford to buy tubes and mitts and all this stuff. Like I said, I've got one lovely volunteer in the back that she does. She can't come with me. She's got a couple kids that are not neurotypical, and she's not able to, and she's not neurotypical herself either, and she doesn't do public very well.
Yeah.
So she can't come out with me as much as she would.
No, but she's participating in other ways, which is all
in bags. She's
correct, which is all part of it.
Exactly. So she's been with me from the very beginning. Her name is Jessica. I'll just say that. And
okay, yeah, I think I've seen some posts earlier on posts.
Right, and then there's also Dakota Evans, another show that I want to get because that woman has been knitting me tubes and knitting me stuff and loading it into a box along with whatever she can, and because she's living on disability too, and mailing it from Ontario.
Wow.
To help support me with my CSP in BC.
You say socks and gloves?
It's toques. This time it was toques and toiletries and socks and some tincture and a big, those kind of post boxes that you can put for bucks, stuffed full of stuff.
Wow.
Toilet paper, toothpaste and toothbrushes and stuffed full of stuff. And that's like I said, and I'm so grateful because, like I said, it just don't have to spend a lot. Like $10, right? But that's what I mean. The shipping probably costs. It doesn't matter. The thought of that, and like I said, it's being shipped from Ontario. On top of
that. Well, there's those across the country boxes,
and there's
like $22 for a box, and you could just fill it full of whatever. The needful things is what we call them.
Right, and then I've got Canadian Lumber who sent me out that case of papers, so I've got papers forever. Well, not forever, but as soon as I need more, all I got to do is get a hold of them. They'll send me more.
Right.
I got to pay the shipping on that, which is why it's $50. I'm more than happy to pay the shipping on 4 cases of papers. No problem.
Well, $50 just barely covers one case of papers. So
not even the way they are.
Depends on how much papers you're
buying. Right? Like I'm not even sure what the store would charge me. I know for a case of zigzags, a package of zigzag. I bought 2 packs of zigzags. It was almost $8. They're $3.99. No, $3.99 for a blue pack. I 25 cents.
Yeah, I buy my cases of papers from Camelford Lifestyle Shop.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm sure. And you get the gazees, right? You like the gazees?
Yeah, I get the gazees.
Yeah, and I actually, now that you say that, I think that I got some sitting right here too. But
some gazees, yeah. There you go.
Because
Red.
when I run out of zigzags, that's the next best thing for me. And I'm a zigzag. I know everybody's doing it, but I'm old Gen X.
Yeah.
I'm a blue zigzag girl, right? I don't like
Yeah.
the white
They're
ones.
waterproof ones, weren't they?
No, I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't know.
I just know that they're not like so paper thin.
Yeah.
Like my
So
nails.
before the show, and obviously for the first 20 minutes here, you've been go. You've been going since you got up.
Yeah,
And so
okay.
there's I saw that they're finding out that people are more physically active on days they use cannabis. Were you using cannabis today?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Well, you used it yesterday. It's still in your system.
Yeah. I go to sleep with a vape pen in my hand because sometimes I can't sleep.
Okay. Yeah, it was a federally funded study.
Oh, I guess
study.
I did. I did. I smoked half a doobie before I left for work this morning.
Did
I
you?
did. Oh, yes, I did.
All right. There you go. Yeah, they say this smashes the lazy stoner stereotyping. You know how that works, eh?
Shit. Like I said, who the hell's a lazy stoner? Like, that's what I always told my kids too. Like, because you smoke, you have to work harder. Not like you cannot run into that. Like, just don't do it. But I don't know any of us. Any of
yeah.
that's a lazy stoner.
I hate just sitting there on the couch looking at the TV. It's not good.
Have lost our attention deficit, and we use cannabis so that we can actually sit still for a fucking minute.
Now, they said that there was 10 researchers in the U.S., and they published this report on the addictive behaviors. They did a 4-week nationwide study on 98 adults. Average age was 18. They tracked their vigorous physical activity as well as consumption of controlled substances. Well,
Lady Gaga said she wrote her best fucking music on cocaine.
Oh, really, eh?
Same with Amy Winehouse. Amy Winehouse will tell you that the best song she ever wrote was when she was high on heroin.
Mm-hmm.
Same with Jimmy Page, even Jimi Hendrix. And we're talking hard substance, LSD.
Yeah, you're not just talking cannabis.
No, we're talking like I think Jimi Hendrix, and if you talk to LSD, a lot of them back in back when that was in the 60s and stuff. But a lot of the artists will tell you that most of them alcohol and cocaine. That's a big one. Like even that
well,
that just passed away, jumped into the lake or whatever.
Ray Charles.
Yeah.
He was a heroin.
Yeah. And nobody knew. That's the funniest thing. I know a few heroin addicts too, and I would not know they were a heroin addict unless they would have told me.
There you go.
And I mean, like functioning. No, I mean like professionals that go into a law court. Those kind of professionals. Yeah. I'm not kidding you. And you'd never know. Not a fucking clue.
Not a
Doesn't
clue.
Look like it. Doesn't never. But functioning and not methadone. We're talking. He's still using the opioid.
Oh yeah. See, that happens.
How many alcoholics? If you wouldn't have, if you didn't smell it, you wouldn't know.
Yes, there's that too, because just because they're an alcoholic doesn't mean that they always look like they're drunk, and doesn't mean that they're always slurring their words.
Well, no, and a lot of people that use
a lot of people probably don't even know it, that that people are stoned when they go to work or just doing their daily activities.
If my mother couldn't have smelled cannabis, she would never known I was using it.
Yeah.
Smell for cannabis has given us away for decades, because you can't smoke it and not smell like it. It's like a cigarette, right? You smoke cigarettes, you smell like cigarette smoke. When you smoke cannabis, it has a distinct skunky kind of smell to it, right? I can smell somebody and I consume, right?
Yeah.
Somebody walking into the store, the minute they walk up to the counter, it's like, what you been smoking, right? Now that it's legal, I make jokes with them all the time. They're like, looking over my shoulder, and I'm like, you want some candy, little boy?
I've been complimented on my choice of cologne.
Right?
And I don't wear cologne, right?
I do. It's called Otis Skunk.
Oh, the skunk. Yeah. Oh, I called it older cannabis is what I did.
And it's funny because when I was doing the Ukraine, Bonnie would always like, give me a hug. Oh, you smell so good. And I'm thinking, what does she smell? The marshmallows, body spray, or the weed? And what is she commenting on that I smell so good? Is it the weed or because,
Yeah.
who's staunchly staunch, a school teacher, school board director, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah,
Mhm.
what is it, the weed or is it yeah.
Yeah. The I seen in a report online that there's a medium we call it level prison about 30-40 minutes south of me, Warkworth Institute. And I seen a post online that they found a drone with a package on the
That's
ground, just off of the grounds.
oh, God.
Yeah.
There's 110 ways to get dope into the jail. Ask me because I've done it.
Yeah, I know, eh? Someone tried to do it with the drone, and it reminded me of a story that we did in the news recently,
Oh.
where a guy in tried to do that in Mississippi, and he got the package in there, but he ended up. What did he get? He got some time, or what did he say? He said 2 months. Yeah, 2 months in prison for using the drone. 195 grams. And the one at Warkworth, I don't know how much weight. I can't remember how much weight there was, or if it even said, but there was a cell phone with it as well.
That's a big thing too. They smell all kinds of shit in jail, like contraband. Like my brother's the contraband dog holder in the Lethbridge Correctional Institute in Lethbridge, Alberta. The dog doesn't even they have to sniff for all contraband, which is tobacco because they're not allowed to smoke.
Right.
Any drugs, right? They're really careful with the fentanyl because it can kill the dog. So they've had I don't know how they're doing that with that kind of stuff. Cannabis, they don't even worry about the weed so much anymore, even inside the institutions, right? But they're looking for the hard drugs, but they're looking for cell phones, weapons, tobacco, and drugs, of course. But there's so many other contrabands in there too, right?
Right.
They're so restricted. You're in jail for a fucking reason. You have no rights when you're in there. You're not allowed to smoke. You're not allowed to do anything.
I think it was Jack Cole of Leap. I think it was him who said that if you can't keep drugs out of a how is it?
Institution.
Yeah, out of the jail. It's out of in a society where there's, in the jails. How was it? Yeah. If you can't keep drugs out of a locked society, how do you keep them out of an open society?
Right. Well, you can look at the jails in Ecuador. They've done it. It just means you're locked up 23 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody's allowed in. Nobody's allowed out. The guards are fucking strip searched as they're going in. Down in Ecuador, they strip search the guards because a lot of times, too, I hate to say this, how they're getting the contraband is from the staff that works there.
That happens.
Nursing staff, the medical staff, the guards, because they pay them. There's always somebody you can pay off, right? People are so fucking slimy. That's the thing. There's always some scumbag that looks like he's all up, that's a greedy fucker. We've got that little grass is greener fucking in them, right? Grass is always greener. Gotta get a little further ahead.
Gotta want to retire early.
Whatever but there's always that person with that little fucking spark of the grass is greener. And they find them. They kind of scream, these people. They're kind of like a desperate scream of, look at me, I can be bought.
Mm-hmm.
And they find them and they buy them. And then people work for the jails for about 6 to 8 months, and then they get fired.
Yeah.
And there's a huge turnover of guards in the provincial system.
Yeah, the U.S. system, it's all private.
So is ours, pretty much. It's funded by they're paid by the province, but I mean, everything inside the jail is contracted out. Their laundry, their food services, their medical services.
Oh yeah.
All that kind of stuff is contracted out.
They don't do it inside the jails anymore.
No. And before the inmates were actually doing the work, before they had a system, the inmates would cook. The inmates would then get, paid a little bit, which would go towards their fines or whatever.
Well, yeah.
They'd have programs and stuff to do, meetings for AA and all that stuff. Now, nope. You know why? Because the Conservatives are the government in Alberta, and they have fucking cut everything to the bone.
Oh, in Alberta. No.
Yeah. And it's no better here either. And it's no better in Ontario either. They have cut the justice system in half for incarcerations. They're overfull, overpopulated, understaffed.
Oh, I know. I know
suffering from it. And that's the thing. And then everybody thinks, oh, they need these crime. They are people too. They're human beings, and they are suffering inside our jails. The ombudsman can't. You got fucking Dictator Smith next door that's, kissing the fucking ring. She ain't gonna fucking give a fuck about those people.
No.
That's the hardest. And there's people in there for petty theft, for drug crimes that shouldn't be in with rapists and murderers, and they are.
Yeah. There's ways to deal with that. You don't need to lock
you put a minor criminal in with a bunch of other criminals, they just learn more crime, and they come out worse than they were.
Yeah.
You're not doing anybody favors.
I was talking to somebody about that on Monday. Same thing.
Yeah, you are not doing anybody. I mean, there are people that are like sociopaths. Okay, there's a mental whatever breakdown, brain salts, whatever that make it so they are not rehabilitated.
Rehabilitated.
You cannot rehabilitate them. There's just no way. You let them out, they're going to be just like reoffending, and there's nothing you can do because there's something. Like we all have trauma, right? Like we all have something going on in our brains. We're all individuals, and there's always a reason why somebody acts the way they do. Whether it's sociopathic, psychopathic, there's I hate to say label, but there is, no matter how you slice it. But the petty criminals go into the jail system, and they come out worse because they get in with, they have no choice. They're forced.
Well, yeah.
Right? You come in, you're new. Oh my God, I've never been to jail, but my daughter told me some stories because my daughter's been to jail. My husband has done jail time too. So it's not like I've been in there, but I've been with somebody that was on the inside. I was a jail widow because with my kid's dad, because he would go in and I would wait for him on outs. Right. So I know that system. I know how corrupt it is. I know that's why I wanted to go to school and be a lawyer, because I would sit in the courtroom watching them all kiss each other's ass and have fucking dinner and play soccer and the kids all hung out together. And then you're fighting in court. I was actually convicted by a judge in Lethbridge or in Tabor that was my kid's dad's defense lawyer. But she was sitting on the bench. She was a judge. She was a judge. She had gone from being a defense lawyer to a prosecutor to a judge. So I was being convicted for those 4 grams of cannabis in the mail by my kid's dad's defense lawyer. Sylvia O'Shea, and she knew my mother, and she knew my whole family. And she looked at me and she just went, "What am I going to do with you?"
She's gonna throw your ass in jail. It's time for us to take a break.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, already. That's right. Hey, when we go back, we'll continue our discussion. I've got some more studies and stuff because it's studies is information, right?
Gotta pass on the education.
That's right, exactly. All right. We're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back. We're live, and we got a few things to discuss. Just so you know, tomorrow, today, I was talking with, we're writing with Kathy from the Can Expo, and just thought I'd mention the fact that things are rolling along. Vendors and exhibitors are gathering by the numbers and booking booths to be exhibitors, and things are looking good. And actually, I found out what booth number the 420 Pace, we're media partners there, and what booth we're going to be in. Actually, and it's a scrambled 420.
Nice.
You probably couldn't get booth 420, but we got a scrambled 420, which is good.
When is this event?
March the 21st and the 22nd. It's a Friday and Saturday.
Oh, my day's off.
Oh, there you go.
I can catch a flight to Toronto.
Oh.
Well, then some of us other, people that are on the network would be there too, right?
Yeah. Cindy's
Mary Jane's going to be there, and
Cindy's coming. Mary Jane's going to be there. Sherry Ann Baker's going to be there, and Al will be running. Pardon me?
Is she on the network too?
She's with Al. She's on the 420 radio network. 420 radio. Yeah. She does. She goes to events and covers events in Toronto.
Well, by that lineup, I'll probably stay home.
And then Al will be running everything from way up north. There's no way Al's coming down here. That's a big long old drive from way up north.
Because he moved up north, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's up there where there's the coldest lakes, water in Canada or something is up there. It's cold.
Why did he move up there?
Bought a house.
But if you can't enjoy the house because it's too cold, why would you want to go up there? Whatever. I hope he's doing really, really good.
Yeah. Well, you know, houses in Toronto are like average is like $1.5 million, right?
Fuck, houses here are fucking $400,000 out. Like I said, we live in a population of 200,000, or not even 20,000 people.
Yeah.
21,000 people, and our houses here are that crazy.
So like, if you go, you can go up north, like up that way and even further. I know somebody who's even gone further north than him and bought a house for like $50,000 or $60,000.
You can do that up here too, in BC too.
Yeah.
That's why McMahon moved up to where he is. It was way cheaper than Vancouver for him, right? He wanted to, get into his bikes and do whatever, and nobody knows him up there, and he likes.
I'm sure there's some repairs got to be done to the place. That you're not going to get a mansion for that kind of money, but you're gonna get a place that you can call home and a place that you can fix up, right?
I wish more people thought of that, as rent, like buying a house as a home, rather than I'm going to buy this house, fix it up, and then I'm going to rent it and go buy myself another house, and then when I fix this, I'm going to go buy another one and rent that one.
Or turn it into an Airbnb, and then that way it's not available for rental even.
Right, like I said, I've just really, really. The last little while, I had to sit back and take a real fucking hard look at around me.
This week in the news, talking about studies, there was one where they used a CBD spray, and they sprayed it on mosquito larvae.
Oh,
and it killed the larva.
Really?
CBD can kill. Yeah. Now I think it's a certain kind of mosquito. It kills the larva of a yellow fever mosquito.
Oh, well, that's okay then.
And they carry like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different diseases, including West Nile, yellow fever, Zika virus, and 2 words that I can't pronounce. So it's a CBD spray.
Where's that?
Here we're talking about how beneficial it is for us. It reduces inflammation.
It's a larva that carries all those diseases. That is beneficial for us.
Correct. Yeah. But I'm looking at it as life-saving, not killing something. But yeah.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah. I don't. I did.
Yeah, that's a hard one. But again, like, is it okay to destroy something that's going to harm you? But then, I don't know.
It's there for a reason. It's something else is benefiting by its presence. I guess something.
Oh yeah, because everything's got an ecosystem, so everything is here for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's kind of like That's why we know that cannabis is here.
They use hemp-derived CBD.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said,
they studied it on 2 species.
I don't know how to feel about that.
They said mosquitoes are one of the deadliest animals in the world. Mainly because as adults they serve as victors of disease.
Well, they kind of are, right? Malaria and like Zika. Yeah. They are such a carrier. In fact, one time they were worried about them carrying the HIV virus too, right? Like, what about COVID? Are they going to catch COVID? Like right now, we have to worry about mice carrying fucking the bird flu.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say because there's these.
Like I'm just trying to see what actually kills it. Like why?
Well, it's not cannabis, it's hemp too, right?
Yeah.
Is it maybe because hemp detoxifies the ground too, right? So maybe is it something coming from the earth that you know what I mean? Like, is it something in the way it was grown? Is it something actually coming from the CBD? Because it's getting stuck. I don't know. But again, that's hemp.
Yeah.
So hemp is something that detoxifies. So maybe it's proving that the larva is toxic and it has to go. Maybe that's why it kills it, because it's a toxin. and hemp is a
Yeah.
toxin. That's kind of, maybe
They even used it for fleas too.
did it work?
It doesn't say.
Oh crap! Because I don't.
Analyze the impacts of cannabis on the eggs of larvae, pupae, even adult vector insects, including 4 mosquito species and 1 type of flea.
They don't want to tell you which one because it would kill the fucking flea collar business.
Yeah,
They couldn't
I'm
have
not
you know.
seeing where it says that it went went at the larva and it did this to the larva or anything like that. I'm not seeing any of that, but still, it's interesting to see that it can be used as an insecticide.
That's kind of
Now,
weird.
yeah, and in another study found that because Spanish researchers find that CBD does not impair driving performance. Goes from a killer to because
That's
there's
what I
no, I would say, because there's no euphoric effect.
There's none, zero. You
No,
don't even feel anything
so
really.
yeah,
Like
so,
that's what I mean. Like CBD doesn't when people say it doesn't do anything for them, it doesn't get you high. So you don't think it's doing anything for you.
correct,
It could possibly
correct,
doing all kinds of things,
bingo. So many people don't think that,
right?
but
So when you
yeah,
think you're taking CBD and you're like waiting for it, there's nothing to
yeah.
wait for.
Yeah,
It's not a slow high. It's a no high.
it's
It's a zero high, dude. Like you're just not gonna get anything like that. It's not got the euphoric effect. And once you understand that, then maybe you can, understand how it's affecting and benefiting your body.
I
Is it making
grew.
you're not as anxious, or you sleep? Like,
I grew a CBD strain this year, and I haven't smoked any. I'm using it to make edibles, but I should smoke some.
well, just to see, I mean, the thing is, when you're smoking, you're looking for that euphoric little relief of relaxation. They kind of come to like a deep breath. It's like, okay, right? And I mean, and for me, it's not like high school high where you're giggling and laughing and like,
yeah, those were the days, wasn't it?
yeah. But to me, when and it's not even really I wouldn't even call it a high. I would just call it a relaxation.
No.
Kind of like okay, well, I don't have to feel like I'm on a hamster wheel right now. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
And it can bring you to that level when you're not, because
well, yeah, if you're not needing that, right?
Strung out from getting home from work and rushing around and all that, and
well, I'm always that's just the attention deficit and
an
anxiety that I don't have anymore. Like, and to be fair, I'm taking meds because the cannabis wasn't enough, and it wasn't. I've tried 100 million strains that I could smoke, but when I'm at work, I can't smoke cannabis, right?
Correct.
So I mean, it had to come to a point where if I wasn't going to work, I could sit at home and smoke weed, and I wouldn't have to take pharma medication at all, and I wouldn't. When I'm on my days off, I don't take it. Like my doctor said, like it's no withdrawal from it, right? Like I don't stop taking it and all of a sudden feel like I'm gonna die. I don't.
Right.
On my days off on Fridays and Saturdays, a lot of times I just don't take it because I just don't want to. And I sit and smoke weed all day and I feel no real difference, but you know what I mean? Like but that's what I mean. I was kind of like trying to see but then the Vyvanse is built up in my system. Like, so is it helping it out? Yeah.
This driving report here. It talks about the inhaled CBD or placebo. Subjects displayed no statistically significant changes in overall driving performance score after vaporizing products containing either 15 or 30% CBD. And further, researchers identified no statistically significant differences in secondary outcomes such as standard deviation of lateral lane position, distance traveled outside the lane, reduction time, or collisions.
Okay, when's the next study where they're going to do with THC?
Yeah. It says the results of the study suggest that vaporized CBD seems to be a safe substance for visual function and vision-dependent tasks such as driving. But further studies are needed to a certain higher doses of CBD could pose a risk.
Oh my fucking god!
So, but
who's doing this?
somebody could smoke some CBD cannabis, and then the smell of cannabis
Would make it so they'd have to do the test.
Correct.
And they're not always smoking CBD, so they have THC in their system and still get charged with heroin.
Yeah, and they could have something that's got a little bit of THC into it. They could end up with like 1% THC in it and be 30% CBD.
What
and
more
they
is like?
still test, and they still test positive, right?
How many more fucking studies do they need to fucking do?
The 35,000 that are out there now, or no. And I
How
think
many
that was
fucking
just
studies do they
last
have
year.
on Percocet? How many studies do they have on fucking OxyContin? How many studies they got on insulin? How many, you know what I mean? Oh,
Yeah.
like, shut up. We're gonna test some weed.
Are you?
I've never tried this stuff before.
Oh, Quest. Okay, you know you're right. Quest.
Yeah.
That's almost the first 5 letters on the keyboard.
Right? And it's grape cream cake.
It's
It
what?
says it's
Grape cream cake. Oh, it's an indica. All right. Let us know how it is.
well, I already smoked that tweed stuff that I said I would never say that it was any good. I lied.
No, did you?
Tweed.
So what's this?
This is not from
Who's
tweed.
Quest? Who's Quest? What's Quest? Is
This
that a
is
brand name, or is
Yeah,
that the
Quest
name of
is
the strain?
no Quest
No,
is
no,
the
no.
Quest is a producer, like
You
that's the
correct.
name of the licensed producer.
Okay.
And then the strain's grape cream cake. But I
Correct.
lied. I said I'd never smoked tweed weed. I fucking lied. I lied because I
Is that
found
sweet?
this.
Oh, the green one. What's that?
It
I
is
can't
called
read it.
Snotorious 91K. Snotorious 91K is an indica. It's an indica. And it's 45% THC.
Think?
THC, yeah, 4.5, 45. Total THC, 259 milligrams.
That's just cannabis. That'd be one of the I if I was an OCS person, I think I'd grab that to verify those results.
Oh, it says 20 here we are. 25.9% THC, 0.05 CBD. It's got terpenes at 2.84, betamycerines, dilimonene, and beta carpholine. But this stuff is good to the point that I bought 2 bags because it only comes in 14 grams.
I'll never buy their stuff.
I bought one bag before, and it was
Yeah.
really good. And then I went back to the store last time, and they didn't have any.
Yeah.
So I had to buy this other stuff from Loud Plug or whatever
Loud
it's called.
Plug.
It sucked. It was fucking terrible. The buds were like, it was buds in that bag that I wouldn't even fucking put in my butter. They were that small, the whole bag. It was like just, they weren't smalls, they were micros, like mini micros. It was fucking ridiculous. Like I was so pissed
For
off.
microdosing.
Not even. You couldn't even put I got a pipe fucking bigger. No. I was so disappointed, right? But you can't take it back. You can't see it.
No.
This packaging doesn't give you any opportunity to look to see what it looks like. So you get it home, you pour it in the jar, and I went, the fuck is that? And I was, and I rolled it up, and it tasted like shit on top of it.
Oh.
I had to smoke it. That's why I had to break out a syringe of RSO because I was like, what the fuck? Like I can't even smoke this shit. And I bought an ounce of it, right?
Right.
Because I buy an ounce a week. That's pretty much what I kind of like. I've gone from a quarter pound a week to an ounce. I've done pretty good. But yeah, so I bought, because I can only buy those in 14s because, they're all legal dealers from the time before, before legalization. And they know that they can make more money if they make the smaller bags, right? It goes farther. Like you can't, because you can't charge $250 for an ounce anymore. But you can get
no.
If you fucking split it into smaller bags and make those $70 a piece, right? Because that's what this is. This is like $70 for this.
Oh yeah, it's always worked that way.
For 14 ounces.
It's the same in the legacy market, right?
Yeah, well, it's like I said.
Back in those days, it was $70 for a quarter bag.
Yeah, 80 in Alberta, 40 and 80 for 7. and I got 14 for 70. So that's, still half price from what it was, because I used to pay $100 for a half an ounce on the black.
Yeah.
70.
Yeah.
So it's still cheaper, but
You could
again,
I was getting half bag for $100 and then a full bag for 150 or something like that.
yeah, that's sometimes, but most of the time I was paying 2 for a full bag.
Oh yeah, yeah. There was time, the long stretch there was where it was 250. Fuck, I'm glad I was
like, look
growing
at
my
that.
own by then.
Like that's one of their buds.
Hang on. Yeah. All right, back it up a little bit. All right, just trying to get it to focus. Okay, all right, looks good.
But that's one. But like I said, like I don't think there's a bag. Like that other bag was like, okay, this is it. I got one little bag. Like, this was the size of the whole bag. That other bag, like everybody, you're like that. The whole fucking bag. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Let's see that again. I got him up there. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. So that's what your right hand, which is our left.
This is my right hand, and this is my left hand, and the left hand is not happy because that whole bag was this. Like, so like this is a big one. That was a larger size one. I couldn't even grind it up. I had to put it into my fingers, and I was just so disgusted, right? And I paid like, I don't know, $152 for it. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Ooh, that was for an ounce.
Yeah. But still, like, that's with taxes and everything. But I was fucking pissed. But again, you can't take it back. You can't see it. Like, what am I going to do? Phone Ghostbusters? Like, who am I phoning?
That's only one step above prairie plant systems.
I would say.
Because when I got my first ounce of
let's pour this into a jar and see what these buds look like. Okay, so this is this stuff. I'm gonna.
Oh, okay. This is, yeah.
The Quest. So we're gonna pour it into a jar. I don't never.
They are the producer. They are the.
Quest is the producer, and I've never seen this stuff before. And I'm pouring it into a jar for the first time because I don't ever leave my stuff in the packaging. Right, as soon as I get it, I bring it home and I.
Oh, do you? Okay, all right.
Oh yeah, yeah. Old habits die hard. Oh, and these guys.
I've only ever I've bought very little cannabis from the cannabis stores, so.
I am working on getting myself a big enough loan to fix my roof and fix my power, and then I'm gonna never buy another fucking bag of weed again either, because I'm putting my lights back on in the basement and I'm fucking bucking wild. I don't care. I'm getting my license.
That's right.
I'm done. And that's another way I can keep the substitution program sustainable. Because if I'm growing my own,
yeah,
then then I don't have to worry about bugging fucking anything. I can take care of everybody myself. Because I've got a license myself.
You can grow enough. Yeah.
Well, between the two of us, we can grow 198 plants.
Right, correct. Yeah, if your licenses, yeah, that's right.
And that's with the old licensing. With me having not full 20, I only had 14 and he had 20. Right? If I get 20, we'll both have 98 per. That's a lot more, right?
Oh yeah.
So, anyways, yeah, I'm again, this is still cheaper than what we were paying prior to legalization. Honestly.
So how's the bud?
When it first happened, things have really dropped in price. Okay, so this stuff is they use Boost. The other ones are old school. Weed uses Bovita still, and we love Bovitas because Bovita sponsored the Kootenai Cannabis Cup. So Bovita is my thing, and this again is little tiny fucking scrubby buds.
I got you up on the screen.
I just dropped one. It's so small, I dropped it. The whole bag.
Well, that's bigger than the last one, though.
Oh yeah, but I could probably but I mean, so this is the jar with it in it. So that's pretty much.
Okay. Well, they look bigger than those micro.
They're bigger than the micro ones. That's for fucking sure. But still, like, I'm sorry when I'm going to go and I'm going to spend that kind of money on something. I want the biggest bud in my bag shouldn't be that big. Like if that's the kind of part you're growing and this is the size of bud you're growing the wrong buds.
Let's see it again.
Like fuck off. Like this is like
Did you get the lower part of the plant maybe?
You know what? These parts of the plants when we were growing, we would have thrown them in the fucking garbage. Or we would have made butter out of them or oil or something. we wouldn't be selling it to the population. We would have been embarrassed.
Now, is that maybe that size because they removed all the stock off of it?
No, it still doesn't matter. Look at this. Okay, so we're talking like Tweed's been around for a long time, right? They were one of the very first producers, okay? Look at the size of their buds.
Okay, hang on. That is the one that's in your right hand?
They're both from Tweed. These are both from the same bag.
Oh.
They're all this size. All of them. The whole bag.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay? And then you got these. If you're growing this shit, you should be embarrassed. I'm not kidding. Like, that's embarrassing. I grew bigger buds in my fucking kitchen under an LED light. Like, come on. And you're selling this to the population. I mean, that's legalization. I get it. But seriously, you should be fucking embarrassed.
When was it? Does it say on the package when it was harvested?
Indoor small batch. Yeah, you're right. It's a small batch. All right.
That's not what they mean, though.
That's what I mean when you say small batch.
I know that. I know.
Small batch. Yeah. So that means you're a micro, which means that you should be taking more time and taking better and having better strains if you're a micro. That's my opinion. Westbound label, WL product at westleaf.com and a phone number. Oh, this one's got an 800 number. Maybe they're going to get a phone call. No, I'm serious. Like, why am I paying this kind of money for fucking like micro buds? It's bullshit. No, it doesn't say anything about packaging. There is dates on it. This is a strain cultivator, grape cream cake, lineage, ice cream cake, and grape pie and wedding crasher. So it's like a hybrid, but they got indica on it. You're crossing fucking 3 strains. That's a fucking hybrid, bud. Yeah, no dates.
No dates, eh? Okay. Maybe it's that old.
It doesn't even say where the fuck it was growing. Where a lot of them will tell you where it was growing.
Like, I grabbed the some of the last stuff I grabbed, as far as like I bought the Karma Cup kits, but as far as like just to go out and buy some buds.
Oh my god, this is drying method. Drying method, hang dry. Drying time 7 to 10 days. Curing time 21 to 28 days. Packaging method, hand packed. Big fucking deal. What does that got to do with anything?
Does it say anything about hand trimmed?
Doesn't say anything about the trim method. It just says techniques, grow method, indoor, hang method, drying method, curing method, packaging, hand pack. Like, who gives a fuck how you packed it? Like, seriously. But that's like, this is like the information on here is almost laughable. Dried cannabis intended for inhalation, store in dry place. No expiry date determined. Of course not.
Like, there's, well, you got to think they find it in the tombs and it's like 2,700 years plus old. And
try smoking it, because I found some in my tombs too, and I've tried smoking. It was moldy. It looked like a bud on a stick, but you couldn't fucking smoke it.
Oh, I couldn't smoke it. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
We tried. Okay. No, we tried. We figured, well, give it a try, right? No. So they can find as many fucking buds in a tomb as they want. Yeah, you found the bud, but don't fucking smoke it, buddy, because there is an expiry date.
It was really dry. It was really dry. All right. We've got to go. Yeah. All right. Time for us to take a commercial break. We'll be right back. Going to pay some bills. And then we'll continue our discussion. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
We're back. We're live. And I got I just realized during the break that there was a study that was done. Another study. They always say there's not enough studies, but we keep bringing them up, don't we?
That's okay. We need to, because if we don't, nobody will understand that they actually do them.
Correct. Exactly. That they say that Canadian legalization is not associated with increase in work hour use. So in other words, what they're saying is that just because cannabis has been legalized, it doesn't mean that more people are consuming it at work than before legalization.
No, like I said before, people aren't going to go out and start fucking shooting heroin just because it's fucking legal. It's legal. Yeah. In BC, you can, carry around 2.5 grams and not get busted with it, right? You can't buy it in the store and have it tested so you know what it is yet, but I'd like to see it to that point, to be honest. I want them to legalize it all so it can be put in this fucking store and away from our fucking kids, because they've got more access to that shit now than they do weed, because we put it behind a store shelf and put it on a legalization and we test it, right? It's safe.
Yeah.
You need to do that with everything. I'm sorry, but that's the only way they're going to get rid of this toxic drug crisis, is by manufacturing, testing, and putting it behind a 19+ label. And that's the only solution for any of this. Forced detox, forced all this crap, ain't going to stop anything.
Allison agrees with you.
I fucking, you know what? I watch it. I'm watching my daughter kill herself. And I'm watching all these people around me kill themselves on toxic drugs. Like, I see it every fucking day. Like, I just left 3 of them.
Yeah.
I just left 3 more. Because the first 3 that I saw weren't the 3 that I actually ended up giving bags to. They were gone. The one girl was still there, but then I didn't give her bag. She fucked off because she was going to get some meth. And there was 3 other people there that weren't there. Like, so there was 3 when I first went, the same one plus another 4. So that's 5 in a period of an hour. All different, all strung right the fuck out. And that's the ones that I've never seen those people before. These are different
No,
ones. These are new ones.
new people coming.
No, they're not new people coming in. They're just not at the park. They're staying at the shelter, and they're downtown cruising around. Not everybody stays at Moyer. We have 3
Okay.
shops in town, plus the travel lodge full of them. We have probably anywhere between 250 and 300 addicted homeless in our town of 21,000 people. And they're very visible because our town has one strip, one mall. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we don't have
I got all kinds of that around here.
Multiple, right? And that's why it's so visible and why people make me, because in the cities, they're still there in the same amount of people. But in the cities, they mail in better because they're not visible because there's not just one mall for them to hang out at.
Right.
But yeah, it's pretty damn sad, to be fair. Pretty damn sad. And yeah, well, you know, I was just going through on the break, going through my daytimer to see when my paydays were and whether I could afford to take a flight and take some time off to come to Toronto.
Yeah.
And guess what? I can.
Can you?
Yeah. I can. And I'm thinking, you know, I can bury a hatchet in somebody's head while I'm there. But you know what I mean? Like I can go and, you know, avoid the situations and be myself because I'm on the network. I have a show. Why would I not want to be there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You want to come to Toronto? Get your plane ticket and head this way.
Yeah. Like I'm part of the network. Like, why would I not?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just because I'm out here by myself doesn't mean I want to be by myself.
Yeah, you wrote there.
Like he's out here.
You're out west. You gotta. If you want to attend the shows that I'm attending, you gotta come into Toronto.
Well, I was when it was not these people. I was there twice. Like I was involved with TY.
Oh, TY. Yeah, that was all. Yeah, that was all years ago.
And then we got legalization, so we really haven't had any other events, right? I went to Mom Cup. I've been to every event that I could get to, right? But I'm thinking it's time that marijuana comes out and
come on, jump on
again, I have a show on the network.
On the plane.
I've been doing these shows longer than some of them other ones. They've been doing their shows.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna talk to my husband. Anyways, let's get back to work.
All right, let's get you get here and we'll put a mic in your hand and go around and do some interviews and talk to some people.
Damn straight, I'm pretty funny too. Like, you know, if we really like I'm not just joking, I'm pretty funny.
Now here is some more good news on the old cannabis front when it comes to studies. They say here that legalizing cannabis leads to decrease in use of prescription anxiety medications. Not only does it do the opiate end of things, but also anxiety meds.
I'm just gonna keep chewing my junior mint because you know I'm chewing my tongue because again, how long have you and I been doing this?
Yeah, I know, eh?
It's so annoying. Like to be fair, it's getting old and it's getting fucking annoying that they got to keep up with. Oh, we've just come out with this new study and we're going. Oh shit! Look, we did that 24 fucking years ago. But
yeah.
And they've been legal for almost 7 years now. So it shouldn't take them 7 years to do this fucking shit.
Okay. They say here that excuse me. These are the medications. Benzos, antipsychotics, and antidepressants is what they say.
You know, the only antidepressant.
It also includes barbiturates.
Oh yeah, they're bad.
Which are
one antidepressant that doesn't cause withdrawal, which is Prozac.
Yeah,
it doesn't cause withdrawal, right? But it's also slow. But that's why they compare cannabis to Prozac.
Yeah, I know of a lady who used to say that the cannabis. She had it on her shirt. Cannabis is my Prozac.
Yeah, but a doctor just let's back to I don't know. I think we discussed this last week about the pediatrician. Not even a blank.
Right. Yes. Yeah. We discussed it last week.
Right. So I think that more and more, especially the younger doctors, the older ones, but I think some of the older ones are actually starting to pay attention too, because even the last doctor that I've seen, because my doctor's been on leave, and he's like 100, like he's a fucking 100. I could probably get him to sign my renewal easier than I could get my fucking GP to sign it. and she's going to be away for a while. She's going on a leave of absence. So I'm thinking I might be able to hook, up with this. And because he's like, he goes, oh, I see on your records here, but you need, you're an RA. How does that cannabis help your RA? And he's asking me this. And I'm serious. This doctor is 110 years old. Like, I work with his granddaughter at Top Crop. Like, I know he's old.
He's still practicing.
But he's like asking me questions. So how does that help you? Like, no, and like, yeah. And I've never seen him. It's always over the phone. But I'm usually doing this.
Well, if he's asking how is this helping you, isn't that, I look at that as maybe he's looking for, you can take that opportunity to educate him.
Well, no, like that's what I mean. Like, I'm usually with him because I have to renew my prescriptions, my methotrexate, all this shit every 3 months, right? So sometimes my doctor's not available. Anyways, but he's always asking me, so you take this and you also use cannabis. So how does it affect that? Like, does it help you? Like, are you using as much of this because of this? Where my family doctor doesn't ask me any of those questions anymore because she's already, but he does. Like, and like I said, he's 100. So I think some of the older physicians too are seeing these studies, maybe because it's legal. Maybe they've been using it behind our backs the whole time and knew, and they just didn't want to admit it.
They want to admit it. Who knows, eh? Who knows?
A few doctors that smoked it, but who never prescribed it.
You're right.
Right.
Okay.
I had a doctor that prescribed it that smoked it because he knew. Both of the doctors that prescribed both smoke, right? They knew.
Talking about medical cannabis. Here in good old Canada, they say Canada's medical cannabis market remains steady. Okay, the number of client registrations with federal licensed sellers of cannabis for medical continues to remain fairly stable. Okay, sellers. Okay, it's not patients. Okay, I was thinking that maybe it was patients.
No, because I think a lot of people that could be licensed just don't bother anymore, myself included. So that means that 2 of us have been taken off that statistic of the 40,000 patients in Canada.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, you're not the only one. There's lots out there.
And that's what I mean. I think that's why the numbers have fallen so drastically, because when we had fucking old Harper there wanting to take our gardens away, people were scraping and scrambling to get their fucking licensing, right? There was nowhere in sight we saw legalization anywhere.
No, we actually were. We were choking on mandatory minimum prison sentences that were larger than
scrambling to get as many people as we possibly could licensed so that nobody was going to go to jail for the plant.
Right.
That's why I got licensed too, Michelle. You could be louder if you're licensed tomorrow. You could be louder. We can get more people lined up. We can make the population. Like, that was the thing. Like, we need to show the government the numbers. We need to show them that we need this plant, right?
Right. There's a demand for it.
Exactly. So that was a goal. Why we put those packages and stuff out. Why we were always looking for doctors that would sign. That wouldn't charge $5,000 fucking dollars for a license.
Oh, I know, eh?
Like, that was so many people that would have gotten licensing, but these doctors wanted like $5,000 fucking dollars.
Yeah.
Dollars. Like, when I first went to see, like, whatever, check into it, it was $2,500. And me and Alvin looked at each other and go, I can't do this. We can't afford this. Like, how are we going to do this? Right? Oh. Thank God I found Dr. Cameron. I mean, it still cost me a pile of money because I had to fly to Ontario, but the doctor cost me $100, and I would have gladly paid him more.
Well, my very first license, it cost me $50. $50.
You know what? After I moved to
Hannah, and that's the only time I ever paid for it. Other than that, I never ever paid for another license.
You know what? I didn't either. Dr. Cameron charged me the first time.
Yeah, never charged me again.
Went to Hannah. My doctor there figured it was quality of life and it was his clinic. I'm going to do what the fuck I want. And he signed it. And then Iona here, she never charged me either. Oh, I think it was $30 for the requisition fee. To fill out, requisition or something stupid.
Right. Yeah. I think that's what my $50 fee was. Just basically just a regular signing fee for, probably less than if I had gotten a physical type paperwork for a job.
Yeah. Right. And like I said, she charges me, I don't know, I think it was $50 for my disability paper, like disability tax credit paper to be filled out too. And to get social services or my CPP papers, I think it cost me $75.
Yeah.
But then I just gave that to my insurance company and they turned around and reimbursed me.
And they what? Oh, reimburse you, yeah.
because we've got extended benefits with Alvin's job, right? So like, I'm still
Right.
trying to roll this freaking joint.
Yeah, we got 10 minutes left. I got here we go. I got the main page here for Can Expo.
Yeah, you could pass that link over
There we
because I'm
go.
sure maybe I'll get in touch with her
Got it up
and see
right
see if
there.
I can. I mean, you guys got a booth. I don't need a booth. I'll just slide in with you guys on that if that's all right. But I mean, I need to know whether how much it's going to cost me and let her know who I am and that I'm coming. Might be an idea because she probably doesn't have a fucking
Well,
clue who I am.
I'll talk to you after the broadcast. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're going to be
Well,
done here in a
so
few minutes. So.
I gotta talk to my husband and tell my boss I'm taking another 5 days off in March. I'm taking 4 days off for my birthday.
Well, here you go. This is what these are the events. There's a bud tender, retailers. There's sampling. There's Canafluencer awards. There's joint rolling competition as well.
And this is Friday night and Saturday,
See-
and then it's nothing on Sunday.
Yeah. Correct.
What are you staying or are you going back home?
Oh, I'm going to stay in the city. I'm going
Okay.
to stay in the city. I'm not going to come back and forth.
Oh no, I wasn't sure if you were just going to attend one day or one night, or if you were just coming in,
Oh, no.
or you were going to just go in for Saturday. So we'll figure it out. But yeah, I'm thinking.
Based on because I was involved with it last year, as far as helping out with doing the media exposure and stuff, and the as far as their vendors or exhibitors numbers, they are up.
Yeah, you were saying at the beginning of the show, which is great. Now these are all legal. These are all legal vendors, though, right? These are all like stores.
Yeah.
Stores,
These are all legal vendors. There's people that you would know as like advocates, but they've also got a business as well. And it may not even be directly a cannabis business, but it's a cannabis sort of lifestyle type
I'm just
product.
wondering how they're getting around that because you're not allowed to legally advertise or do any of that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, there's no licensing for that, but you're not allowed to advertise. That's why our magazines all had to fucking shut down, right? That's why I don't write for the magazines anymore.
They can advertise these expos. They've been doing that since legalization started.
But they're not supposed. It's not legal.
Lyft has been doing it for years. They've all been doing it for years.
It's still not legal.
Legalization. If it's not legal, then why haven't they stopped them?
I don't know, but that's what I.
Why do you say they're illegal?
Because not them advertising the Canna Expo, but advertising, like the stores aren't even allowed to advertise on the radio. You know what I'm saying?
No.
So the reason why we lost our magazines and stuff is because we couldn't take the advertising money. So they had to shut the magazines down because that's what was helping the magazines, right?
Yeah.
No black market. There's no black.
People got to buy magazines. People got to buy magazines, and they've everything's gone online. Who buys magazines now?
Well,
not many of them
sold. And people did buy the 12 Hard Chicks magazines, right? They did.
How long ago was that?
Well, right before legalization, 6 years ago.
Yeah. So there you go. Almost 7 years ago.
But I'm sure that Julie's Skunk magazine is still being put in print, and people are still buying Skunk. Are they not?
I would say your print numbers are a lot smaller these days compared to the old days. Just because everything's there's so much. Like I realize that, and believe me, I said it more than once. People like to have a magazine in their hand and hold on to it and read it.
Yeah,
instead of looking at it in a little screen. I agree that.
I know we're naive. I'm naive to the new technology. I just want things to.
Yeah, it's just more convenient.
I know, but I lost my job. It really fucking sucked.
Yeah, it's just you can do the magazine like I don't know how Skunk operates as far as the way they do things or anything like that, but maybe they have an online subscription as well as the paper one, right?
I'm not sure how she runs it, but again, like I said, like she's in the States too. They never put those stupid laws in the States. But that's the same thing in Quebec. You can't have a pot leaf on your fucking on a t-shirt.
Well,
right?
yeah.
That's what they do because I know Asia was told that if she fucking ran one magazine, they would come and fucking put her in jail.
Yeah.
She showed me the cease and desist letter that she got from fucking Health Canada. Like it was fucking point blank. Don't bother, or we're gonna come.
Have I talked to you since Manitoba had the announcement about Manitoba and the growing of cannabis?
They were still telling me you could only grow them outdoors or indoors or something. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, indoors, and
Yeah,
you had to buy your starter products, such as your seed, had to come from a legal source.
Oh, does
Yeah.
it come with a barcode too? Is the seed got a little barcode on it? It's like in.
Well, you can buy clones depending on where you're at. You can buy clones.
But after that seed sprouts or after that clone grows, how are you going to tell that it's that clone you bought from that store? Is it going to have a barcode on it? Like, is there?
Yeah, you just lift up. You just lift
Is
up.
that leaf going to carry that
Lift up
barcode?
the leaf, and
Like,
you just scan it. Scan the bottom of the leaf.
right?
It just grows naturally on the.
Sorry, sir, I can't find a barcode on this plant. It must be illegal. Like, fuck off. Like,
I remember that. That was a part of a discussion back even when we got legalized for the medical use. They wanted us to buy their seeds, and then
I said I never got mine.
Yeah.
I paid for them, but I never got them.
Oh, I paid for them and got them, and
Because you had to. Work in the mail.
I never grew them.
Like, here's your ordering, your order form. Comes with your license. You're not allowed to do this, and here's your order form. Your first bill is so you fill it out, and then you wait, and you got to send them fucking money or check. There's no email transfer. No,
It had to be as slow as possible. Come on.
It took 6 fucking weeks to get my first shipment from them.
Yeah. And just think you're a patient. Could you just imagine going into the drugstore and finding out that you're going to be 6 weeks before you can get your first prescription of your new medication?
And then because I only had a gram, I think it was 7 gram prescription per day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was whatever it was. I think it was $10 a gram. Can't remember how. I think I ordered. I was only allowed to order so much.
Right.
It's been a long time. I can't exactly remember how the fuck I even went. But I know I sent the money, a money order, because it couldn't even be cash. It had to be a money order or a check. I didn't fucking have a checkbook. I still had my bank card, but I didn't have a checkbook. Money order. I think they actually only wanted money orders. They didn't even want a personal check. It had to be a fucking money order.
Check.
They wouldn't even take a check.
My checks still say 19 on them.
Pardon me?
My checks still say 19 on them. You know the date?
Yeah.
Here we are, 25. We haven't had that in 25 years.
Right? But again, like I said, when we first got, they wouldn't take a check.
Yeah.
They didn't do e-transfers back then.
No, exactly.
Yeah, I had to get
Visa. No,
Visa. I didn't have a credit card. They wouldn't know because there was no.
Can't remember. Yeah,
you had to order and send it in the mail. You got the stuff in the mail, and then you had to fill out the form and send it to them in the fucking snail mail. There was no website. There was no fucking phone number.
And at one time, the government was in, there was so much debt. People owed a lot of money because people were getting cannabis and didn't have to pay for it up front.
Oh, I did.
And a lot of patients ended up in debt.
Yeah, because they never got their pot.
No, they didn't get the government didn't get the money, so they shut them down.
Well, I was the opposite. I paid for mine, I never got my fucking seed.
I paid for mine too, but there was patients patients that couldn't afford it and they didn't pay it. And there was
and they wanted my money up front. I couldn't just fucking order it. I couldn't just send them a letter in the mail saying send me weed.
Yeah, this is early on, man.
Like, how did that happen?
Yeah. Alrighty. I see it's 9:27.
We didn't even get cards out. The lamination machine was down by the time we got our licensing.
Yeah, well, there was that problem too, right? Your laminating machine had, and you know, I still carry that first card in my wallet.
I never got one.
Didn't you? The lamination machine was down. I got mine before the machine broke down.
I sent them out the pictures and I waited and I got the pink paper and I never got a card. They still got, and it's funny, they kept my pictures, right? Didn't get a card. And then when we mailed in our renewals, they would tell us that there was no record of you ever mailing this in, but you got my fucking picture. What'd you do with that? Just throw it in the garbage? I spent $40 on 2 pictures and you just toss them in the garbage.
Yeah, I got a few cards.
I didn't get my licensing till what was it, 20? Because I just stopped because of being pregnant with Taven. So I didn't get my licensing till 2012.
Oh, okay, yeah. I had.
You were
I
licensed back
had-
in 2007.
Yeah,
Because
mine
you
was.
were in Ontario too, but yeah, no, I didn't get my. I started 2006 with the cannabis club and doing stuff, right? And then I
Yeah.
started going towards getting had my colonoscopy done. Was going to get ready to go get and then I ended up knocked up. So that put everything on hold.
Yes.
I couldn't go for a medical licensing pregnant. Wasn't the optics didn't look good.
No. All right.
So I had to wait for Taven to be born, and
Yeah. And then once he was born, light him up.
I pretty much I was licensed by the time he was. Well, he was born in 05. No, he was born in 09. So it took 3 years.
Yeah.
No, maybe it wasn't 2012. Maybe it was 2010. I'd have to look. Fuck, my brain doesn't work right now. 2012 seems too late, like too far.
Yeah. Not.
It wasn't 2012 because I moved here in 2014.
Right.
It probably was 2012.
Well, I'll tell you what. We can pick it up next week. Find out what.
My
what
brain
year it
won't
was.
remember that I was talking about this next week.
Yeah, I'll forget all about it too. So it's all right. Don't feel bad.
I call it Potsimers. It's all good.
That's right. You know, as somebody I know said one time, we're getting older. It's expected.
Yep, it is. But I'm never going to admit that ever. I'm never going to grow up. My birthday's coming up, and I'm having a big party. Well, not a big party, but I'm having a party.
Oh yeah.
My 50th birthday, I hadn't been diagnosed. I couldn't even move. I was in so much
50.
fucking pain. I'll be 55 this year.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say. I thought you were 55.
I am, but my 50th birthday was 2020. I was all fucking prednisoned up my face.
COVID, yeah.
And right after that, COVID hit. Right.
Right.
So
yeah. Gail was the same way for her birthday. It was just immediate family.
It wasn't even that I shouldn't have anybody over. It was my birthday's the 14th of February. My birthday has always sucked because it's always been Valentine's Day. And everybody always has other things better to do than come and hang out with me on my birthday because it's Valentine's.
Well, you gotta have your birthday celebration when it's not like on the Saturday before or after. I mean,
no, it's my birthday. I'm not making fucking any concessions for anybody on my birthday. You fucking don't.
Well, if you want, then you're gonna have to find single people.
No, what I said to everybody is go have your dinner. My party's not starting till 9 o'clock anyways. Because I mean I'm not working, it's my Friday. But again, maybe I want to go out for dinner with my husband before my party.
Well, yeah, it's your birthday.
Or we can have, like whatever. But again, like I said, I've done that for too many years. I've been pleasing everybody for too many years. I'm not doing it anymore.
All right. Well, you have a wonderful 55th birthday.
That's not for another month. I got lots of time.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's the 14th of February. It's only the 15th of January. I got a month to build up all of this excitement. That's what I tell Alvin I need my ticket to Toronto for my birthday. There you go.
Hey, there you go.
I'm going to be looking at it today.
All right. Well, it's bottom of the hour. Well, it's actually after the bottom of the hour. Anything else?
Send money to CSP, please, because we can always use it. TamaraLee3@gmail.com. And if you got anything else you want to donate, I'd be more than happy to take it, except, I don't need, clothes and stuff. But other than that, send weed.
Send meds. All right. Thanks.
Meds.
All right. We'll see everybody next week. Thanks, as always. Go out to our sponsors, legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, and as well as at ease.ca. Other than that, thanks everybody for tuning in, and we'll see you later. And good night. Bye-bye. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. people everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Okay, we're on to number 6. Yeah, well, these are obviously going a lot faster than the buds. Yeah, when it comes to the judging.
Yeah.
You
got to handle it a couple times, right? Because there are some.
Yeah. And the buds we had go around twice in order to be able to check up for moisture, trichomes, the appearance, some similar things.
Are the questions different on the indica than the pre-roll?
Yes.
There are. I'm going to say half the questions are the same. The other half are different.
Okay.
Okay. There's things like the dry inhale, right? So there isn't that with the buds.
Yeah.
But there is the appeal. But then there's the roll. They don't ask you that on the other. As far as the role or anything. So there are different questions, but there are some similar ones or the same ones.
Cool beans, man. As expected.
Number 6.
Number 6.
Number 6, he says.
Number 6. We can make it number 9. Number 9.
Good thing it was only 7.
Only 7. Got the Beatles tunes out.
Next year I'm gonna get numbers that will come up on the screen as we're doing them.
Yeah. Well, what we find you can see it on last Thursday's news broadcast. At the end, Glenn says peace, goes like this, puts the peace symbols up, and all of a sudden balloons come up out of StreamYard.
Okay.
And going like. It's only done it to him. I haven't seen it do it to anybody else.
Let's try it, shall we?
Huh? Yeah, I tried. It's not doing anything. Nothing there, right?
Yeah.
So
maybe it's an Apple thing.
Okay.
Maybe we should do something about it.
Wow.
Maybe he smoked too much weed.
Or not enough.
Smells good.
Oh, it's a wood. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tree
on
the back side.
Plate. Like,
okay, now
we've seen the half-gram joints, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Al actually has whatever's left of the treating.
That's a giant
collection.
That's a giant.
Instead of
how many issues do you think you have, Al?
I didn't see Buddy Weed's comment before this one. He says, "I found my Treating Yourself magazine from 22. 2010 issue 21. That's where I got the grinder. So you got the same grinder. Hey, buddy, go into the index of the magazine and go down near the bottom of the index, and you'll probably find the article that I wrote. Most of them are usually down there at the bottom. That's where the advocacy articles are. I'm just curious which one's in it. Okay. I gotta do the dry haul.
Yeah, they actually look like a giant.
I'm glad that's over with.
You're good looking.
You didn't like that one, Bob?
Visually appealing.
They look good.
Yes.
Yeah. That's some big.
And you weren't supposed to smell them.
Filter looks good. Sorry.
They aren't even closed on the end.
One up each nostril.
Is there anything that you don't like yet?
That I don't like? Who?
Anybody?
Well,
Was there anything that you just didn't like?
Yeah, most of these joints haven't been very good.
Okay. I knew you'd tell the truth, Wayne.
I enjoyed the buds.
This is the most visually appealing one so far, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's all tucked in and everything?
You know,
Yeah.
I can't see that part.
No, it's wide open. It's not even tucked on the end.
Oh.
Yeah, it's back that hard.
Huh.
Oh, yeah.
I guess dry haul. We got to do the whole.
Shit.
I know it's not as easy as just lighting and smoking the damn thing.
I shall be back.
Alrighty. All right. We'll be here, man.
Don't get your kids on this shit.
Checking out these DVDs. Yeah, let me see. Oh, they're both on the phone.
I like that taste in both of them.
Alrighty.
Mm.
Overall visual appeal.
We're at number 6.
6, yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah. 8.
Quality of roll.
Take a all-in on one.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
8.
Selection of rolling paper.
Selection rolling papers.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Not bad. Yeah.
Selection of filter.
Yeah.
And the taste that you just
The
tasted.
birds. We don't have
I
any
like
music
that
today, but we got the
taste.
birds.
So we'll go 8. Number 6.
The dry haul.
We have to smoke it.
We haven't had it yet.
We gotta wait till it's lit now.
I wasted all afternoon. We haven't got it yet. Holy jeez, listen to that.
I hasn't even lit it yet in this article.
Oh, just go ahead, cough all over it there.
I get to light it though.
Why? He does a better job of lighting than you do.
Yeah.
Holy jeez, look at them buzzing around there. Long one.
Yeah, so like when you think about the half gram, would this be a gram joint?
I don't know. You got scale?
A gram. No,
It's got to be close to a gram.
Yeah, it's definitely over half.
It need only be like 0.95,
right?
0.90, but
Definitely over half.
By the time we smoke it, all right out. Half again.
Let's take a drink. And then I'll lay it
Not
up.
like it used to be either now. Like he just hoofing her back. I said, did he just do that?
Yeah, I'm not trying to spread
Influence me.
my real Canadian water with it.
I'm right behind you all the way.
Nobody likes a soggy joint, right? That's right. Okay.
You need a little paste slide over so we aren't advertising for.
Yeah, hey, that's a good idea, eh? Okay.
Well, this is a hard chair.
Yeah, it is. I don't like them. I only use them occasionally. It's one of those ones that has the table that flaps up on the side. You can put your cup and a phone in it. It just, yeah, it sort of looks like a director's chair bottom on them.
Where'd you get these ones at, Adam? Where'd you get these at? You don't know?
No, these aren't.
Oh, I thought they're his.
No. These are my daughters and
Oh,
my
okay.
son-in-law.
Do you know where they got them at all?
From a friend.
Ah,
I'm sure you can find
most
out
chairs
the
hurt my
name
back
of
in this amount of time.
No, it
This
says
one,
Hampton Bay on the side here.
Hampton.
On the
Oh,
plate. So that might be a
yeah, that sounds pretty
Yeah,
fancy.
Yeah, no, she
Come by
bought it-
Pony
she bought it
Express.
from a friend. So
Don't ask any questions.
yeah, I don't ask
Oh, yeah.
any questions. It
Look at
works
that.
very well out here. It does the job. No, that's not coming this way.
No, I'm just looking. It's nice.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty clean actually compared to.
Well, here, I'll help you, Judge, that one.
Here you go, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
Puppy's still over there laying down on the ground.
Good.
Oh, he was right under my legs. I could feel the heat. It was like, boom. Like right here. He was standing. Okay.
Better than a lot of them, but it's still pretty dark.
Like, do you think?
Oh, I forgot my
'cause-
drink over there.
You know, we're looking at. You can look at it as is it the paper or is it the bud? But when it's dark all the way through, it's obviously the bud. And
Why do I get all the hard questions?
because you're seasoned.
It's unseasonal.
You're
aroma to
the
taste.
mature seasoned cannabis connoisseur. I would say to Bob, "What's this?"
That was good.
He
I
says,
like that.
"The good
shit.
stuff."
I ain't gonna have it.
That would be his,
Harsh-
his
harsh to
strain,
smooth.
the good stuff.
No.
Okay, is everybody that's still going around?
All right.
Hash.
May look like we're
That
all looking at
color
our
looks
phones, but we
like
are.
it-
We're judging.
All right. That's what I think.
Not pleasant, very pleasant.
It's pleasant, so we'll give you an 8.
Overall enjoyment.
Maybe another 8 on that.
When would you buy it?
What?
Would you buy it?
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to find out which ones that we would buy.
He'd buy all of it.
I buy it all.
Yeah.
I think I only said yes to one.
Oh, you really? Eh?
I do when I go to buy them
The,
at the reservation.
Yeah, the very
I said
first
yes. I
bud
said
that we
yes
smoked
so
was a
far.
yes. The very first bud we smoked was yes. I haven't said yes to
I
anything else.
think it was. I know there was only one I said yeah.
Yeah.
The rest I was like maybe.
You don't want to
I
say
am here, but I'm eating.
I can borrow them.
Okay, all right. Yeah, it's easier to eat when you're behind your banner, that's for sure.
It's
But I
throwing
don't
that
do pre-roll.
money away that hurts you most
Yeah.
of all.
I
Wait
don't
till
do
it's
pre-roll.
empty.
So
Yeah, there's still some oil on the paper.
sometimes
Yeah,
it
the
tastes like,
filters
oh my
work
God, I'm
pretty
gonna
good.
die.
It
And it chokes down
burns.
what I mean,
It's
and
got some
sometimes
gray
it's
ash
the
in it.
paper. So
The ash isn't as bad.
it's because it's pre-rolled. I usually
Yeah,
pre-roll
yeah,
it for
yeah.
one.
All right, we got a number what?
This is number 6.
7.
Well, when we're done this, we're at 7.
Try to do the ones that
This is
aren't
6.
having too pretty
Second time around.
medium, but I usually choke it out.
Oh.
Yeah, it's good. We get a couple rounds so
Left
you
it in flame after two
can
touches.
judge things.
Like it 10
Yep.
minutes.
You know, we're not you don't hear me gagging. Right? None of us, even one of us with COPD.
Yeah, I
Is
like
it-
the paper the way it was rolled and stuff.
Yeah.
Even though it's a brown paper,
Right.
but I didn't take like a super duper big book either.
And you know it's not
You-
harsh. No one's coughing, right?
Of the doobies, that's definitely the best ones.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
nice. It's mellow enough. That's what we're looking for.
It had the better ash.
Smooth enough, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely harder to pre-roll or to judge pre-rolls.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's January the 16th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and at 420pace.ca. Just so you know, Glenn has a day off, so when that happens, sometimes I just go alone like I am today. I've got 8 stories I'm going to cover. They're from Canada, the USA. These include a delay in the USA rescheduling of cannabis, which is just, the story's just really gone off the rockers. There's a state that's going to use cannabis funds, like the tax funds that's been collected, to feed hungry kids, which is a good idea. And the city of Toronto, I'm not sure what's going on there, but they say that they have no money to go after illegal cannabis, which is where I'm going to start. There we go. First story of the day comes to me from StratCan. Headline says, "We no longer have funding for cannabis enforcement," says Toronto head of municipal licensing and standards. How could this be? Toronto's head of municipal licensing and standards says his agency no longer has the money to enforce the province's cannabis laws. In a meeting of Toronto City Council's Budget Committee on January 15, Carlton Grant, he's the executive director of municipal licensing and standards, he told council that his agency can no longer afford to handle retail cannabis enforcement. It goes on to say that, it's the Grant says here, he says that we no longer have the funding for cannabis enforcement. He says it's in response to a question by Jennifer McKelvey, who is a Toronto City Councillor for Scarborough Rogue Park. McKelvey was asking about provincial funding for cannabis sales to deal with enforcement, something the province provided in the first few years of legalization. That's my thought right there. My question: where's the money gone that the province has handed off? Grant says his department has received $8.5 million in funding from the province over the last 3 or 4 years, which was used to help lower the number of legal stores in the city from over 100 to less than 10. Now, he says that number of illegal stores in the city has now gone back up to about 70 stores back in the city of Toronto. His quote here is saying, as the industry has changed significantly, it is criminal, it is organized crime, it is not appropriate for me to send my staff into these locations where there are weapons and there is criminal activity taking place. No other city in the province of Ontario does this with bylaw enforcement. This budget signals my exit from cannabis enforcement. Wow. He says it's not safe. It says here it's not safe to send officers into these illegal establishments, and he mentioned that in the quote above. Grant added that their enforcement efforts are often not effective because these businesses can afford to keep paying the fines, and enforcement should be done by provincial police. Now, Councillor Chris Moyes, he's Ward 13, he asked Grant for more details about the efforts his department has made in coordination with Toronto Police to shut down unlicensed stores and why stores so often quickly reopen following enforcement. Grant noted that we do not go into these locations without Toronto Police. So they are working with the police. What I'm saying is we've made efforts over the last 5-6 years to close them down, to put up concrete blocks that are only to be removed within 24 hours. Yes, they have. We have boarded up buildings. We have been countersued for locking a tenant into a business. We have used every tool available to us, but what I'm saying is they are reopening because of the financial benefits to them. And what I want to stress is that we are not the right level of enforcement to do this work. No money, he doesn't want to do it anymore. He went on to say the province has identified $31 million for the OPP to do this work, and that's where it needs to go. He finally says here, the city of Toronto is where the bulk of the stores are because the population, the police and the OPP, should get the bulk of the money. Now, Toronto's 2025 budget includes $87 million in municipal licensing standards, which is a 10% increase from the previous year. Budget also includes $1.4 million for Toronto Police Services. Now, as part of Ontario's 2024 economic and fiscal outlook in brief, the provincial government committed to investing $31 million over 3 years to support the provincial joint forces cannabis enforcement teams. This investment says the government would enact the agency to respond to the challenge of illegal online operators and crack down further on the production and sales of cannabis in the online space. So yeah, they got all this money. Normally I looked at that, I always thought the police were involved in it, Toronto Police, so on and so forth. Not just by law enforcement. Now they say the economic and fiscal outlook in brief affirms the province's previous 2024 budget, which gave $31 million for commitment. Earlier in 2024, Toronto City Council passed a motion asking the province to undertake a comprehensive review of the Provincial Cannabis Act. And the motion states that a review is imperative to ensure the effective regulation and enforcement of cannabis-related matters in Ontario. Well, hopefully they could get one quicker than we did federally. Now, municipalities need more tools and resources to address these illegal cannabis shops. And the motion read, including exploring options to strengthen enforcement measures, increase penalties for noncompliance, and improve collaboration between municipalities and provincial authorities. They say here that the illicit market in Ontario has grown considerably in the last year, and many retailers and other cannabis industry participants have been calling on the province to do more. But by some estimates, several hundred new unlicensed retailers have begun operating in different parts of Ontario, with close to 100 in Toronto alone. While some have faced enforcement, many have not, causing frustration for licensed retailers who incur numerous fees to operate with the province's approval. It goes on to say that Grant's comments to council echoed those of the Toronto cannabis store owner, Paul McGovern. He's a former police officer who stepped down in 2018 to open up a cannabis store. McGovern told Stratcan last year he believes Ontario needs more of a province-wide approach to enforcement, similar to the approach the provinces like BC and New Brunswick have taken. And what they're doing there is they're just going in and raiding all the stores, including the ones on the reserves. And they don't do that here in Ontario. Now, Stratcan reached out to representatives of the City of Toronto in 2024, and the response revealed a need for the province to review the Cannabis Control Act, which has not been updated since before legalization. It says here, Shane Gerard, Senior Communications Coordinator, says that in March of 2024, Toronto City Council requested the province of Ontario to undertake a comprehensive review of the Cannabis Act in consultation with municipalities, including roles and responsibilities, funding and enforcement, and addressing unlicensed cannabis establishments. And the Cannabis Act has not undergone a comprehensive review since it was introduced 7 years ago. He added the province is responsible for licensing and regulating private cannabis retail stores through the AGO, which in turn enforces the regulations. And then it goes up. The city can and does file charges against property owners who are in contravention of the Cannabis Control Act. Individuals charged can be fined $250,000 and face imprisonment for 2 years. The city also pointed out that the current Cannabis Act provides limited authority to municipal bylaw officers, which is these officers do not have arrest powers and are not permitted to train to use force while carrying out enforcement activities. This makes the enforcement of unlicensed cannabis dispensaries challenging and presents health and safety risks to their officers. Yeah, I always, every time we do a report, it's usually the police that are going in and arresting, shutting down the stores. It's not so much the bylaw officers. I see I left my drink upstairs, but oh well, I guess I don't get a drink. Okay, on to my next story here. I'll just get that drink during break, so that won't be an issue. This is on, so don't get too pasty by then. All right, here we go. The next story. This one comes to me from Business of Cannabis, the International Business of Cannabis. The headline says, Cannabis rescheduling hearing delayed amid escalation of tensions between the DEA and other witnesses. Here we go. This is just crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. The highly anticipated hearings on cannabis rescheduling set to begin next week, which were actually supposed to begin, I think it was like December the 2nd originally. Now they've been canceled in a major escalation of tensions between the Drug Enforcement Agency and other witnesses. DEA Chief Administration Law Judge John Mulroney yesterday ruled that the upcoming hearing would be canceled indefinitely, making room for an appeal to remove the DEA from the process amid increasing allegations of bias. Last week, Business of Cannabis reported that attorneys representing Village Farms and Hemp for Victory had submitted fresh evidence that suggests the DEA has actively worked against the proposal rule change by using outdated and legally rejected criteria to undermine cannabis medical and scientific value. Yes. Amid further allegations that the DEA has conducted inappropriate communication with anti-cannabis groups and had refused to honor a number of Judge Mulroney's demands, the companies requested that Mulroney allow them to file an appeal to the administrator should no action be taken. While Mulroney rejected calls to remove the DEA as a proponent of the rescheduling proposal, he strongly criticized the agency's actions. He described the handling of the procedural rules as puzzling and grotesque, and highlighted their failure to comply with directives, including a refusal to submit hard copies of public comments as evidence. The judge also acknowledged serious concerns about allegations that DEA officials collaborated with anti-rescheduling witnesses, describing the revelations as disturbing and embarrassing. However, he stated that these issues, even if substantiated, would not justify removing DEA from the process due to statutory limitations on his authority. As such, while the DEA has not been removed, Mulroney granted calls for an appeal to take place because he believes it could help resolve key legal issues now rather than later to avoid even greater delays, costs, or unfairness in the cannabis rescheduling process. Specifically, the judge acknowledged that the pro-reform participants raised serious concerns about how the DEA handled witness selection and communications, which could impact the fairness and outcome of the hearings. Furthermore, Mulrooney acknowledged that the change in leadership of the DEA due to the incoming administration adds uncertainty to the rescheduling process, which could further impact the timeline and decision making as a new administrator may have a different approach to cannabis policy. The factor contributing to the decision to allow time for an appeal and avoid potential wasting resources on proceedings could be affected by the leadership change. The hearings delay follows a series of procedural controversies, including DEA's mishandling of subpoenas and its refusal to clarify its position on the rescheduling proposal. Additionally, excluded parties, including veterans organizations, such as the Veterans Action Council, who should have been there speaking, and the cannabis researchers. Like, why deny researchers? Oh, yeah, they might come out with the truth on cannabis. And have petitioned federal courts, arguing their exclusions undermines the fairness of the process. Judge Mulrooney ordered updates every 90 days on the status of the interlocutory appeal. This is just crazy. Just crazy. You know, we've been reporting on the scheduling down there, and yeah, the DEA is trying to stop it. Plain and simple. They're just trying to stop it. And, this is just for rescheduling. What are they going to do if a federal government decides to legalize it? Federally, not just statewide. That statewide stuff doesn't cut it for me. If they turn around and want to make it federal, I could just imagine the flare-ups and the screaming and yelling that would go on, and it's just might just require executive order to get it done. That's all. Just do it. Alrighty, on to my next story here. This comes to me from MJ Biz Daily. The headline there says banking, veterans, and research top priorities for Congress new cannabis caucus chair, according to caucus chair. Now, let's hope so, because as we just saw, this rescheduling isn't going well. If the U.S. Rep Dina Titus has her way, the 119th Congress will finally pass cannabis banking reform, as well as bills easing military veterans' access to medical cannabis and researchers' abilities to study the plant. If all that sounds familiar or like a crash joke in the weeks before Groundhog Day, it should. Really. Exactly. Those popular and long sought after wins are also what the Nevada Democrat and newly minted co-chair of the Congressional Cannabis Caucus immediate processors chased after. Titus acknowledged during an interview with MJ Biz Daily. Titus, whose new caucus co-chair is fellow Democrat Rep. I am Omar of Minnesota, spoke with MJ Business only days after the newly seated Congress and voted to certify the November presidential election. With new members sworn in just after the new year, with most attention focused on the incoming president and welcoming new members to the Washington, D.C. bill introductions, and the necessary wrangling of the past will come later. Now, familiar congressional cannabis priorities. And now that said, Titus expects members of the U.S. House of Representatives to introduce in the coming months. Let's see. The Safer Banking Act, which has been introduced and passed by the House a number of times. I think last I heard 7 times it's been passed under the Democratic leadership. The Veterans Equal Access Act, with more ambitious bills ensuring veterans access to cannabis via the Veterans Administration system to potentially follow. And the Higher Education Marijuana Research Act, which specifically allows colleges and universities to obtain cannabis and research purposes if allowed by the state or tribal government in which they are located. With nothing there mentioned about any federal legalization. The roll call of relatively modest bills and the notable absence for now of more ambitious legislation, such as nationwide legalization, is yet another reminder of how far the federal government continues to lag behind the states and other countries. In its history, Congress has managed to pass only one stand-alone cannabis bill, the Medical Marijuana and Cannabis Research Expansion Act, which passed the Democratic-controlled House in 2022 amid criticism that it did not go far enough. Since then, there's been very little progress. The Senate called on banking reform bill for a committee hearing in September of 2023, but it didn't go any further. During her interview with the MJ Biz Daily, Titus struck a states' rights tone, noting that Nevada's implementation of laws legalizing consumption lounges in tourist Mecca Las Vegas, which Titus represents on Capitol Hill. I support state regulation, but there are some areas where the federal government can be involved. We need to get some things done here for the government, the federal government, to catch up to the states. Yeah, legalize it federally. Allow, why only allow some state or only have some states where it's legal and some states where it's got draconian laws? How is that an equally applied law across the country? It's not. And that was one reason why we changed things here in Canada. Now, former U.S. Rep. Earl Blumauer and Dana Rohrabacher, they formed the Congressional Cannabis Caucus in 2016 to help pass federal cannabis reform laws. Titus and Omar took over as Cannabis Caucus co-chairs from Blumauer and former Rep. Barbara Lee. They'll still enjoy Republican support from the likes of Ohio Rep. Dave Joyce, who has repeatedly co-sponsored and marshaled conservative support of the banking reform, and Florida Rep. Brian Mass. He's a longtime advocate for cannabis access for veterans through the VA. No other congressional reps, including far-right Trump stalwarts such as South California Rep. Nancy Mace. Yeah, she's always spoken for it. And Rep. Craig Stuber of Florida also introduced or co-sponsored cannabis reform bills. Reforming the Farm Bill to close a loophole that allows hemp-derived THC products is also on these bipartisan lawmakers' agenda. Now, as far as the Republican cannabis control, it says here that though protections from federal interference for financial institutions that do business with state-regulated cannabis businesses passed the House 7 previous times, as I said, the Safer Banking Act did not receive even a committee hearing under the Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson. How's that going, guys? Many cannabis interests are vocally disappointed with former Senate Democrat Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, a safer banking sponsor, who nevertheless declined to call the bill for a full House vote because there was inadequate Republican support to pass the 60-vote threshold necessary under the filibuster rules. But the outlook for the Senate under Republican leader John Thune doesn't look any better. Getting out of the House is always easier than the Senate, but there are members in the Senate now who were supportive of the House side before, Titus says. Yeah, because some have gone into the Senate. That includes seemingly unlikely or limited supporters, such as U.S. Senator Jim Banks, who co-sponsored banking reform while serving in the House, even though his home state has not approved any type of regulated cannabis market. Conventional wisdom has held that new states with recreational cannabis mean new supporters in Congress. Though adult use sales began in Ohio in August, voters in that state elected Bernie Moreno to the state in November, even though the Republican is a political newcomer without an established record on cannabis. He'll represent Ohio in the Senate with whomever Republican Governor Mike DeWine appoints to serve out the rest of J.D. Vance's position, because he's moved on into the vice president spot. So there you go. I don't know. Let's just hope it happens. But I don't. Unless it comes right from the top, I don't see the lawmakers doing it, because it's just been stymied all this time along the way. I guess you could say maybe the one thing about it is maybe they're holding it back, so now they are in power, now the Republicans got all three levels of the government there, branches, that maybe they'll do something instead of keeping people, jailing people, and allowing states to still put draconian laws in place. What would prevent the state from putting in a law that says, let's say, let's say Arkansas, let's say you're not allowed to, let's say I don't know if cannabis is, obviously cannabis isn't against the law in Arkansas, because I'm going to talk about that here in my next story. But if a state that is completely against cannabis, what prevents that state from putting in a law that prevents their citizens from consuming cannabis outside of the state? And if they come back into the state and they found with cannabis in the system, what prevents them from charging them? Countries do that. What prevents a state to do that? There's no federal law there to protect anybody, right? There's no laws that I'm aware of. Unless somebody else knows of one, let us know. But yeah. All right, talking about Arkansas, on we go. This story comes to me from the Grand Entrepreneur. It says Arkansas governor plans to use medical cannabis tax revenues to fund free school meals. So there you go. Arkansas has medical cannabis. Here we go. Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders said in a recent address that she plans to use tax revenue generated by the state's medical cannabis industry to fund free meals in schools around the state. During her State of the State address on Tuesday, Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders said she plans to use tax revenues from medical cannabis to provide free meals at the schools. She says, I've already announced that Arkansas will participate in the summer EBT this year. And today I'm announcing my plan to use medical cannabis money to make both this program and our free lunch and breakfast programs financially sustainable for years to come. Hey, it's much better than just going into a slush fund and paying for some governor's orange juice while he's out for breakfast. This is much better. According to the State Department of Finance Administration data, medical cannabis sales in Arkansas totaled $250 million through November of 2024. And the two state taxes on medical cannabis, two of them, wow. Sales generated $28.5 million in 2024. I don't like the idea of taxing medicine myself, but because of patients. Now, Sanders suggested also using medical cannabis tax revenues for the summer EBT program in an effort to end the state's grocery tax, which she refers to as the state's most regressive. There were over 109,000 medical cannabis patient cards issued in Arkansas. Voters approved the medical cannabis law in November of 2016, and medical cannabis sales carry a 6.5% sales tax, which is currently used for public school funding and efforts to combat food insecurity in the state. Wow, it's just not going to slush fund, and it's just not going to law enforcement. Both good things. It's helping. The kids need it, man. Kids need it. There's no doubt about that. All righty. I am at the halfway point, and I'm at the halfway part of the program, too, at the bottom of the hour. Time for me to take a break, for me to medicate, and for me to go get a drink as well. You're watching Psychedelic Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, They offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And I'm back from my medication session, and you're live with Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I got 4 more stories. I think 2 of them are studies. So we'll get started at that right away. Here we go. From Marijuana Moment, it says that legalizing marijuana leads to decrease in the use of prescription anxiety medication. The study shows. People are always saying we need more studies. Here we go. So we get the studies out so people know that, hey, there is a study out there. Now, in states where both medical and recreational cannabis are legal, fewer patients are filling prescriptions for medications used to treat anxiety. That is the key finding of my recent study published in the journal JAMA Network Open. Now, this must be from the author of that study. It says that I have applied policy researcher. Yes, there you go. Who studies the economics of risky behaviors and substance use within the United States. My collaborators and I wanted to understand how medical and recreational cannabis laws and cannabis dispensary openings have affected the rate in which patients fill prescriptions for anti-anxiety medications among people who have private medical insurance. You know, it's just like they've shown that cannabis has been able to reduce opiate prescriptions where it's legal for them to do so. So here we go. Benzodiazepines, which work for increasing the levels of gamma, good word there. They're a neurotransmitter that elicits a calming effect by reducing anxiety in the nervous system. This category includes depressants, Valium, Xanax, and Ativan. and among others. And antipsychotics, that's a class of drug that addresses psychotic symptoms in a variety of ways. Antidepressants, which relieve symptoms of depression by affecting neurotransmitters such as serotonin, another big word, and dopamine. The most well-known example of these is selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, or SSRIs. That's usually what I hear is SSRIs. They've also included barbiturates, which are sedatives and sleep medications, sometimes called Z drugs, both of which are used to treat insomnia. In contrast to other three categories, we did not estimate any policy impacts for either of these types of drugs. This is that we find consistent evidence that increased cannabis access is associated with the reductions in benzodiazepine prescription fills. Fills refer to the number of prescriptions being picked up by patients rather than the number of prescriptions doctors write. This is based on calculating the rate of individual patients who use the prescription in a state, the average days of supply per prescription fill, and average prescriptions filled per patient. Notably, we found that not all state policies lead to similar changes in prescription fill patterns. Now, in 2021, nearly 23% of the adult U.S. population reported having a diagnosable mental health disorder, yet only 65% of those individuals reported receiving treatment within the last year. This lack of treatment can exacerbate current mental health disorders, leading to increased risk of additional chronic conditions, and cannabis access introduces an alternative treatment to traditional prescription medication that may provide easier access for some patients. Many state medical laws allow patients with mental health disorders, such as post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD, to use medical cannabis, while recreational laws expand access to all adults. Yeah. Now, he says here that our findings have important implications for insurance systems, prescribers, policymakers, and patients. Benzos use, like opioid use, can be dangerous for patients, especially when the two classes of drugs are used together. Given the high level of opioid poisonings that also involve benzos in 2020, they made up 14% of total opioid overdose deaths. Our findings offer insights into potential substitution with cannabis for medications where misuse is possible or plausible. Cannabis substitution programs, people. Now, our report, he says, does not clarify whether the changes in dispensing patterns lead to measurable changes in patient outcomes. It'd be nice to know if there is. There is some evidence that cannabis acts as an effective anxiety treatment. If this is the case, moving away from benzo use, which is associated with significant negative side effects, towards cannabis use may improve patient outcomes. And this finding is critical, given that about 5% of the U.S. population is prescribed benzos. Substituting cannabis laws has the potential to result in fewer negative side effects nationwide, but it's not yet clear if cannabis will be equally effective at treating anxiety. And it says here, our study also found evidence of a slight, albeit somewhat less significant, increase in antipsychotic and antidepressant dispensing, but it's not clear yet whether cannabis access, particularly recreational access, increases rates of psychotic disorders and depression. All right, watching my time. Story's getting long, so I'm going to shut that down. But yeah, it's good to see if it can reduce prescriptions, medications, especially benzos. I remember watching cannabis documentary, and I'm just trying to get the name off the top of my head. It's right there on the end of my tongue. But Culture High. And Jared is in, the young lad in there, and he's like 7 years old, and his dad's on the phone to addiction people, asking how he can help get his 7-year-old sons off of benzos. And the addiction place was just flabbergasted how a 7-year-old would be on benzos. Just so bad, so bad. Not right at all. Alrighty, here we go. On to my next story. This comes to me from Gotcha Entrepreneur. Headline says Portland dispensary facing lawsuit after customer experiences THC overdose. Okay, hang on here. Really? Okay, let's find out. Now, it says a man is suing the Portland, Oregon cannabis dispensary Arcana for $10,000 after he says he was recommended an excessively potent cannabis product that landed him in the emergency room. The plaintiff in the suit, who is Guy Fitzgerald, claims that an employee of the shop, despite being informed that Fitzgerald was a novice consumer, recommended that he purchase an exclusively potent THC syrup. When Fitzgerald got home, per the employee's advice, he followed the directions on the bottle and consumed about a teaspoon of the syrup, or about 40 milligrams of THC, according to the suit. Now, 40 milligrams to a lot of consumers isn't an issue, but I have seen people consume 10 milligrams and say, holy smokes, I went too fucking high, right? So 40 to a novice consumer can be excessive. He ultimately went to the emergency room for symptoms, including muscle spasm, psychomotor agitation, elevated heart rate, extreme discomfort, shortness of breath, nausea, vomiting, hypokalemia, and muscular paralysis. And the doctors there diagnosed him with THC overdose, the lawsuit says. The shop's managing director, Chris Snyder, said in the report that because the product purchased by Fitzgerald had been approved by the OLCC, Arcana couldn't be held at fault for Fitzgerald's bad experience. Additionally, he said bud tenders have no way of knowing customers' tolerance levels, and the bud tender who sued Fitzgerald that recommend only taking a few drops of the syrup. Now, at the end of the day, it's like going to a bar and asking a bartender how much alcohol is going to get me drunk. You don't hear of anybody suing the bar because someone got drunk, Snyder says. Notably, Oregon state law requires cannabis edibles to carry a maximum serving size of 10 milligrams, but the rules don't explicitly address serving size limits of cannabis tinctures, concentrates, or extracts, which the syrup product could have fallen under. So there you go. I wonder, we'll have to see what goes on. I'll have to keep an eye on that to see if the fellow is successful. Because, yeah, as I said, do bars get charged when someone gets drunk? And I know bars can get charged if a customer leaves and gets into an accident and stuff like that. I know that can happen. But I don't know of anybody ever getting say, hey, you got me drunk, I'm going to sue you. But alrighty, on to my next story. This one comes to me from StratCan. It says navigating dementia, exploring the potential of cannabis in care. It's good to see. Another study. Now, January marks Alzheimer's Awareness Month, a time to reflect on the growing impact of dementia on individuals and families across Canada. The numbers are frankly alarming. Over 700,000 Canadians are currently living with this condition, and projections suggest that the number could double by 2050. Now, I wouldn't doubt it. We've had family members that have dealt with dementia, and yeah, it's not fun. It's not just the memory loss. For many with moderate to severe Alzheimer's, agitation and aggression, correct, become a daily struggle, deeply affecting both the individuals themselves and those who care for them. As a pharmacist, I've witnessed these struggles firsthand and seen the frustration when conventional treatments just don't seem to make enough of a difference. It's in this context that the potential role of cannabis has begun to spark interest and raise important questions. The connection between cannabinoids and dementia is still a developing area of research, but some promising findings has emerged. As a pharmacist, I find it particularly intriguing to see studies exploring cannabinoids' potential to address challenging symptoms like agitation and aggression in Alzheimer's patients. For example, in 2018, A study conducted at Sunnybrook Health Services Center demonstrated that nabilone, the synthetic cannabinoid, significantly reduced agitation in patients, with a 47% decrease compared to a 26 or 23% reduction in the placebo group. A more recent 2024 study from Johns Hopkins and Tufts Universities found that dronabinol, another synthetic cannabinoid, showed similar benefits in reducing agitation with fewer side effects than traditional antipsychotics. While these early studies give a glimmer of hope, they also emphasize the need for cautious, informed application of cannabinoids in dementia care, given the complexity of the effects on the brain. Cannabinoids interact with the brain affected by Alzheimer's in unique and sometimes unpredictable ways. While many people turn to cannabis for its calming properties, dementia patients may experience adverse effects, such as a heightened confusion or excess sedation. As a pharmacist, I've seen firsthand how these complexities require thoughtful considerations and a tailored approach. That's why I advocate for pharmacist-led guidance with exploring the use of cannabis. With our clinical training and understanding of both conventional and alternative therapies, pharmacists are uniquely positioned to ensure cannabis is used safely, effectively, and in alignment with the specific needs of each patient. At Aplocare, this is my co-founder, okay, a fellow University of Toronto trained pharmacist, and I are dedicated to closing the gap between traditional and alternative medicine. As a pharmacist, we understand the complexities of incorporating cannabis into the patient care, and we're passionate about empowering patients and caregivers to make informed decisions. Our approach is rooted in evidence-based cannabis education, ensuring that any use of cannabis is accompanied by the close monitoring and plan tailored to each patient's unique needs. We see ourselves as trusted navigators, helping patients and their families understand the intricacies of cannabis through therapy and prioritizing safety and efficacy every step of the way. Now, I didn't see who wrote this, but I wonder if I know who this writer is, because I've talked to a pharmacist who's doing research on cannabis. So I wonder if this is him. I don't know. I can tell you right there. I can see his name at the bottom, and no, it's not the same fella. Now, the conversation around cannabis for wellness purposes is constantly evolving. Canada is playing a key role in this ongoing research. While initial findings on cannabinoids and their potential to improve quality of life for dementia patients are preliminary, it's important to remember that more research is needed. We need larger scale studies to really establish best practices and robust safety guidelines. That said, even the limited research done so far offers some encouragement. Now, for anyone considering cannabis a potential treatment option, he says that he urges them to have a thorough conversation with your healthcare provider. I know I did. It's about making informed decisions, weighing the potential benefits against the risks, and ensuring proper oversight. With the right approach, grounded in education, careful monitoring, and personalized care, cannabinoids could potentially become a valuable tool in our effort to provide better care and better quality of life for those living with this challenging condition. That cannabinoid therapy, for sure. I know, and as I said, talk to your doctor. And I mentioned that I know I did. I had more than one talk with my doctor. He was initially said no, and he told me the benefits before I even said any of them. And he said no, he wanted to try conventional medicine first. And once I was at the top end of that, I asked again, and there was no problem whatsoever. So he asked some questions, how it affected me, and there was the benefits I felt, and so on and so forth, and signed my paperwork. So alrighty, on to my last story of the day, and this comes to me from the Marijuana Moment. It says that the FDA seeks veterinarians' input on the use of CBD and other cannabis products in animals. That's got to be good news. Now, the Food and Drug Administration is asking for comments from veterinarians and the broader public about the use of cannabis-derived products in particular CBD in animals. The agency wants to know more about usage, trends, potential drug interactions, quality of standards, and other issues related to the veterinary use of cannabinoids. Hey, this is for Ollie Dog. My friends Ollie Dog, they make a CBD oil for dogs and cats. Now, the comment period opens on Thursday and ends on April the 16th, according to the FDA request for information posted on the Federal Reserve this week, or register this week. Now, it says here, the focus of this RFI is on CBD products and other products derived from hemp. The FDA is interested in general trends associated with these products, such as information about usage trends, quality standards, benefits of use, potential drug interactions, adverse effects and safety problems, and toxicology concerns. The input is meant to help inform the Center of Veterinary Medicine knowledge of potential safety signals associated with these products, in addition to aiding our understanding of veterinarians' experiences related to the use of cannabis-derived products for their animal patients. While comments can be submitted unanimously, the post says CFMs is particularly interested in input from practicing veterinarians whose expertise and experience can help inform the FDA regarding the use of and effect of the CDPs in animals. Now, let's hope the FDA doesn't do what the DEA is doing. That's for sure. Now, it says the FDA is gathering information related to the use of CDPs in animals, and it continues with an emphasis on CBD products. Just CBD, folks. Now, the RFI is focused primarily on low THC hemp products, which have proliferated since the federal legalization of hemp through the 2018 Farm Bill, and as a result, CBD's popularity among human consumers and medical patients. Now, the FDA has made the regulation of the CBD market a priority, including products marketed for animals, the RFI says. It continues with, while there is some limited published information about the use of CDPs in animals as cannabis-derived products, significant data gaps exist surrounding many aspects of CBD and CDP in animals. Though no animal products containing CBD have been approved by the FDA, the Post notes that in some circumstances, veterinarians can lawfully prescribe drugs approved for human use, such as purified CBD epidiolecs to treat conditions in animals. The agency also acknowledges that plenty of other non-FDA approved products are already widely available. The agency also says that the firms marketing CBD products for use in non-human animals often make claims regarding a wide variety of diseases or conditions. Some products are also purported to enhance general wellness and promote longevity. The new RFI says products are marketed in many different formulations, such as tinctures, oils, treats, chews, pellets for large animals, capsules, and sometimes as food toppers or infused in foods such as peanut butter. Topical products infused with CBD, such as balms and shampoos, are also available for pets. Sounds like the FDA is getting caught up here. Products are not intended for use in the cure, mitigation, treatment, or prevention of diseases in animals, the regulatory agency emphasized. And these are animal drugs. Among the questions the FDA has for veterinarians include how clients discuss cannabis products. For example, if asked, do they generally distinguish between the products derived from hemp versus those derived from cannabis? Or do they ask about hemp products, marijuana products, or do they not specify? What brands, if known, and formulations or types of products do clients ask about? Tinctures, treats, capsules, topicals, etc. The agency also wants to know whether veterinarians have prescribed or dispensed approved cannabis-based drugs such as the aforementioned Epilox or synthetics like Marinol, Syndrose, I never heard of that, or Sesame in animal patients, and if so, the species and the condition the drug was meant to treat. It also asks generally whether veterinarians should recommend cannabinoid products to clients, encouraging them to elaborate on why or why not. Well, none of the FDA questions in the new RFI ask directly about observed benefits from administering cannabinoid products to animals. Why wouldn't they want to know about the benefits? They do ask for details of adverse effects. Oh, yes, that's normal. They would just search for the bad stuff, as well as observed drug interactions. A few also ask specifically about questions or concerns veterinarians have about cannabis-derived treatments. I'm disappointed about that. Why would it? Don't want to know the benefits. Jesus Christ. That just sounds like this. Now we're back to that DEA situation. Since the legalization of hemp, FDA's Cannabis Products Committee has worked to develop and implement cross-agency policies that regulate cannabis products, specifically CBD. Some critics, however, have complained that the agency's progress on the front has been slow. Yeah. Among veterinarians and pet owners alike, CBD has been growing in popularity. Last year, for example, the National Animal Supplement Council promoted a study that it said showed that CBD is safe for long-term use in dogs. The study, also published in the journal Frontiers of Veterinary Science, found that a variety of cannabinoids, including CBD, CBDA, CBG, were well tolerated in healthy dogs at a dose of 5 milligrams per kilogram of weight per day. Geez, they even got dosing. We don't even have that for humans yet. Cannabinoids were well tolerated when healthy male and female beagles were dosed for 90 consecutive days. Based on the data available, it would be the conclusion of the authors that the substances do not pose a significant risk to dogs in long-term use. A separate study last year of 6 cases of CBD given to dogs found that the cannabinoid may help counteract the ill effects of accidental THC consumption. There you go, cannabis being used to help animals who have consumed cannabis. The paper looked at 6 cases of non-medical consumption, THC toxicities, in dogs. 5 of those were treated exclusively with transmucosal CBD sheets that dissolve on the dog's upper or inner lips or gums. We reported on that story here. In less than an hour, all the clinical signs of THC intoxication had been noticeably reduced in 5 or 6 dogs, the study said. Clinical signs of toxicities, meanwhile, were completely resolved for 3 of the 6 cases within 28 hours of the CBD. Authors said reducing the cost of treating THC toxicities is especially important, given that the cases of accidental cannabis exposure has been increasing in recent years, and the inability to afford emergency services is a leading barrier to accessing veterinary care in both the United States and Canada. And another recent study found that cannabis appears to be a viable alternative treatment option for dogs suffering from common skin disease, especially if they experience adverse side effects from conventional steroid therapies. Another, published in 2023, found that dogs that received daily doses of CBD see significant reductions in stress and anxiety related to car travel. Other studies have studied benefits of CBD, such as reduced frequency of seizures among dogs who receive the cannabinoid. And a study published in 2018 found dogs with arthritis see improvements with CBD treatments. Last August, the U.S. Department of Agriculture found that cows that are fed hemp seed cake retain very low concentrations of THC and CBD in their bodies, indicating that meat products from hemp-fed cattle are safe for human consumption. And, maybe if that got back into human consumption, there'd be less autoimmune diseases. Another federal study, funded study published in 2022, found that feeding cows help reduces their stress. Researchers also looked into how CBD affects stress and pain in horses. There you go. So, if you know any veterinarians out there in the U.S., tell them, hey, that they're using cannabinoid therapy on animals. Tell them about this study. And just so you know, you can find it on the Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News Facebook page, and you can just go right to there, or you go to Marijuana Moment and look there, because our furry friends and others can benefit from cannabinoid therapy, and why not give it to them if you can help them, right? Okay, people, other than that, I'm done for the day. I covered all my stories. So other than that, from the legacy420.com news desk, that's the Pace News Report for January the 16th. And thanks to our buds at the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, legacy420.com, Limestone City High, hydroponics.ca, and at east.ca. In closing, weed. I like to say thank you for watching, or, maybe listening. But other than that, don't forget to educate, medicate, and please do not incarcerate. That's why you need to federally legalize cannabis in the U.S., not the statewide stuff. Do it the right way, folks. Talk to you all Monday. That's right. Monday. We'll see you Monday morning at 10 o'clock. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
One sec.
Peterborough.
Are you guys there?
Yes, we're here. How are you guys today?
Excellent. How are you, Peterborough?
We're good. We're good. Yeah, good. We're good.
Thank you for, there you guys are. You just finished your meeting, right?
We just finished the here at the Cafe here in Peterborough.
How was 420 in Peterborough?
I'm gonna let goes here. We're gonna let him talk to you all about that and how.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, we did pretty good here. We had about 250 people. It was freaking cold, so a lot of people didn't stick around. But We had live music, over $1,500 in prizes and giveaways, and it was a great year. It was a lot of fun. I'd like to give a couple shout outs here. Thanks to Erfurt and the whole 420 Toronto crew for all their efforts, giving the love to all the Canadian 420 events. I'd like to thank Pipe Dream Space, Women's Alliance, Peterborough Emporium, GTA Seed Bank, Kawartha Mums and Dads for Marijuana, Peterborough Hydroponics, all my volunteers, the City of Peterborough, so many more, for everything, so much help to make this year's event come together.
That's amazing. Now, how many people came out last year?
Last year we had 300. The weather was a lot nicer.
Yep, but you had about the same number despite it being badass cold.
That's right, we did.
I mean, I hate to break it to Chris Goodwin and I looked at each other and like, man, if I didn't have to be here, I don't think I would. Did you have that feeling?
Oh yeah, you weren't the only one, I'm sure. I see some pictures from the different events where people are talking about how cold it is, and you can see the look on their faces.
Yeah, people were running home and getting their blankets and coming back and wrapping themselves up in flags, and it was pretty funny.
That's amazing that people would be prepared to spend hours out in the cold like that.
Yeah, like
to protest vision, don't you think?
Very different for people, but it also shows their commitment to it as well, right? Like we had snow up here.
We had snow up.
Yeah, it was snowing.
Yeah. Quick question then. You were going to have a well-known conservative member come out to your rally. Did he appear?
No, there was no sign of him or any friend.
Oh.
It was just.
So, what are we going to do about Dean Del Mastro?
We'll just invite him out to Cannabis Day.
Excellent. I got invited to Cannabis Day July 1st. What happens on Cannabis Day?
It's pretty much the same thing, but sure we're trying to get into the Cannabis Day parade, so we got our fingers crossed, and we're really hoping to get into that.
You're hoping to get into the City of Peterborough's Canada Day parade?
Yeah, we're trying.
Yeah, correct. Right downtown.
With a float?
No, we're thinking just 4 people with flags and a couple other people handing out brochures and CDs with good links to valuable sites, like that.
Exactly.
I'd go up to that. How about a float?
We did discuss a float, but we don't have enough volunteers to take away from the event to be able to do a float.
I'll come down in a Mini Cooper.
If we're allowed in the parade, we'll invite you.
Okay, then. I will come down in a Mini Cooper. Right, Goodwin? He just shook his head. Yeah, we'll bring a Mini Cooper. We're very good at,
I just got emailed a 420 Peterborough video.
Yes, my fiance,
Excellent.
Mary Jane Gonjagirl, worked very hard to get that up and out for today.
So, did you learn anything new after doing it a couple years? Have you learned anything?
It's a constant. This year, we had a group of unknown people go around, and when we showed up at the park in the morning, there was posters, the whole park, all the benches, the water fountain, the trees, all with posters saying, "I was wrong, don't," and they were posted everywhere. We spent about 45 minutes cleaning up before we could even set up.
You had anti-protester people protest ahead of time?
That's correct, but they didn't have the balls to come out and debate it with us.
And they didn't show
Damn.
up in person.
Wow. That's harsh.
They just had the posters around the park. And you commented earlier that they actually went around to the Herb for Herb posters.
Yeah, they spray painted big circles, the no circle around the pot leaves, and then they posted the "I was wrong, don't legalize" the posters underneath all the Herb for Herb posters around Peterborough the night before the event.
I think Dean Del Mastro was at your event.
Rumor, and it's only, but rumor has it was the Sir Sanford Fleming Police Foundation students, but we haven't confirmed that yet.
It's a small town. We can get down to the boss taxes on this.
There's lots of people trying to figure it out. So we're gonna, when we put up the Cannabis Day posters next weekend, a couple people are gonna sit out all night and watch for them.
Put it on the camera.
Yeah.
And then what are you going to do? I mean, shame them?
pepper spray them.
How dare you share your opinion too, on top of mine.
Listen, they can put up their opinion as long as it's next to or beside ours.
Not on top of it.
Exactly.
It certainly didn't slow anything down for us. So.
No.
But you are right. They were kind of cowardly not to come out with a megaphone of their own and shame you.
Yeah, exactly.
It would have made my day for any one of them to come out and meet me face to face.
Exactly. It just happened, though.
Democracy, anyway.
Following the...
So, Peterborough, July 1st. About the same size you said this year, but it snowed. Did the snow accumulate on the ground?
No, it didn't. It fell for about a half hour, but no accumulation.
What was the best contest or game or activity you had?
We do 4 free entry draws, which anybody can enter. It's just a guessing draw. A seed guess, a roach guess, a rolling paper guess, and a bag guess. And whoever guesses the closest without going over wins a prize that I select before the event. And then we also have a 50-50 draw, which has a ton of additional prizes. And at the end of the event, we just throw out all kinds of rolling papers and rollers and magazines, and we just toss them out into the crowd for people to grab.
You'll see.
That's
you'll
awesome.
See the some of the free prize that Blaze is talking about at the 420 Valley website. There's some pictures posted there.
I didn't catch all of that.
Al uploaded some of the pictures of the prizes and stuff being given away and thrown out up onto the 420rally.ca site earlier today.
Wonderful. We'll post them in tomorrow morning. I appreciate that, Al. And you had 1,500 in prizes and 300 people. I guess your chances of winning were pretty high then, correct?
Yes, almost everybody walks away with something.
Nothing like a good rally when you can go home with like rolling papers or a grinder.
Yeah, that's right.
It does bury the seeds and gets people to keep coming out. Well, last year I won a grinder and they gave away a bong.
Yeah, we gave away 3 bongs and probably about 400 seeds got given away as well.
Wow, 400 seeds.
3 bongs.
Oh. Got to do, yeah, come on up. We're switch to the cam. You got that rolled up now.
Yeah. All our sponsors are in line. We have 5 sponsors that sponsor every event, so we're pretty much covered, but we always welcome more sponsorship.
Nice. Bird for Herb helping you guys out. Sound was good. People could hear you.
Yep. Oh yeah, we had a live band with a great sound system. Plus, I had the megaphone, and it was great. Everything went well this time, and I have to thank all the volunteers that came on board with me. Previous years, it's been my fiance, Mary Jane Ganja Girl, and myself, and doing all the lead up and all the setup and everything for the event. And this year we have 5 new people, and it's been spectacular.
That's wonderful. 5 volunteers, and that's the power of 7 people getting stuff done there, Smash.
That's excellent. Thank you for your commitment.
It's especially Peterborough.
I would have never got into it if it wasn't for Mark Emery. His bus encouraged me to stand up for something that's worthwhile standing up for.
Unfortunately, it's when people get busted that they decide to start doing. They should do before they get busted.
That's right.
Yeah, that's people.
Like, don't wait for the catalyst. Just start doing. The catalyst will will happen. Trust me.
Yes.
Spend enough time doing this, it's someone you know or you yourself will spend a night in jail. Here we go, Peterborough 420. They're going to spark a big fat joint that they rolled. They were going to show it to us, but they just...
Gonna stand here and watch you burn one. That's alright, because I love the way it smells. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, because it should be legalized. Should be legalized.
I can't tell you what it really is. I can only tell you when it feels right. I come back from work and wanna take a break. Realize my dreams didn't work out. I'm stuck in that race, going to work from 9 to 6. Shouldn't be a disgrace, but not in this place. The United States, where we looked up to Britney Spears instead of Bill Gates. What a disgrace. How did we get to this place where our culture developed really horrible taste? Who do we blame? I can give you plenty of names. I point my finger at them. I don't really care what they say. Look at the magazines, People, Us Weekly and stuff. All those celebrities, but we don't even know who they are. That's because most of us are living lives as normal as hell. That's why we like to smoke and listen to the stories they tell. And if there's something wrong with that, then I don't want to be right. So pump up, pass, and hand me the light.
Just gonna stand here and watch you play. Sour diesel, purple, strawberry haze. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. Should be legalized. Should be legalized.
Hey Congress, we need to get something straight. Don't pretend like you got way too many things on your plate. Our country's broke. You need to fix it today. The people voted for you. Start representing your state and regulate it, so we can end the debate and end the hating. No one should be so irate, because the money we make from taxes would really be great. The deficit would deflate. Don't need to incarcerate. Hey Congress, start using your head. Not everyone who smokes weed is lazy with dread. Sarah Palin, Clinton, even Obama have admitted to smoking it, so enough with the drama. Like prohibition in the 20s, this all is outdated. Weed is safer than booze, it's time to regulate it. And if you don't pay attention to me, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a revolution, and then vote out your whole crew.
Just gonna stand here and watch you smoke. That's alright, I think I also have a coat. Just gonna stand here and watch you go to the sky. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. It should be legalized. Should be legalized. Yeah.
Adam Sandler, one of my biggest. If I'm gonna do a song weed, I'll do it for throttle. Let's name some names, just like the Hanukkah song. But instead of Jewish people, these ones hit the bong. Willie Nelson, Snoop Dogg, those are obvious ones. But Martha Stewart and Oprah, let's start naming the big guns. Kimmel, Jon Stewart, even Stephen Colbert. Woody Harrelson smoked so much that he lost all his hair. Matt Damon, Clooney, Pitt, most of Ocean's 11. If Angelina smoked me out, I think I would be in heaven. Bill Maher, Jack Black, Tina Fey, Charlie Sheen, all four smoke green. So does the Queen, Perez Hilton. We all know you smoke joints. I don't judge you for that. You get extra points. Halle Berry, Richard Branson, John Kerry, Al Gore. I'm not news done yet. I'm gonna name some more. Do you see how this list is ridiculous? These facts aren't conspicuous. My research is meticulous. They've all smoked. And our supporters of weed, the list goes on and on, like Michael Phelps on Capacity, Sacha Baron Cohen, and Justin Timberlake. What they both have in common is that they like to get really big. Eminem, Megan Fox, Rihanna too. I know you smoke Natalie Portman, so this one's for you.
Not gonna waste time and just stand by. I'm gonna send it to my congressman tonight. We is American, that's all time.
Awesome. That was 420 in Peterborough.
Really interesting cover. I enjoyed that.
I gotta congratulate Blaze for setting up that parade route. You know, we go past the Peterborough Police Station, we go past City Hall, Schizophrenia Society building. We've the Wolf radio station that's here in Peterborough. We stopped in there. I went to the windows where the studio is and waved at them. So hopefully they broadcasted that out when we're doing the walk.
So that's can never. Good media is hard to come by some days. You know, trying to get the word out.
We also got a really good write-up in the Peterborough Examiner.
That's excellent. Write-ups in the Peterborough Examiner. Is that Monday's paper?
It came out Sunday night. There's a link to it on the 420 event page.
Excellent. Write-ups, you know, positive. It's only going to keep growing. That's what people don't
all
understand.
the media coverage is really positive.
And more people come out when they read about it. Oh, it was okay. Then nothing happened last year. And then more people are encouraged to come out. Next year you'll get 500 or 600, and it takes a while to get to the numbers we're at.
Especially if you're fighting against people that are postering against you.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't make
Bullshit.
it easy.
Yeah, that's insane. I know Hamilton had problems with people ripping down their posters, but to actually spray paint over your message, that's really wrong.
That's taking it to the next step.
It would be great to find out who they are and confront them about the whole thing and have a civilized conversation with any luck.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can get a civilized conversation. They probably will have mullets. Look for mesh backs and mullets.
That's like racial profiling. You can't do that.
I bet it's just a crazy soccer mom or something like that.
Nah, soccer moms don't know how to work spray cans.
The ones that...
Especially on
probably,
posters that are almost 8 feet in the air.
Sounds
It's
like
some conservative's child.
some conservative. Yeah, it's probably Dean Del Mastro's family. I think it's kids. It's extended kids.
It reminds me of like how Married with Children, there was one woman in like Massachusetts who hated Married with Children and like protested against them, trying to bring the show down.
Wow.
They made fun of her on an episode.
It's like Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
You got anything else you'd like to add?
That place like Peterborough pitched in this year, had great rally, great video by the way, guys. And
Yeah, I really want to say that I liked that cover song as well. It was awesome.
That's the first video that we've ever done. My fiance, Mary Jane Gondriol, she just learned how to do the video editing last night and today. So, first video ever.
Awesome.
it's amazing how these things technology is making it so social revolutions are much easier to catch on that way because of, it's easier to make a video and showcase what you're up to.
Exactly.
I didn't know stuff happened in Peterborough.
I think that's really important too, and I'm glad that it's happening.
I'm glad it's happening in these communities and they can Skype into us.
Yeah, Chris goes through the hours of video footage of all the rallies and protests, and Myrna as well. They're going to compile it all for the website. And it's so fun to watch and see the people from across the country and all the different cities. And Chris and I were saying that video we played at the beginning of the show, how each person that is willing to grab the mic and is so carefree as they talk has something different to contribute to the conversation as an individual. And it was so nice to see each of them, what they had to say.
Yeah, so it's just can't say enough things about Peterborough. It's good that you guys called in from your monthly event it is it not?
Yes, we do the videos here at the Carte Diem Cafe on Armour Road once a month, usually the third Tuesday of the month. And we'll have different themes, like today was on history, so we because Jack Herrera had passed away on April the 15th in 2010, for the 3 years that we've been doing these videos on this weekend, at this time, we showed Jack's video all about the history of what he did to bring awareness in the cannabis movement.
Oh, that's
a bit of a celebration.
And it's nice that a small community can get that. People don't understand, small community, it's harder to make inroads in. And
yep, it is.
Definitely.
And, congratulations to Blaze. He's been at this for 4 years, and started out as a booth there at the park, and as you saw tonight, there's a video and pictures, and the thing's getting bigger, permits, the whole bit. So, congratulations to you, Blaze, for what you've been doing.
Thank you. It can't happen without the whole community, though. It's just more than just me.
Agreed. It's you got a good group of volunteers. It sounds all around you guys, and it all sounds like you're all pitching in to do hard work. So we appreciate that. I mean, it demonstrates what 5 or 6 people that want to do something can do.
I also appreciate you guys being regular contributors to the show. If you're not viewing online and Skyping in, you guys are here in person, and you're awesome.
Definitely.
Thank you.
You guys are awesome, too. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all about spreading the word, guys. Well, we're going to have to let you go. We're going to close
Actually.
we're closing the place up here.
Thanks for calling in, guys.
Thanks for everything. Thanks for having us on, and just keep at her.
We will. You guys have yourselves a wonderful
You
night.
too. You too. Thank you, and thank you everybody there at the cafe at Vapor Central for all you do.
Appreciate it.
Tim, you've built yourself a cannabis business. So tonight we're going to learn, the history about the your business, as well as what the future holds for Legacy 420. So you started out with a retail store, and I remember you just had a little wee back room back there in behind, and that was about it. And you've, as we've mentioned, you built the new building. Now it's larger, as we mentioned, than an LP
Much,
or a
much
micro.
larger.
So, how big is it, and what all is in it?
Okay,
what's
so we
all
went
in?
from
What's that?
so we went from 1,000 square feet to over 10,000 square feet, right? So it's a big building with a lot of power in it, right? Like it packs a big punch. So you have production facility, testing facility. You actually got 3 production rooms, a wet lab, dry lab, and testing facility, as well as retail outlet, administration offices, and the retail, I don't know if we mentioned that, is probably 3,500 square feet, close to
Yeah,
4,000
and
square feet. Yeah.
it's high
And it's
ceiling,
20
high
feet ceiling.
ceiling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's quite a building. There's 20 acres of land, and there's a greenhouse in the back. I'm actually talking with a group of people that are very interesting, that have a vision for the business. But there's a lot of nuances with it, right? So I'm looking to part out fairly quickly.
Right. So you're talking about parting out. You're talking about
Yeah,
selling
and so
Legacy
they're looking
420.
for 5-year type thing before. Yeah. But a
Yeah.
very interesting group talking about psychedelics. We're talking doctors, nurses, full script, the whole thing. But I'm 65, and it's a huge gamble at this juncture in my life, right? So I just want to kind of just retire, right? And just let the younger generation grab the reins and giddy up.
You've got 20 acres of land there. You've got the
20
green.
acres,
You've got a greenhouse. You've got the building. Like, it's there. Anybody who's looking for it's running.
Oh yeah, and
Set
with
up and
that comes
operating.
all the equipment in the building, right? So you got all the
Right.
bells and whistles to make oil. Just about everything you would think you would need is there. There's probably there's a complete, obviously, for interested people, there's a complete list of everything in the building and its value. But just in bleakers alone, Al, there's probably $100,000 in bleakers, and just in molds, just gummy molds. There's got to be another $100,000 just in gummy molds, just in molds.
Yeah.
So we have a SKU of 2,700 different products. So all the formulations come with it.
Yeah.
All the staff come with it. So you're on day one. You're in production.
You're in production.
Day one. You're producing.
It's going.
Boom.
It's operating. Exactly. Before the break, we were talking about the lab and the fact that you're not just some handheld machine. You've actually got actual lab equipment, and tell us a little bit about it. Like, is it chromatography, or however you say that word?
Yeah. Yes, chromatography. Yes.
Okay.
So there's 2 machines in there. And I'm not quite sure the name of the other machine now. I hire very smart people to work those machines. I don't work them myself. But they're exactly the same machines that Health Canada uses, and everybody else that's in this business, in a meaningful way anyways. And as I said earlier, there's a whole cornucopia of reasons for using them, and health and safety is the very first, and basically that's why we're using them, right? So health, safety, security, and that's the thing about having this machine in your as a business investment. It not only brings you safety and security about what you're selling, but it dials in all your products as well, right? So you shouldn't even be in production if you don't have the ability to test it. Like, think about that just for 1 second, right? So your input material comes in, right? Somebody tells you it's 20%. You're putting it in and doing your calculations on 20%. What if it's 10%? Your input product's 10%.
Exactly.
Or even worse, 4%, right? You can test anything, right? And there's the other thing, right?
The accuracy of the product is so important.
Yeah,
You mentioned that. Now, are you? I know at one time when I've talked to you in the past, you're doing nation to nation stores.
Yeah, so we do quite a bit of so we do quite a bit of wholesale. So it's probably creeping up to 40% of sales anyways now.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'd like it to be obviously higher. But it takes time. So we only started it in, I think it was 2019, just prior to the pandemic. So it's now almost 40% of the sales. So it's coming along pretty good. We do a lot of sales in the cities, to ventures that are indigenous ventures that are set up in the cities.
So the nation to nation on your wholesale end, you can only do it in Ontario. You can't send it across.
Oh no, we go straight across Canada.
Oh, okay.
So we have clients in Saskatchewan and Manitoba as well.
Yeah.
Not in British Columbia yet. So I think we've had something like 2 million or 3 million people go through that business.
Really? Wow.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow. Trademark.
Yes.
I forgot all about that, and I'm just looking at the website. Holy shit! Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. That long time.
Yeah. You were a long time getting that.
7 years and $50,000 later. It's you know what the cost is for me? It's about $2,000 a month.
That's ridiculous.
What I pay them.
Why?
Well, trademarks. So there's probably 5 or 6 trademarks that we got in. But the most important one, obviously, is the one for the business. I'd be open to leasing, but I'd much rather see the building be sold. But if it had to be a lease, I could set up a 20-year long-term lease.
Right.
But I'll put the building in my son's name, and if I die, then everything goes to him, right?
Correct.
It really doesn't matter.
So I just want to do a quick rundown. Legacy 420 is for sale, and comes with with Legacy 420. It's much more than just a retail store. You want to just quickly run down what it all comes with?
Yeah. So it comes complete with everything you need to do production. You know how I built out the building, Al, was I built it out for forward thinking. All right. So in 2018, I had 65 people employed there. Then in 2019, the economy started slow. In 2020, the pandemic happened, and then lo and behold, we are where we are now. But we were running probably 65 people with a $25 million revenue.
Wow.
Yeah. So
that's employing a lot of people and a lot of product.
Yeah, and so that is an 8-hour shift, 5 days a week. So I built out the building for 2 shifts, 2 8-hour shifts, 16-hour. That's how I built the building out to run 24 hours a day. So it's fully capable of producing, I figure, anywhere from 80 to $100 million in production per year. At least that's how I had it built out. And so there's, on the other end of this recession or whatever we're coming into here, that's a big dream for the right person.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It's a turnkey operation, folks.
It
It's
is a
already there.
turnkey operation.
It's already up
Absolutely
and
is.
running.
Yeah.
Anybody who's interested in looking into Legacy 420, where shall they go to as far as like
Just come on down. Yeah, just come on down. Give us a call. We'll give you a tour. We're generally what we do is Jordan usually does probably 15, 20-minute tour through the building, check out all the departments, usually a little bit longer. He describes products and that. So maybe half an hour tour. And then when the tour's done, boom, we sit down and start discussing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And just for anybody who knows, who's interested, here is the contact information. There's the address. There's the phone number.
Perfect.
Just that's right there on the legacy420.com website. Just scroll down to the bottom and send them a message.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options. Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyendinaga.
When you think of the number of unique products developed in the fields, kitchens, and labs at Legacy 420, it's hard to think that one stands out above the rest. But tell that to the thousands of people who have tried this amazing breakthrough product. Sacred Salve, so easy to apply, along with soothing relief. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Give us a bit of a rundown, and then maybe get us we'll go from there.
Yeah. So I opened Legacy 420. Actually, it was in 2014. And then tried to get a license for it under cannabis to no avail. So I opened a license under just Legacy 420. Didn't make any reference to what I might be selling. I just put paraphernalia, so i.e. pipes and so on. And so that was always basically my dream, Al, was to be in the cannabis business. I'm sure it was you guys' dream too, right? So
That's
from
right.
an early age, yeah. So from a very early age, I had dreams of opening, a dispensary.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, the Liberal government was talking about it in 2013, and it got me thinking, right? So I thought, well, as Native people, we should be really thinking about this, because this plant fits right in with the rest of our medicines. And so, I basically launched Legacy, and no fanfare. Sat there in the store probably for 6 or 8 months all alone. Nobody ever came to the door. Everybody's afraid to come to the door.
No.
Oh yeah.
So would you not have had a sign out on Highway 2?
No, I wasn't. No, because at that time I had a partner, and I won't mention his name or anything, but I did have a partner, and he had cold feet, so he didn't want to make any admissions. He wanted to do it on the downslide,
And
and
then
I wanted to be bold.
were you in the
We had
strip
a
mall
statement
at
to
that
make.
time?
Beg your
Like,
pardon?
like when we met, you were in the strip mall there on
Yes,
Highway 2. So
exactly. Yeah,
that's where it was launched from,
that's
in
where it was
beside the
launched.
cigar store.
Right, which I own too. Yeah, yeah. So I had both the stores, and the another friend of mine had the other store.
Mhm.
So basically, we opened the store with the premise that there'd be no consultation, and sure enough, we were right. Right, so we're never consulted on anything, and so an educated guess, and it turned out to be exactly that. There was no consultation, nor would there be. So in 2016 or 2015, yeah, 2016, the police came to my shop, and
Project Long Arm.
yeah, basically I had been in operation for probably almost a year before they came along, and wanted to shut me down. Basically said they were going to arrest everybody in the store and shut us down. And so I basically challenged them. I said, well, look, I've got a lot of evidence here that says we have every right in the world to not only be using this plant, but selling and trading this plant as well. And I said, why don't you do yourself a favor and me a favor, and instead of raiding this store, give us a couple of weeks or a couple of months, take that pile of paperwork that I just gave you and take it to Ottawa and see what Ottawa has to say about it. Right. So he did. He took it to the public prosecution, Judy Raybow's office, and we got a positive assessment. They ended up calling me. Yeah. So they called me 3 months later and basically said, leave your reporter and your lawyers behind, come down and see us. And so I did. And when I got in the office, there was, not one or two police like there usually is. There was, 5 or 6. It looked like the whole department was there, and they were all huddled around a big conference room table. So I plopped my ass down, and basically the chief of police said, "We don't, we don't know how to tell you this, so we're not. We're just going to read it to you." And so they read me the statement from the Crown Prosecution's office. And basically, it's rubber stamp my position that constitutional right to this plant. So basically, they were told basically to stay away, right, until this was sorted out through Ottawa or the courts, and because Justin Trudeau was, about to legalize the plant, and really they didn't want to rock the boat so early in the game, and the constitutionality about it all. So
Yeah.
so
Wow.
one of those two,
So
they basically left me alone.
yeah, and basically I look at that as you're the first cannabis,
I was the first,
indigenous
yeah.
cannabis store, legal store that was selling. And because of your actions is what we see. Like, I'm in the middle. I live in a spot where I got access to 100 stores.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Al. So what I did there is was huge, right? For the wealth
Major.
of Indigenous people across the country.
Correct.
So today, I think there's something like 1,200 dispensaries on First Nations across reserves. Now, overwhelmingly, a lot of those nations have improved their lifestyles, right?
Yes.
So they're able to go and buy a nicer car, or maybe rent a better apartment, or possibly buy a home, right? And literally that's why I started this, because I knew, because I come from tobacco, I knew that we literally turned tobacco upside down in a matter of a decade. And we stole position, we stole revenue, and we rained down hell on the big players. And so we basically took market position. And so I coming from that industry, I knew we could do this. I knew we could affect change, lower the prices, right? And move this forward for all of us. And sure enough, that's where we are today. Now, it's so systemic now that all the chiefs are basically on board. There's the odd one that's against it, but for the most part, this is a decade of cannabis use in First Nation. And there's been no
Yeah.
deaths, Al. Remember you and I, we used to discuss this back and forth, right? This plant has never
Yeah.
killed anybody. But now the chief and the council see with their own eyes that
Yeah.
there's no death. And there's only growth for your nation out of this.
Correct.
Right. And so,
Employment. and-
right. So
yeah.
when I opened up my store, band councils, basically their highest wage was, anywhere from $18 to $20. Well, that was the starting wage. So basically what I did was force the council and the bands to increase their wages. And not only they're running parity with the province now. That's how many employees I took from them, right? And treated them well. And there's what you have to do. You have to pay people well and treat them well to get the results that you need to be successful in life, right? And that's all you got to do. And so the band councils weren't very good at that, but now they're treating their people a lot better. And this is good.
Good. Oh.
Right. So we there's where the seed, right, was planted in my head for a production facility, right? So it was at that moment, 2016, that I realized that we had enough capital and enough customers to sustain a production facility, right? And I knew, right, that we had to be constitutional, that we had to protect ourselves legally, right? And so that's what I began. I began to do that. And so that's when all right, I need to get a piece of land. I need to put up a building. I need this, I need that. So I started strategizing and hiring the necessary people to help me along with that.
Correct.
So that was integral. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Now, the building that you did build and you're in now, that has been built to basically
LP standards.
LP
licensed
standards,
producer
exactly.
standards. Yeah, pretty much. So
like it's
that's
bigger
why I
than a
built it out like
micro
that. Yeah,
What's
so
that?
I absolutely built it that way because when I was talking to the council shortly after I had my talk with the police, the council called me in and basically read me the riot act. They knew that they couldn't do anything to shut me down. So we discussed the problem, the parameters, what the future is going to look like. They had no idea. And so I laid out what I saw coming. And the chief at the time and the council were of the position that, no, we're going to control this. And I go, okay. And I told him, I said, there's going to be 50 to 60 stores all through this community if we don't start talking right now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So they chose not to. They thought they had the upper hand. And and so here we are with 60 stores. Right.
So did they not at some time, you guys did meet like as a community to come up with some type of standards or?
Well, yeah. So, we created all our own standards. Right.
Yeah.
And so when the council came to do the tour, they were just blown away. So even everybody that's been to this store, and like I say, I've had the UK delegation. I think it was 9 members of parliament, 2 knights, and a lord visit from UK.
Wow.
Right. Yeah. Right. So no federal MPs from Canada came, but at least the UK delegation came. Right. And so, they're standard.
You as far as the tour thing there, you're talking about the UK, but you've also got like universities, colleges.
So
colleges that come through.
So we're working with 2 different colleges right now.
Yeah. Look what you've accomplished so far. Like all the stuff that we discussed, and
just imagine what the next generation.
Exactly, and the psychedelics and going on to the younger generation would be that next step for the business.
Right. So all the native groups right now, so your NGOs are basically on board. So the Union of Ontario Indians, Chiefs of Ontario, and AIA they're all on board with a holistic approach to cannabis. So they'd like to see a health and wellness roll out with not just cannabis, but with other medicines in there as well. And that's what this group of people that I'm talking with right now, they have their eye on that ball as well. So I think what you're going to see in the future here from the legislation I've been reading, it's already been done. So there's going to be a change in approach in how we deal with sick. I think it's the right approach. So the fear of the federal government and the provinces right now is that the far north, they have very few doctors, nurses, medical professions, and hospitals in the north. And what they're trying to do is basically weaponize groups of people, such as myself and other groups, to bring holistic medicines and start basically treating them right on First Nations. So it's an interesting time right now for healthcare. Yeah, interesting. So
like basically traveling or set up some type of treatment centers.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're talking. Clinics.
Yeah.
Series of clinics. Yeah.
It's such a benefit for nations to have it. Like with the medicine, the Benesso, it's just such, and the employment and the opportunities to do and grow and learn. It's just such a great opportunity. I wish more
a huge
councils would be on board, right? Like,
I totally agree with you.
I just running. This is the top of your main page of your website there. So that's the little video that's running.
Right
there.
on.
You see the store. See your bike.
Oh, the bike's for sale too. It goes with the store.
Yeah, does it?
Don't tell my husband that.
I'm too old for that now.
My husband's Crees, not Mohawk. Don't tell him that the bike goes with the store.
You can see in the one picture there, right now, I think it's right after the store here, the jars of the oil, of the cannabis oil.
Right.
There you go, right there. Because you got your lab, you got consistency in your product. The oil that you're producing there, and all your products, like from my understanding, you produce your products with full spectrum.
Usually oil. So full spectrum is used only. We do have full spectrum, or not full spectrum. Yes, everything's full spectrum. What am I saying now? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, everybody looks at things differently. Different terms mean different things to different people, right?
Yeah. So there is actually a place on our website that you can go to, and there is exactly a certificate analysis for every product that we sell.
Oh, I believe that for sure.
Yeah. So like there's validation when you buy that product, it's validated.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you can see for yourself by just moving around on that website.
I would source like.
All right. So to wrap things up, anybody who's interested in looking into Legacy 420, where shall they go to as far as like
just come on down. Yeah, just come on down. Give us a call. We'll give you a tour. We're generally what we do is Jordan usually does probably 15-20 minute tour through the building, check out all the departments, usually a little bit longer. He describes products and that. So maybe half an hour tour, and then when the tour's done, boom, we sit down and start discussing. Yeah.
And just for everybody who knows, who's interested, here is the contact information. There's the address. There's the phone number.
Perfect.
Just that's right there on the legacy420.com website. Just scroll down to the bottom and send them a message. So,
all right. Right on.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al. on the 420 Pace Project.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinion.
Wrong one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, I ain't on the three high guys.
Okay, let's try this again.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiba grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
That was the right one, Marcel.
Hi, we're the other three high guys.
There was no three of us.
Well, no, there is three of us. Darcy's the third.
Oh,
no, 2.5.
I
Like-
forgot you were 2.5.
2.5.
So I am trying a new player on our website that's been rebuilt at 420radio.ca. Have a peek if you like, and jump in the chat room that's beside our player. I'm putting my name in, Alan, Al, whatever.
What?
R.
What's that room?
There's a what?
There's a chat room.
Well, it's a new player that has a chat, and I just wanted to try it. So I'm going to go, hi. Let's see what happens.
See, Marcel, I told you I figured it out. It only took me 20
Look
minutes.
at that. It worked. It worked. It worked. It worked. Look at that. So pile on to 420radio.ca and join us in the chat room.
Join us in the chat. Yeah, see? So I figured it out, Marcel. A little longer than normal, but I got it.
So I got a thing I want to play before we get into things.
Well, I'm
Are you
still
ready?
waiting to get the page not found. Oh, God.
All right. Well, you're looking for that. I'm going to play this. It's a shorty.
You play.
I get high, I get stoned, I get high right when I get home. I got a lighter, got a bowl, got the devil's green gold, got papers I can't roll. I smoke pot, smoke a lot. I said, Doc, I ain't aiming to stop. I got a dealer in the phone, don't grow it on my own. Legal everywhere except state of call home. At least I ain't sitting in prison at the moment. We can smoke together, but I really like smoking alone. It's all cop, it's all lot. At the DUI checkpoint stop, yeah. I got a gram inside my coat that I really want to toke. I was on my way to buy some tops. He said, sir, is that herb? I'm picking up on your nerves. And I thought for a while with an innocent smile. Said, no, sir, then my thoughts ran wild. No, I ain't high, but I must look fried. And I fit the profile of a reefer toke kind of guy.
So that is a pot song by Hunter Roots, and it's on YouTube. He's just released it. I like it. The video is really good. And Marcel is playing, and so is Dale.
That
Great.
style of guitar.
I got another
music,
screen. Oh, it works on this one.
Yep.
that's like my
Okay,
buddy Mike.
cool.
Yeah, that's
Hello.
I like that kind of guitar picking. I really like Billy Strings, who's a really good picker as well. Very quick.
So hello to Buddy and Dale for saying
Hi, Bud. Dale. I asked Dale to try the new chat, so he is. Thank you very much, buddy. It's going.
It works.
Yep, it works.
I
Awesome.
can go say nasty things about Al, and then they'll show up here.
There you go. Yeah, you can do a hit and run.
Oh, I like that picture, Darcy. That's a good picture.
Is that one of yours, Darcy?
Like I said, it took me what would take you 2 minutes, took me 20. So them gummies do affect your motor skills a little bit.
You
No,
know
they
what I
affect
find?
your motor skills.
Motor skills. You know, when I take a toke and I get a nice good hefty toke. Sometimes I just stop. I mean, my brain just stops for a few seconds, and I have to remember what I'm doing. It's kind of like a.
Yeah, that's me.
That's so hard to get to.
Are there any frills or anything in that chat room there, Dale? I don't see any. I just see.
You can say hi.
Well, you know, a chat room is a chat room, and as long as it works, you know, the other sites that we've tried this on, it didn't work. So
yeah, no, I don't mind that.
It's nice. It's nice that StreamYard works.
I'm not going to click it to play it, but I'll take your word for it that it's running. Dale says it works. I'll take his word for it.
You were looking, weren't you?
Only at the chat. I haven't.
Oh, you didn't click the video.
No.
Yeah, and when you go, all you got to do is click on the video and it'll start. Unfortunately, this one doesn't start on its own like I like, but you know, what do you want for hundreds of dollars a month?
Yeah.
Oh, so if I click it, it's not going to just start and play?
It'll start right when you click it. It'll start at that moment, and then once we're done the show, it'll sit there until I change it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You
So
can't
you can
go back to what we've already talked about.
You could come back at 4:00 a.m. and say, "Oh, I missed the 420 radio show, which is on at 7 p.m." I wish it would. No, not 7 a.m. Marcel would not be up at 7 a.m. Actually, he would be up because he's an hour earlier.
Usually don't call him till 8 though.
Hey, dude, you know, I'm sorry.
That would be 7 a.m.
If you're going to send me a message at 4:30 in the morning, I'm going to fucking answer it when I wake up, which is going to be about 6 or 7.
I don't think I've ever called Marcel before 7:30.
Oh, yes, you have.
Have I?
Yeah. That was back when we used to go to work at 6.
I have my phone set up because it goes into do not disturb at 10 o'clock, I think, until 7 a.m. And
see, mine does that. My phone does that automatically when I put it on my wireless charger at night.
Yes. I don't have mine set up like that, but yeah, it just goes on automatically at this time and that time. But
the only thing that I get is alerts.
I'll get alerts, but not sounded alerts, right? And
I get every fucking alert. And if it's a ring, if somebody actually calls,
if somebody calls me when I'm in do not disturb, they have to call twice. Then it'll ring through.
Oh, maybe they have to do that on mine. I don't know.
That's how I have it set up.
I don't know anybody that's stupid to fucking call me in the middle of the night.
Unless it was an emergency.
Well, yeah, but even then, you have to be ready to be put up with it. So,
Marcel, I think if I was having a heart attack and I called you from the ambulance at 7:30 in the morning, you wouldn't mind.
Al, if you called me from an ambulance because you were having a heart attack, my first question is, why the fuck are you calling me?
And if it was at 7:30, it would really be 8:30.
Yeah, it'd be 8:30 our time.
You'd be up anyway.
I've already been up for a while. I'm already on my 4th or 5th joint by then.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, and already got everything rolled for the day.
Yeah, in most cases.
You got your picture figured out, Darcy.
What's that?
You got your picture figured out. Now, what's the name there? I can't pinch your gut.
Pinch Gut Valley Farms. It was. I want to open up a processing facility.
Oh, cool.
Right, like what we like a legal processing facility, and that's what I want. I want to name it Pinch Gut Valley Farms.
Well, you shouldn't tell people like that because somebody's going to go and register that business name and fuck you for it.
Well,
I doubt it.
I doubt it. A lot of people can't even fucking say it.
And most people, that's how Darcy and I met. When we first met, Darcy introduced himself and he said, I said, where do you live? He said, Pleasant Valley. I said, you mean Pinch Gut. And we became friends ever since because I actually knew where Pinch Gut was.
And he likes your sarcastic nature.
Well, I think I was as pissed off as they were when they changed the fucking name. I love that name.
Cool.
Yeah. No. So that's what I want to do. I want to open up a processing facility, and that's the name of my farms. But that strain right there in that picture is the lava glacier.
Lava, 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 lava,
lava,
lava, lava, lava.
It's actually a really good strain.
Oh! Hold on 1 second. You ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
This is how.
No, that's not that one.
What are you smoking?
Or eating, Darcy?
Oh, I ate a gummy, but I'm rolling right now. I'm rolling up some fuck.
Gummies working.
Fuck.
No need for that, doobie.
Hey,
Oh,
Dale thinks you're pretty, Darcy.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
You're not too shabby yourself, Dale.
They used to be neighbors, like right next door to each other, and I think they miss each other.
The bromance continues.
Yeah.
It does. But you're Marcel, but you're still my lover.
Oh, thank you.
You're the one I call and say I love you too by accident all the time.
It's only been a couple times, but it's funny as fuck when it happens. What are you smoking?
You know what? I pocket dialed Tim Barnhart one night at like 5:30 in the morning.
Speaking of him, he's selling his fucking Legacy 420, eh?
Yes, he is. Yep.
You should buy it.
With what buttons? Where's your processing facility there, Darcy?
Oh, I know. But it's in Ontario, and I don't really want to live in Ontario.
Did you know? I forgot. Oh, Ontario is about to get whacked in the behind by a deep freeze that could plunge us down to minus 32 Celsius.
Nice.
No, it's not.
That's you. That's not us. That's you. So there was on YouTube today. There was there's this American guy that does these videos all the time about Canada, and he's rather shocked at
what he finds out
are in Canada. So he was going across Reddit, and somebody in Reddit said, if you had to move out of your province, only for people in Canada, if you had to move out of your province, what province would you move to? So, of course, that guy got really interested in this whole Reddit thread. So what do you think is the province that most Canadians would want to move to if they couldn't stay in their own province?
Ontario.
Newfoundland.
So where do the people in Ontario go, Al? Since the majority are there.
Newfoundland, because they're all going back. They're all Newfoundlanders.
No. The majority of the people in Canada say they would go to either Nova Scotia. Well, the majority say Nova Scotia, but it's split between Nova Scotia and BC.
The coasts.
And the people that are living in BC would move to Nova Scotia. The people in Nova Scotia would move to BC.
Nobody likes us here in Ontario because of our premier.
No.
He used to sell really good hash, though.
No, but it's the salt air.
It's the salt air. You know what? I'm having a hard time with the moistness here. It's very moist. Moist and sticky.
The trigger word, moist.
Like it's usually right now it's 98% moisture, and outside and 36% inside moisture.
And that's not moist. That's dry.
Yeah, inside.
Yeah, and what is it outside?
98%.
Oh, is it raining?
No, it's like wicked blowing snow and Northern Ontario crap.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
I still haven't been out. My car's still frozen.
Yeah. I don't even know what our weather is. I think we're cold. We're getting a cold snap right now.
Well, yeah, we're Canada is getting a cold snap.
Dude, we're getting rain tomorrow.
Yeah.
No. I mean, a cold snap for us isn't a cold same as the cold snap for you.
No, it's not. No.
Our current temperature right now is a balmy minus 11 Celsius, but going up to a balmy +5 on Sunday.
It's
We got sun tomorrow.
I got rain.
I got sun and cloud and 1 degree, and then rain
here,
on Sunday.
it's only 0 outside right now. But everything's covered in a sheet of snow and it's blowing and the wind makes it,
You're telling me it's colder here than it is in your place?
Yep.
Hang on.
But yet I'm fucking cold, man. I mean, I've had
butt fucked. There's no way you're 0 degrees.
That's what it says on my weather station here.
Yeah, your weather station's wrong. Terrace Bay right now is minus 25.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, you know what it is.
It froze.
It froze. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. We are under a severe weather alert from now until 2 a.m. on Saturday, and it says the Weather Network says it's 1 degree, Marcel.
And on the screen here it says minus 25.
It's 1 degree, but with the wind chill, it's minus 24. That's what I'm getting about the wind up here. It comes right off the lake, right up the hill, right through my backyard, and then hits my greenhouse, which is now down 4 panels. We're going to see if we can get all 8 by the end of the spring or by the end of the winter.
I could print screen this and then turn around, crop it, and show you that it's showing me minus 25.
What's different in Alberta? Buddy said that he'd go to Alberta. What's different in Alberta with the cannabis laws than Ontario and Nova Scotia? Because Ontario and Nova Scotia are very similar.
Cannabis laws, why? Dispensaries are privately owned.
So there's no regulation.
Well, there is regulation.
Okay. Ontario just make the new rules, didn't they, Al?
Is it? We'll get to that in a sec. What kind of regulations are they? Are they more stringent than here? Can you grow there? Blah, 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 blah.
It's the same as everywhere is federally.
Okay.
Right. The only advantage that Alberta's got is no sales tax.
5%, I think, is what.
Is it now?
Said. Yeah, because they do have.
That's GST.
Yeah, they have a federal tax, but not a provincial tax.
Right, that's GST.
But saying that, because that's where my sister is, saying that prices are a little higher there.
Mm-hmm.
Right, like prices are high here. A box of Kraft Dinner, macaroni and cheese, when I moved up here was between 95 cents and $1.40, $2.99 up here.
$2.50 here.
Yeah. It's fucking craziness for a thing that used to cost 50 cents.
50?
Yes.
Fuck, 25 cents, and it used to be on sale for 10 cents.
Fair enough. Yeah. Rosa, come here, please. So what were you going to say, Darcy, about the laws? If you can remember.
What laws?
Blah, blah, blah.
Some things have changed in Canada or Ontario. In Ontario.
In Ontario, the fucking the article we were talking about there today.
Oh yeah. They have they
ran out of money.
The Toronto bylaw and cops are fighting over who's to enforce the illegal cannabis shops. So Toronto, and they can't get anybody to do it.
No, Toronto's the police.
Toronto's throwing their hands up in the air and saying,
well, it's not that they can't get anybody to do it. They were given X amount of money,
and they run out of money. Yeah,
$9 million for this.
Is that all?
Yeah, and they used it up. Now there's no more money, so nobody's being paid to go and close these illegal dispensaries.
So Toronto has said we're not going to close them. We're just going to leave them. But eventually the federal government will deal with it. I guess that's what they're hoping.
Well, then that means the RCMP would have to come in and shut them down.
That's what I said to Al, because I sent him the article as well.
The Toronto Police Force saying we got bigger things to deal with, like shootings.
But what he reminded me of is the fact that they would most likely just send in the OPP.
Yeah.
Right. Because the OPP, even though it's provincial, is mandated under federal, isn't it?
Nope.
No, it's all provincial.
So then they would probably, I would think that they'd send the RCMP in.
They would have to.
They are the federal cops, or CSIS, or who,
or
the CIA,
or they give Toronto Police Service the money, or they give OPP the money. But every time they go and they do a bust and one of these things,
they just reopen.
But it costs them money, right?
Look
in
at
manpower hours, things like that. Yeah. It all adds up.
Yeah,
so
and
somebody's got to pay for it.
Look at what Cafe has done in cities throughout Canada, specifically Toronto. They have stores that have been open for a long time. They've been raided. They've been shut down. They've had those big, huge cement blocks put in front of their building, where their response was to make an opening so they can get in and out, because they had to leave a door opening for safety reasons. And they put a banner up, which was a photo of the front of the store in front of the blocks, and just kept opening. Fungi's is the new store that is now closed because of the laws with mushrooms, and they were rated 157 times or something like that. Mm-hmm. And they can't afford it anymore, even though I'm sure they're making lots of money. So the smart thing is to go online, which is what they've done, and which is what they're doing. I've been buying online from an online service since I've been here, because I have only one store to go to, and quite frankly, they don't always have what I like.
The online stores are a whack-a-mole.
But if you find a store that is reputable, takes care of you, if you lose a parcel, they cover it, that kind of thing.
Then as far as enforcement on them, Al, it's a whack-a-mole. They can't shut them down. It's hard to shut them down.
Well,
the domain host won't. The RCMP can't. It's something to do with the RCMP can't get a warrant from the domain host.
It's legal to ship cannabis in the mail in Canada. How can you differential this is legal weed and that is not? BC has different laws. So when you order from a company, even if they're based in BC, you're dealing with the BC laws, right?
Mm-hmm.
So once it goes into the mail, it's going to get here. Like I knock on wood, I've had parcels take way too long, like the last two. But I've always got them,
Did you share this show on Facebook?
Nope. Not yet. Would you like me to?
Please.
All right. So you guys can talk while I do that. That'd be awesome.
Okay. Darcy.
Marcel.
How you doing, buddy?
Well, I call it the 4 stages.
Oh, really? What's that?
I'm in stage 2. That's to eat your fucking face off. I want to just eat my face off now.
Oh, right on. Have you figured out what the dosage strength is yet?
No.
Oh.
Is it a distillate?
It's a mixture.
I can't divulge the information.
It's a mixture of a bunch of different concoctions.
Huh. And somebody's munching.
And you can hear me. I was hoping you couldn't hear me crunch.
Yeah, what are you eating?
Well, whatever was close to me, and that's a bag of party mix.
Oh, I miss Party Mix.
Hey,
I
what
can't
were
do
those?
it anymore.
What were those chips that you had there the other day?
Which ones?
I know the ones that Chrissy liked.
The Trailer Park Boys ones?
Were they Trailer Park Boys?
Well, that's the ones I had the other day.
No,
I shared it, Marcel.
not the last time we were there. The time before.
Oh, was it the ones from Walmart?
I don't know.
Was it the spicy queso ones?
No.
I seen
No, it was
the
dill pickle or something fucking stupid, or ranch or something.
the new
Sam's
macaroni
Square
and
Ranch.
cheese. That's Doritos macaroni and cheese. Cheetos macaroni and cheese. That's what it was.
Nah.
Yeah, no, thank you.
What was that, Darcy?
Sam's Squanch Ranch.
What?
That's the name of the chips.
Say it again.
Sam's Squanch Ranch.
Sam Squanch. No, I don't think that was it.
Yeah, I can guarantee it was the Trailer Park Boys ones.
I don't know.
I had a
I'll
couple.
tell her.
I had a couple different flavors of them here.
Hey, Marcel.
Hey, yeah. There it is.
Did you know we're
Alvin.
on YouTube?
Again?
Yeah. Lenny would be so excited if he knew.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Considering Buddy's talking to us from YouTube, I guess we are.
Yeah.
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 Darcy?
Yeah.
Darcy?
Marcel?
Did you know that we're on YouTube?
No, but that's awesome. We're also on Audible.
Are we really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I didn't know we were on Audible.
Yep.
And we're on iHeartRadio.
We're on something else.
Yeah, when I put it up on there, yeah, we are. Yeah. Several
There's all
years
kinds-
of iHeartRadio actually are on there.
Where else are we at?
We're on 420pace.ca.
Okay, because I see like 4 different Facebooks up there.
Yeah, all the different Facebooks. We're on our LinkedIn.
Oh, I can just click these little arrow things and it tells
See
me.
where we go. Yeah.
420 Pace, 420 Radio Show. That's LinkedIn. What's this? 420 Pace. Oh, that's Pace. What's this? Oh, StreamYard on air. Oh, you're live on air.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, okay. Now, Marcel, here's a question.
We can only have up to 1,000 listeners
No,
on.
that's
StreamYard.
just on the embed. That's just on the embed on our website. That's it. And that's not stuff that we need people to know. Thank you, Aaron.
What's OS 1?
That's never mind.
Okay.
We're in the process of making some changes, so I'm not
Cool.
saying, yeah.
Oh, surprise! There's a surprise coming, everybody.
No, just
Buddy
getting
wants
re-
to grow Ricky's hash plant.
We are getting ready to do
I don't think it would grow well in Alberta.
another Can Expo, and so we're trying to get everything all working right and stuff.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't think Ricky's hash plant would grow good in Alberta. Don't go to Alberta.
Ricky's hash plant. I've never heard of that. I've heard of other hash plants, obviously, but
Trailer
not
Park
Rick.
Boys.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Because if Trailer Park Boys grew any plants, they grew them in Nova Scotia. At the trailer park, actually, out behind the airport.
They grew them. They grew them in there at the trailer park. But did they really?
Who? Okay. Have you seen trailer parks in Nova Scotia?
And a little back.
No, I've never watched the show, so no.
Oh,
Marcel,
what was that?
I said a little backstory about Ricky's hash plant. It's a collaboration with Brothers Grimm.
Oh, is it?
Them I've heard of.
That's who they did a collaboration with. And they come
Why
out
do
of
you go-
Europe.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
But what is this hash plant? What's it crossed with?
Man, you crunch loud, dude.
I'm not crunching loud. That's the worst thing.
Gum them to death.
Or maybe I am really crunching loud. And I'm just really high. And I'm thinking I'm not crunching loud.
Welcome to the 420 Radio.
Where we're listening to Darcy have the munchies.
Well,
Today's top subject is Darcy's got the munchies.
Well, this is why I said, if I see my thing on mute, you know what I'm doing. I'm in stage 2.
See, I don't get munchies, so I don't.
Oh, I've had the munchies bad the last from the Death Bubba.
Really?
And I've got Death Bubba and I've got some pink Rockstar. And by the time I'm ready to go to bed, I just have to go to bed or I'll just keep eating. Excuse me, lady. Would you lay down, please? Thank you very much.
I probably solve my munchies by consuming it as edible form.
Well, yeah, which I used to do at the lounge, but then by the time I got home, I was like, "Oh, you're talking about greening out. Holy."
No, I don't do the greening out thing. I'd like to try this greening out sometime, see what it's like.
How many doobies do you
question,
smoke a day?
and he'll send a pack of purple satellite crossed with mother of berry crossed with Pakistani shit full kush. Oh, I'll make a trivia question.
What you're supposed to put that up on the thing so that we can read it, buddy.
Sorry, I was coughing. Dale sending out seeds.
Okie dokie. You got my address. Are they good for up here?
No, he's not sending you seeds.
Oh, but I get a win anyways.
Read what he says, dude.
Yeah, make a trivia question. Yes,
And I'll send
I
it
have
back
to try them too.
Oh, okay. I see how that works.
Make a trivia question. Give me give me. We'll figure that out next week. Remind me.
So basically, he's going to bug me during the week for a question.
No, I'm going to think of something that it doesn't have to be cannabis related.
Why not?
Well, it could be.
It's a 420 radio show, I think, and it's pot seeds. I'm pretty sure it should be cannabis related.
What did you post here?
I didn't post anything.
No, Darcy did.
When?
What you posted it in the wrong thing, Darcy.
Oh.
You posted it in the private chat. Did you want that to go in the regular chat, Darcy?
I will.
I think he fell. He fell out of his chair.
I'll do it. Actually, I'll do it on here, and it'll come up from me. That way.
That way, Darcy doesn't get any credit. There you go.
Yeah. Just like that. Yeah, but they don't see it in
I don't know if
YouTube.
it's going to be too long or not. Let's see.
But they wouldn't see it in YouTube, would they?
No, no. I'm going to post it here in the comments because that they won't see that. So I will go here and here. And
Sure, they see it.
No. You
I
see
see it.
You see it. Yes.
Darcy, do you see it?
But it won't be in the chat, is what I'm saying, Marcel.
Oh.
Yeah. Like it does. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, there you go. See, now it goes to everything. Right?
Yeah. I shared everything.
So we're half an hour into this crap. What are we doing today?
Waiting for Darcy to unmute his mic.
Why did he fall again?
No, I'm right here.
Are you finished eating?
Well, I was gagging my guts up.
How come?
Are you eating too fast?
Well, yeah.
No.
Why?
Shovel it in.
I just had a cough and
I don't have any munchies.
Plus, you had to type all of that out.
no, I didn't type all that out. You crazy?
He plagiarized somebody.
That's from Brothers Grimm website.
So it's a G13 hash plant.
I like G13.
G13. More G13.
Yeah, where'd it go? They actually, Al, that'd be a good place for you to check out for some seeds.
Pardon?
If you ever want some seed, like to buy some seeds, they have really their seeds are reasonably priced, and they have some really good genetics and really good ones for beginners too.
I have to find something that will germinate here because now I'm having a hard time starting seeds because it's so cold.
Yeah, well, they have with a proper heat mat, they have a 98% success rate with their seeds.
Well, I'm going to try I tried the heat mat already and it boiled them. So but now I've got a timer, like a timer plug, right? So
yeah,
I'm going to try, and I'm going to wrap it in a towel and then place them on top of that and see what happens there.
Well, actually, if you want to hit my music. That didn't work.
He's got to move. He's got to move.
I'm not Paul Schaefer, dude.
This is how it grew to be.
I thought there for a second. I felt like fucking one of them wrestlers on TV. Hit my music. Anyways, no, I started some seeds today, Al.
I had a system that I came up with, as you guys know, last year, and that's what I did again. And I put them in the same spot, covered them with a towel, and they're just sitting in a cupboard. But it's too cold here, right? Like the house doesn't go below 18.5 because that's how I've got it set for. But I keep it in the 19, sometimes 20, depending on. But when we get a gust, it changes everything, right?
Yeah, but you got 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts up there right now, so you can understand that.
Sometimes.
So do you have a heat mat?
I do have a heat mat, yes.
So what are the seeds in right now?
Nothing at the moment. I tried one that I had and it didn't work, so now I have to try it again. But if I'm gonna use a heat mat, means I'm paying for the hydro, means I'm gonna do more than one at a time, right? So,
well, I would never germinate just one seed.
Well, it was a seed I found that was in a bag that I bought, and I said, let's see what happens. But I didn't, because I don't want to. But I wasted $172 last year just to try and get seeds to pop, and the ones I ended up using weren't ones that I bought.
Yeah, that's rough.
So I'm not spending any more money on seeds until I can figure out some kind of a system germinating seeds here in the middle of January in fucking minus 20 fucking degree weather. Right? Like the house is warm, it's fine, but what happens is I go to bed, I have it set low. I mean, it has not gotten lower than 17 down in the basement, which is fine. It's 19 down there. Sometimes it's warmer downstairs in the basement than it is up here because of the wind, right?
Yeah.
You got to get yourself
So put your heat mat down there, germinate your seeds down there, do everything down there.
I can't go down the stairs right now. I can't go anywhere. I have not been out in 3 weeks. Remember, my knees fucked up. I can't do the stairs. I haven't even gone out. I've got 3 feet of snow on my deck. I can't even get out the door. Aries came over with groceries for me the other day. He had to hoof it in.
Remember, Al fell down and went boom.
Yeah, a couple of times. Yeah. So I'm still walking around with the walker, and I have people shopping for me when I need. So I'm all right. Bored though, because I like to go out, eh?
Oh yeah, it's nice to get out of the house. Nice to get out of them 4 walls once in a while.
I also don't. I don't like not being able to shop for myself.
Yeah, well, that would drive me crazy.
Okay, Dale. So Dale said that this contest is only open to Canadian residents. Unfortunately, sorry to you Southern people. I guess the U.S. isn't all Southern. The U.S. is across the lake from me. I'm across the lake from Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. That's that's why then people in that 70s show came across and bought beer from the Canadians.
Did they go across Lake Superior?
They I forget what border crossing they were at.
Lake Superior is actually one of the roughest, angriest of the lakes. It's the coldest, it's the deepest. It's considered a freshwater ocean because of the size.
Yeah, it is deep.
There are up and around 500 shipwrecks that they know about, including the Andrea Dorian, right? Is that what it is? Andrea Dorian? Doria. Okay. Which is the song that a song that Gordon Lightfoot.
No.
Who
That's
was
Edmund Fitzgerald.
Okay, so I'm thinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald. That's in Lake Superior, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Not the Andrea Dorian is not.
No.
Okay. That's the one that blew up in Nova Scotia, correct?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking at this can termination system that Buddy was talking about.
Can you find a website? Bring it up.
Yeah, I've got the website. Here, I'll share the website.
No, I mean bring it up, share it.
Well, I'm looking to see what there is worth showing other than me just flipping around to see what they have. So a germination bundle is $103 sold out. Germination canisters, $959. Heat pad, $45.
So I'm a little buggered off because of the fact that I had a system. I figured out a system that worked, and now with the cold, it changes everything. Right? Do the seeds know the seasons? Do they know what time of year it is?
What?
Are seeds affected by the time of year?
No,
they're affected by temperature and light. Temperature, humidity, and light.
Okay.
Yeah. Light. Yeah.
So the can system is designed to make it safe and easy to handle, soak, and germinate up to 8 different seed varieties at once, safely and effectively in our canister. The can system uses convection to create the perfect environment for your seeds, ensuring consistent textbook germination every time. So it's a tray with a paper in it. Put your seeds in.
Darcy?
Yes.
Did you smoke so much you're up and walking around? It sounds like somebody's walking around.
No, that's my dog. That's my dog in the bedroom running around the house with her bone.
I make good gummies, but they're not that good.
Oh, you can only wish, eh, bud?
So I'm glad you said something. I was sitting here staring at the table there for a second. Whoa.
Zoned out.
I was there for a second.
Yeah. I don't know. Seems expensive.
Well, Al suggested wrapping it in a towel and setting the timer for an hour on, an hour off. But what I thought I would try is wrapping the plate and that I use, or I might use a couple of trays that I put together. But anyways, wrap it in a towel and then put it into the sun blaster, because it's that little greenhouse is sitting over a heat register, right?
Yeah. But that heat only comes out when the heat comes on.
Correct.
Right. So,
And it's in the window.
Would you like to know how I germinate my seeds?
Yes, please.
Okay. I have a little glass plate.
Yes, that's what I use. Yes.
And I have a glass bowl.
Okay. Well, I'm using ceramic, but okay.
But I have a glass bowl that fits over the plate upside down.
Yes.
To create a little domed area.
And that's what I do. Yes.
In that plate, I fold up paper towel.
Correct. And moisten it.
I get it very wet.
Moist and wet.
It's
moist.
beyond moist. It's wet.
Moist.
Like if I picked it up, water would drip off of it.
That's moist.
That goes on the bottom. Then another piece of paper towel goes on top. Seeds go inside that paper towel because it's folded over.
Yeah.
Then it's sprayed with water.
Okay. Yes.
And if I'm doing multiple strains, then I do different layers all the way up.
Okay. So, I was going to ask you about that. So then you just record which layer is what.
Right. I mark on the paper towel.
Or what I've done is what I do is I put a piece of tape on one of my Gazé rolling trays that I have, and I put the name of it and then a tissue and a name of it and a tissue, and I can get 4, maybe even 8 in there, and then I'll take another tray and put it on top of that and wrap it with a towel. Does that sound good? Same kind of thing?
No.
So
I don't use a towel.
You don't, but here I might need that with the heat.
No, because what I do is I set it on my heat mat.
Yeah, but you see, I did that last year and they boiled, bud.
Because you got to check them every couple hours, or not a couple hours, about every 12 hours, you got to get them re-wet.
Okay.
All right.
I know what Al's saying. His heat mat got too hot.
His heat mat got too hot. They dried out, and it cooked the seeds. But you've got to keep them wet.
But it also did the same thing to the seedlings that actually did come up. It boiled them.
Has your heat mat got a thermostat?
No. Just plug it in and it's on.
Is your heat mat for seeds?
Yes.
Then it should only go to 74 degrees. You put a thermometer on it when it's on.
Seeds and seedlings. It says it right on it.
Actually, you know
Turn it on and stick a thermometer on it.
I'll tell you right now how hot they are because I got one plugged in right now. And it's likely the same as Al's. Mine ain't got a thermostat on it either, Marcel, so I'll tell you one second.
Mine doesn't, but I've checked it with my heat gun.
I don't have a heat gun. The only fancy toy I have is that soil thing that I'm going to use downstairs when I get everything. You know, when I was just ready to go down and put that fucking tent up and just go for it, and now I can't even go down the stairs.
I wouldn't call a thermometer a fancy toy, but I know what you mean.
Is it you washed it off before you used it, right?
What, the thermometer? Yeah. I've got
Did your mom take your temperature from your bum when you were a youngster? Mine did.
No, never.
Mine did. Yep.
No.
Just be like, yep.
No.
There you go.
No. I mean, we were taught at a young age not to bite a fucking glass rod in your mouth. So if you don't bite the glass rod, then you don't need one shoved up your ass.
Intelligent conversation here on the 420 radio show.
Yeah. Well, I was waiting for Darcy to come back.
He hasn't even done his little thing.
No. But yeah, anyways, because I'll go in and I'll check it on the heat mat. Just lift the bowl, spray it with some water, close the bowl. And usually within 12 to 24 hours, I get 1 or 2 seeds.
1 second.
I'd be very eerie with them heat mats without thermostats.
Well, this is why
if it's a reputable brand that you're getting from a reputable place, So you take it home, you plug it in, you check the temperature. If the temperature's not right, take it back.
Yeah, well, mine, I just checked mine, and mine in the very middle of that heat pad.
Yep.
It's 111 Fahrenheit.
Wow. Was it on the edges?
95. My seed, I just took my seeds off. I checked my seeds. My seeds were 91.
Nice.
Is that okay? Is that too much? Now, okay, so
as long as they're wet. As long as they're wet.
Should I also put it on the timer?
What?
The mat.
See what the temperature is first.
Okay.
But you also don't want that heat, that temperature, that seed fluctuating from, especially a 10 or 12 degree fluctuation, right?
Well, it's normally it's no colder than 18.5 degrees in the house.
Well, that's not so bad.
So, although I've come out and seen it at 17, the basement's been at 17. The basement's at 19. It's upstairs. It's 21 right now.
That's not bad. It's 22 in my house because Scarlett just turned the heat on because she was a little cold.
Yeah, I don't do well. I don't like heat. I get sinus headaches from heat.
Yeah.
So, I don't mind it. Although I've had guests ask me to turn the furnace on.
I guess as we turn the furnace on.
Yeah, it's too cold.
Yeah, we're paying for that heat,
Well, hey, But yeah, no, I need to, my goal for the winter, with your guys' help, is to come up with a system that works every time for me, so that I'm not, because I'm stressing about spending money on seeds and then having them not work. If I got to do seeds, I got to figure it out.
Well, first off, I would not order seeds again until you get it figured out.
Well, this is what I'm doing. I have I've got all the seeds that Paul Martin sent me.
Yeah.
Paul Martin? Yeah. And I've got seeds that Dale has sent me, and I've got a whole bunch of other stuff too that I'm not going to touch because that's the stuff that went fucking rogue on me last year, or now 2 years ago now. So
them lemon skunk ones that you got from Dale, they have a pretty good germination success rate.
Okay, but they're regular, right?
They were, yes.
Okay, and what about the candy cane? You didn't
autoflowers,
answer my fucking question.
Those autoflowers, Al, yes, you can start them autoflowers.
So the candy cane is an autoflower.
Yes, it's not stable.
Is it a female though? Is it a femme?
They're male females, but
Okay.
they're quick. They're quick. 3 weeks after you plant that seed, you're going to have males.
I'll know.
Yeah, you're going to have males. Your
Oh.
males will show first, then your females.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So lemon skunk, and those will grow up here.
Yep.
And the candy cane. And anything else? You know what he sent me. So,
first, the other ones that Dale sent you, Dale knows.
I'm gonna try. I've got the Northern Lights that I'm gonna try again.
Yeah, but the purple satellite mother berries would do best for you up there.
Oh my god, that's an amazing strain.
Because it finishes so quick.
And where do I get those?
Dale. He just said he was going to send you some.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, those are nice. And far as his Northern Lights goes, he knows how that plant grows. He knows what its finishing time is like. I never grew it.
It you know what? I really enjoyed it. I liked what I grew. I liked both of the what do you call them? I got them. The feminized seeds that I had. It's home. I can't even read it. Homesteader E1 or F1.
F1.
And it's a high CBD, and there was another one that I did as well that was a high CBD, both feminized. They both produced. If I had been better at it, I probably would have gotten more, but they just didn't. The buds were huge, but there weren't many of them. You know what I mean?
No.
So I'm not thinking, like, even though I really like the strain, I'm not thinking that that's something I want to waste money on for hydro, right?
Yeah. No, the one thing with that lemon skunk is when you grow it outside, give it lots of airflow.
Okay, can I grow? It'll grow inside as well.
Oh, definitely.
Okay, so I'll start the lemon skunk and the candy cane tomorrow.
Candy cane's about 65 to 67 days from the day you plant that seed. You should be harvesting that plant.
Well, the plan is to start them up here.
Yeah.
And then when my leg's better, I'll move them downstairs. And if I can't get up and down the stairs, then I'll have to set up the tent upstairs.
Is that an auto flower?
Yes, just remember, Al, if you could plant, if you can get someone over to give you a hand, get them to bring up the pots that you're going to plant them auto flowers in.
I have 2 pots already up here.
Perfect. Try not to disturb the root system on that, because the auto, where that plant's not stable, most auto flowers are finicky anyways.
So, here's the thing, okay? That little experiment I did, Marcel, they kept growing the tops that I put, and then put them in the window.
Yeah.
Okay. They kept going quite a long time, but then they just died. And when I pulled them up, there were no roots at all.
Really?
Yeah. So it was literally just sitting there, and it didn't dry even. It was wet. Right. So that was a experiment, been and gone.
What'd you use for root hormone? You didn't use a root hormone, did you?
I did. I used the stuff, what do you call it? I can't remember the brand, but I've got root stimulator stuff, powder.
Yeah.
I dipped it in, sliced it on a 45 with a sharp blade, dipped it in. I even put a little bit in the hole. And it was being fed as well. Both of them were after a bit. So, yeah.
Cool.
No.
Yeah.
So how many never mind. That one just flew right out the fucking window, didn't it?
What?
We might just have to do a short show tonight. What?
and then it got high.
I think we might just do a short show tonight.
Why? Because you're all high? Well, gentlemen, this is how I am every Friday. Come on.
We know. We're here with you. Hello.
Get with the program. Catch up.
We are with the program.
Lightweight. Poor Darcy over there drooling already.
No, not yet.
Is that stage 3?
No, I'm starting to feel that fucking slight aching behind my eyes. I'm hoping I'm not getting a headache from the distillate.
No, you won't.
And I'm trying to think about it, because if I do, then I'll dwell about it, and then it'll be even worse.
Oh, and then it'll be a migraine, and
I'll just take some amitriptyline the doctor gave me, and
they'll have to put you on an IV and probably a respirator.
And then they'll tell you have hypermimesis.
Yeah.
No. Then they'll say, "Oh, sorry, you're HIV positive."
Oh God.
I just left my doctor's office yesterday, so
you gave it to him too.
It was an interesting day.
She shared it around. Way to go.
No, it was an interesting day there yesterday, Al, just to say the least, but everything's working out, so hopefully it does.
There you go.
I think
I gotta go see a specialist in Halifax again, and they don't know how long it's going to take, because the last time they put a request through for me to get into the doctor in Halifax, how long did it take, Marcel? What was it, 4.5 years?
I have to start doing stuff like that with doctors up in Thunder Bay.
Up in Thunder Bay.
Thunder Bay.
Thunder Bay.
Lord Thunder and Jesus by.
Yep.
Trying to find something.
What looks kind of boring there, so I'm looking at our chat. Oh, okay. Mary Jane in an empty hall.
Her video. My living soil mixer. Oh, composter. Is that what they're calling composter? Is a living soil mixer now?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, is that thing I sent you?
Yeah,
Yeah, Al got one of those.
yeah. They've been around for fucking 50 years.
It looks like something that's been around. You know, I can't have one here because the bears will just go at it, right?
Yeah.
We had
Yeah,
a nice
composting could be hard with a lot of bears around. But
not just the bears. You know, there's skunks, there's wolves and skunks and coyotes and dogs and oh my.
Yeah, no, I saw a really cool video of a guys out ice fishing and a wolf ran by chasing a coyote. Looks awesome. And guess what?
What?
The coyote wasn't gaining, but he wasn't losing either. He was keeping good pace.
Wolves are 3 to 6 times larger than a coyote.
Yep.
They weigh in around 150 to 200 pounds.
Yep.
And it's all fucking muscle.
Yep.
A coyote is a somebody's dog that went out and got laid with a wolf.
So it's a Chihuahua wolf cross. That's why they're so nasty. Yeah. Genetically, it was a Chihuahua and a wolf.
Chihuahua.
That's how you ended up with a coyote.
Huh.
You didn't know that, Darcy?
No, I was just sitting here reading.
Oh God, no.
Well, trying to, and the words were like.
Did it hurt?
No, they were just moving on the screen there for a second, and I just had to blink my eyes twice, and now they're all right. No, I was just looking at Brothers Grimm seeds here. They got a Northern Lights cross with Cinderella 99. It's a tester pack. It's 9 seeds.
How much?
But they're feminized. $33 for the 10 seeds or 9 seeds.
Can you send me that information on our private chat, please, buddy?
Yes, I can. But they got a couple.
You know, I mean, that's not so bad. Like when I say I'm not going to go spend money on seeds, is I'm not going to go spend $150 on 2 seeds. You know, because they have that available.
Don't. If you were to do that, I to be honest with you, Al, I got seeds here in my fridge that are really expensive seeds and like really good genetics. I would just send you a pack of them first before you spend your money.
Well, I mean, you know, but I don't want to waste them. So, like I'm annoyed because MJ sent me a bunch of seeds. Now, I'm pretty sure they're older because it was in a box of stuff that she had when she was sending me some stuff, and not one cracked, not one. And they were $75 for the container of seeds. I think she bought them. She bought them, and then, or they were donated or whatever. But the price tag was on it, and it was $75 for. I think there was 5 seeds. So, and not one came up, and I can't remember the strain, but it was a strain I really wanted to try. But so I'm going to try with the cheaper stuff and not waste them, right? And just do what I got to do, right?
Sorry,
I'll have my license signed probably within the month, so I'll be able to bring everything in from the greenhouse and start using that stuff as well, right?
Wow, I just sent that through to Al, and I first sent it to my wife. Wow. Wow.
Your wife has started messaging me in the morning, you know.
Oh, has she?
Yes. She
Have
does.
you started messaging her back?
Yeah, I say hi. She just asked me how my knee is.
Oh.
Lucifer. Yeah, they got a couple of really good strains on here I want to try, actually. These tester packs before they're gone.
Well, the first thing I think I need to do is figure out a cracking system because it's starting to bother me. It's starting to piss me off.
Well, they got Rosetta Stone. I always wanted to grow Rosetta Stone. Well, they got Rosetta Stoned. It's Rosetta Stone crossed with Rosetta Stone. Yeah, so they got her stoned. I'd like to try it.
You can get stoned and learn French.
Yeah. No, you know what? You know what I did? I downloaded Babbel to my phone when it was. This was back when it was free.
Yeah. It's not free anymore.
No. They give you a few things free, and then you got to pay for it.
Yeah, no thanks.
Just like everything. But anyways, I was playing around on Babbel, and I was like sitting there stoned one day, and I said, I'm going to try to learn Swedish. Fuck that. I think I picked the hardest language to fucking try to learn. Like, wow.
So if you're just tuning in and you haven't seen our new website, have a peek at 420radio.ca. It's all redone. We've got there are 1,479 videos that you can watch. Nope, sorry. Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah. I can't read the damn thing.
You know what's really good?
I'm reading recipes right here. Sorry.
No. You know what's really good?
What kind of recipes?
Cannabis recipes.
Fried bologna sandwich with mustard.
Oh, dude, we used to do fried bologna, cut a big thick right off the fucking bologna, cut it thick, throw it into the fucking frying pan, and then just smother it in mushroom on white bread. That's what we used to do when we were doing munchies back in the day. We'd go into my buddy's uncle's fridge and just clean it out.
Oh, I'm bad on bologna is my fucking downfall.
Milk was my thing when I was a youngster. I used to go downstairs in the middle of the night and drink all the milk. My mom fucking was furious.
No, my biggest thing was mine is bologna.
Bologna.
Get up. The wife will get up in the morning. She'll go to get a cream out of the fridge, and she'll find the pepper. I get so stoned. I fucking put the pepper in the fridge.
I do that.
Ready for a recipe?
Yes.
Okay. So are you gonna pull it up on the thing?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Only because of how this recipe is.
What the hell was that, Darcy? Were you choking your chicken?
No, my dog's ball. I just ran over it.
You ran over your dog's balls?
No, her ball. She's got so many toys that they're scattered everywhere all over.
Oh yeah, we have
to chew her. So I got to give her something to chew on, or she'll chew on every fucking thing.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Marcel.
No, Marcel, sorry.
You sure?
Well, you figure you interrupt me a lot, so I was just interrupting you.
Zing! He didn't like that. He went quiet.
The recipe is for butter.
Is that the one that I just... No, that's not the one I just posted.
This is for making cannabis butter.
Okay.
So, this is their recipe. There's 1 cup of butter, a 1/4 ounce of decarboxylized cannabis, and optional 1 cup of water.
Why water? I thought you weren't supposed to put any water in there at all.
Why?
Well, just what I've heard.
Okay, so you heard wrong.
Okay.
And we'll explain. So, decarboxylation. Preheat your oven to 245 Fahrenheit. Grind the cannabis coarsely with a hand grinder. Spread the ground cannabis on parchment-lined paper baking sheet. Put the cannabis in the oven for 30 to 40 minutes, stirring every 10 minutes to ensure even toasting.
Toasty-o-eos.
Infusing the butter, melt the butter in a saucepan over low heat, if desired. Add water to regulate the temperature more effectively during cooking. Add the decarboxylated cannabis to the melted butter. Keep the heat low, ideally between 160 and 180 degrees Fahrenheit, and let the mixture simmer for 2 to 3 hours.
Question. I've always done 220.
220 what?
Fahrenheit?
Yeah.
For decarboxylation?
Yeah.
Okay. But 2 to 3 hours, stirring occasionally. Be careful not to let the mixture boil.
Okay.
All right? So, this is where I'm going to stop for a moment.
Please, because now I'm lost.
Well, if you're going to put your decarboxylated cannabis into a hot oil, which is basically butter, even if it's mixed with hot water, for 2 to 3 hours at 180 degrees Fahrenheit, is going to decarboxylate your cannabinoids.
Hang on, Marcel. My screen is leaking. The smoke from our video is going into my screen here.
Yeah, without having to decarboxylate it ahead of time in the oven, which is going to give you a really shitty burnt taste.
So you shouldn't decarboxylate it beforehand?
Not if you, no, if you're going to be putting it into your stove and simmering it for 2 to 3 hours, that's going to decarboxylate it.
So why not do it once instead of twice, right?
Exactly. So before the internet came along, for years and years and years, how we made butter was water, butter, pot, 12 hours on a simmer.
Okay.
All right. No decarboxylate. We never put pot in an oven.
Okay.
All right. Because as soon as you do that, especially when you, to ensure even toasting, it means that you're literally burning that plant matter.
I was going to say, can I chime in there, Marcel? You're literally your oven is literally vaporized. Your big vaporizer.
Yes.
Well, yeah, but you're only start vaporizing cannabinoids at specific temperatures, like THC is around 350 degrees, right?
Right, same temperature you make cookies.
Well, it starts at around 325 or whatever, and then it goes up from there. That's why I laugh when people say, "Oh, you preheat the oven to 400 degrees for your bread that you're making with canna butter." Well, sure. Why would I do that? Right? At 400 degrees, I'm vaporizing literally the cloud of vapor that comes out when you open the oven.
Oh yeah. I've been there, done that. You see, one of the things that it says in the instructions for making butter with my magical butter machine is to not add water.
Right. Because the magic butter machine is totally different.
And it's sealed.
And it's not meant to be sitting there running for, well, it is meant to sit there for 4 hours, which, again,
4 to 6 hours. I mean, the timer goes up to 6 hours. So
yeah, I never understood the whole purpose of decarboxylating. When I use magic butter, I never once put anything in the oven to decarboxylate it.
Well, you know, I'm who's doing dishes, Darcy?
My wife is.
Okay.
But if I'm going to have something in a heat source for 4, 6, 12 hours.
Yeah, what's the point of decarbing it?
Exactly.
That's why I'm always
shitty flavor.
Fuck, I forgot to decarb again.
Right.
You know, more often than not, I just forget and it works out because I'm cooking my cookies and, you know, it's decarbing while it's cooking my cookies.
So let me finish my recipe.
All right, go ahead.
So now that after it's simmered for a while, it's time to strain it. You want the plant matter out, so use cheesecloth. You can get jelly strainer bags. You can get all kinds of different things, but cheesecloth works really well.
Yeah.
And pour everything through it into a bowl or a container, and then put it in the fridge. Because
I also, when I make a small batch, I put it in my potato squeezer.
Yeah, well, you can use anything to squeeze it out, like you can use your hands and squeeze it out.
Yeah, I can't. I don't have the pressure in my hands anymore.
Right. You'll never get it all out.
No, I know, but you take that. Right. See, I take that and I freeze it, and then I break it up and I make stuff for the dog.
Well, you can do that with it, but I wouldn't do it if it was decarboxylated.
It's not.
Right? Like if it was baked first, toasted. That's the word. Toasted first. No, don't do that.
That was the commercials with what was that?
I don't know. But once you squeezed it all out and got it into the bowl, put it in the fridge.
Yep.
And let the butter harden.
Yes.
Right?
Is there a reason for letting it harden and not using it right away?
Well, because it's mixed with water.
And the water separates.
Right. So the water goes to the bottom, the fat goes to the top, the butter gets hard, you can just peel it out. So
Yeah.
then what I do is once I take it out, I put it into a bowl and I start mixing it around with a spoon and literally squeeze the rest of the water out of it
Okay.
and pour that water off. Right. So as you're working it, water's going to come out of it. And I'll because I use it for recipes and I'll pour that water off.
Can you reuse that water for anything? Would there be any reason to?
No. No, I'm trying to think of any reason that you want to use that water, and I can't
That's
think
why
of
I'm
a single
asking,
one.
because there's a reason for not getting rid of your roots. There's a reason for not getting rid of your stems. So
What's your reason?
I don't know. I'm asking you. You're the encyclopedia of weedy.
I don't keep my roots. And
Some people do. Some people dry them out and grind them and use them for root stuff.
yeah. Some people take the stalks and turn them into pens.
And some people take the stalks.
Some people give the stalks to their dogs as chew toys.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
Yeah, I give Rosa the stalks. She likes them. Her favorite toys, my dog's favorite toys are stalks and small pop bottles. Well, any size pop bottle, really. She likes to put it in her hands and open it and play with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's how to make cannabis butter.
And it's the same process to make coconut oil. Cannabis coconut oil. Pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you use water for coconut oil?
You can.
Because coconut oil has more water in it, right?
What?
But it has more water in it than butter would.
No.
No. Okay.
No. Butter shouldn't have water in it. It should be fat.
Okay.
Right? Unless it's country crock.
But what I mean is there's more moisture in a coconut oil than there is in milk fat. No?
Define moisture.
You don't really...
Coconut oil has a lower melting point than butter.
I guess that's what I'm getting at.
Okay, it just melts at a lower temperature, like 76 degrees.
But you don't need to put water in that, is what I'm getting at.
No.
Okay. Like you would with the butter.
Yeah, I mean, if you're using it, you don't have to put water in with the butter. But what the water is good for is if you're going to let it sit and simmer for hours on end, then it's good to have the water in there to help regulate that temperature.
And it stops it from burning.
Well, the water temperature only gets to 212.
Okay.
What happens after 212 with water?
It evaporates.
Right, it vaporizes. So you can only get to 212. So water is a great carrier for something like butter. The problem is trying to get olive oil off of water isn't the easiest.
Okay.
Right? So in the case of olive oil, then you're going to sit there with a thermometer making sure that you don't go up in temperature, because remember, oils can go a lot higher temperature than water will.
Yes.
Right? So you have to make sure you don't go over 221 degrees.
I used my last time I did the oil thing, I used my coffee warmer.
Well, the other one is to do it in a jar in a pot of water or a double boiler.
I've seen that method done as well. Yeah.
Yeah. And you can do a double boiler with olive oil in your pot in it for 4 or 5 hours.
And just remember, don't decarb it if you're cooking with it. Right?
What do you mean if you're cooking with it?
If you're cooking with
your process of making your butter or your oil is going to decarb it in most cases.
That's what I'm getting at. So you don't need to decarb it to begin with. You don't need to have to decarb your weed because it decarbs when it's cooking the oil.
Right.
Yeah. Or the butter.
Right. Because the reason it's sitting there for 2 to 3 hours at that temperature is for the cannabinoids to actually dissolve and be absorbed into the liquid.
And that's a good argument. You know, the other argument in cannabis is whether or not to flush your plants. That's the argument I'm seeing now. Yes, you should. No, you shouldn't. It doesn't matter. You know. But are we done with the cooking stuff first?
Yeah, we're done with that for now.
Okay, so let's talk about.
We'll save that for next week. We'll save the rest for next week.
All right.
But for the argument of flushing, I've flushed and I've not flushed, and I haven't found a difference between either.
Now, using different now I will say, if you use a fucking triple 20 or a Miracle Grow, first of all, I'll slap you. There's the first issue. Second issue is, yes, fucking flush the shit out of that fucking nutrients or to that soil.
Well, see, if I was growing in just straight cocoa, then I'd have no problem with flushing. But I'm growing in soil. And if I'm growing in soil, what's the sense of flushing? I'm wasting water, literally wasting water.
What's cheaper, the coca or the coconut stuff, the fluff, or soil?
There's no answer to that. There's no answer to that because one, you're going to use a hell of a lot more nutrients than you are in the other one.
Well, yeah, one's basically growing hydroponically.
So you're going to use more nutrients in the non-soil method,
right?
Oh, yeah.
Because it doesn't bind to anything and stay.
You got to remember, there's no bacteria. You have no bacteria in that cocoa except for trichoderma, and trichoderma is really not that beneficial to your plants.
So is that why? But on a large scale, if you're growing hydroponically, then yes.
Well, if you're doing large scale hydroponically, you wouldn't have cocoa anyways.
No,
you'd be doing deep water culture or running an ebb and flow table, or
and they just float the water. The roots just float in the water.
Right. Yeah. So with cocoa, I mean, cocoa is I don't.
What is cocoa? It's just shredded coconut, isn't it?
It's the husk.
Well, it's the husk off of it's cocoa coir is what it is. So
that's the technical name.
Yeah, it's a husk off of a coconut shell, which makes a really nice medium to grow a plant in, except it doesn't retain nutrients.
No.
And it doesn't have any nutrients. So
or beneficial bacteria.
Or beneficial bacteria.
You actually have to put more stuff in, I would
You have to amend all that.
Yeah.
Right. So you've got to feed that plant all the time. Whereas if you have a plant that's growing in a soil mix, then there's already nutrients in the soil. There's already bacteria in the soil. And now all you're doing is complementing it with nutrients.
That's the difference between a soil mix and a soil-less mix.
Yeah.
Soil-less mix is your mixes that have a lot of perlite and vermiculite in it.
And that's to allow airflow and
more air. Yeah.
That's why I like the Pro Mix with the perlite.
I like Pro Mix.
It seems to be the most conditioned. And Pro Mix now they came out with it last year. It's a regular Pro Mix bag, except for it's not a brick. It's you cut off the top and you grow right in the bag.
You can do that in the bricks.
Yes, I know you can, but I know you can. We've talked about that many times, but I'm saying that they actually have a system now available. It just kind of, you just split a bag in half. That's what I've done. That's what I did at the farm, right?
Yeah, you just fold it in half, pull the bag in half, cut it across. Now you have two bags of dirt.
But they're not that big.
They're big enough.
Yeah.
They're big enough for a plant.
Well, if you're going to try something like that, you got to remember to punch some holes in the bottom too. Right?
Oh yeah, because you got to let water out.
Yep. But you see, the new system that they have, you don't have to. The only thing you have to do is cut the top off and put your plants in.
So there's already holes.
Well, I don't think it's holes. I think it's more of a type of product that lets water go through it.
Oh, the material of the bag.
Yeah.
Well,
It might even be something like one of the bags that you get. It might be in one of those, right? I don't know. I've not seen them. They didn't have them here, but I know that they came out with it. I saw a commercial for it. Yeah.
Dale didn't like the Grampies organic soil he tried.
You know, the I got that 420 mixture last year, and instead of the Pro Mix, and I didn't like it. In the Pro Mix, you get your perlite and stuff like that, where in the 420 mixture, there's no perlite, but there's sticks and stems, which does the same thing.
Yeah.
Right? So
I was seriously thinking of growing in cocoa outdoors this year, half my plants.
it makes sense to do or try something like that outside, yeah. But without a watering system.
I'm going to re-amend. I'm going to make all my own soil this year because I'm going to take all the soil that I used last year in all my pots, dump it into a big 4x4 drainage bed that I got out there, a flood table, and then I'm going to re-amend all the nutrients back into it. So
that's what Al's got that thing that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and then I'm going to take it and then I'm going to re-amend it all back together and then just do that, and then I can save myself about $200 worth of soil.
I'm going to use.
Dale says you'll be busy, and I'm guessing that's me because I'm going to do half my plants in cocoa. But Dale, I'm going to set up a feeding system for them so I don't have to do it.
And water, because you do have to water 10 times more when you grow in cocoa.
And do they just sit in the water or no? Do they just trickle through? The water has to trickle, right?
Doesn't have to trickle, but they've got to get watered a lot. So
I don't mind watering, but I forget, right? So I'm going to give these auto pots one more try outside next year and see what happens. I wasn't impressed this year at all at anything. So I'm sure it's not the auto pots. But are the auto pots not really okay for greenhouses? That's the question.
Why wouldn't they be?
I don't know. I didn't get a substantial grow to find out.
Right, but you were also growing CBD plants.
Correct.
You weren't getting a substantial grow to begin with, no matter what you grew.
And that's why by April I will have plants ready to go out that sustain themselves here.
Are they going to be CBD plants?
Well, I may do one or two.
Then you're not going to get much quantity
of those plants there. No, I know that now. Yeah. I saw that this year.
The CBD strains don't produce large.
They were huge buds, like big, round, nice and tight. And I really liked the strain, but I didn't even get a quarter out of each fucking plant.
Right.
Well, that's not true. For those ones, I probably got close to an ounce. But the Northern Lights was short and stumpy, didn't really do anything. I got maybe a quarter out of that. I just didn't get any quantity at all. So that has to change because I have to be able to do this. If I can't do it, then I might as well go back on pills, right?
Yeah.
It's just a different environment, If I was able to get clones, I'd be going year round, and you know it. It's that whole seed cracking thing that's throwing a wrench into the fucking shit.
No, what you've got to do is you've got to find growers up in buttfuck nowhere.
There aren't any. There aren't any that are public about it. Let's put it that way.
Right.
Like there's no community up here where you can tap in. The best thing I could do was is to start a group on Facebook that would get shut down within a week.
Why?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
You're only guessing that. Mark's turned around and removed a lot of his little censorship things. Maybe he'll let you get away with it.
Maybe, but there's no community. There's no base.
Dale says a grow book would help as a great reference guide. Well, that's great, Dale. Except most of the grow books are written by people in fucking California to begin with. And that doesn't help him when he's sitting so far fucking north.
You know what? You know what would be really helpful, to be honest, is if my marijuana 101 from Professor Lee wasn't stolen, because that has a lot of good information in there from a layman's point of view. That's how he did it. You know,
Right,
from
but it
start to
doesn't give
finish.
you the genetics that you need for growing outdoors in northern Ontario.
No, and that's what I need to figure out. I need to, and you're right. I wish I could find some people that were up here that I like, because there are some of the community members up here that don't like.
Yeah.
Would you like some names?
No, I don't
Okay,
care.
great. All right. I don't care either. I don't care, Marcel.
But
I don't care.
yeah, find some friends up there that grow and that know how to grow.
Yeah,
and can hook you up with the strains that they've had the success with up there.
Maybe one day.
Mm.
Okay, Dale. You have my address.
I mean, the purple satellite's nice because it's a very quick finishing plant, so
it's
it should
beautiful
finish
strain.
in time.
Beautiful strain.
Nice bud structure on it.
Okay.
And
a nice
know for a
buzz.
fact it'll reach 25% THC.
Yep. And it smells fucking awesome.
Oh, cool. We'll stink up the house.
And you can get a terpene profile on it of 4.5%, so or higher. I got mine at 4.5.
I liked it so much that I've requested to grow it again this year. How's that? And that's not normal for me that I would grow the same strain 2 years in a row.
Really? We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Sorry, Marcel. If I don't do it when I think about it, I forget.
Yeah, I know you're half an hour late. as soon as it went up, yeah, it's about time. Darcy, you still with us?
Yeah, he's busy trying to be a genius.
Darcy's trying to be a genius?
Yeah. Only for geniuses. 3 times 3 minus 3 divided by 3 plus 3. What is the answer to that?
What?
Look in our chat.
$11.
Oh, Al.
Yo.
The answer is 11.
Nope, the answer is 5.
The answer is 11.
It's 5.
Look at a fast flowering or autos 90 to 110 days. Well,
Okay.
I think that's what Dale and the guys there are talking about with this satellite, right? Same kind of thing.
I got strands right here. The best strands for growing in Northern Ontario. By growers in Northern Ontario. Hindu Kush, Purple Oracle, Black Diamond, G13.
Oh, I like G13.
And then if you're in Southern Ontario, they say AK-47 Chem Dog.
Ooh.
Al's
yum,
favorite
yum.
strain, White Widow.
Yum. No White Widow. No.
No, Hindu Kush does really well for you up there.
I
Al.
like Hindu Kush, and I was looking at those, but they're very expensive.
Go to if you want to get like a true as true to Hindu Kush as you can find, Sensei Seed Bank or Dutch Passion,
Which are both on the list for I've seen the Hindu Kush on OCS or OCS, yeah.
Yeah, well, if you can get the actual one from them guys, you'd be doing good.
Is it not the same?
Well, see, that's the thing is a lot of these LPs that have all these strains that are out now. Did they really when they were going around to all these growers and buying up all these genetics? Did these growers just tell them that it was this strain, it was that strain, it was this strain, or was it really this strain and was it that strain?
Well, I mean, they have to keep some kind of a reputable thing. So I'm actually on OCS right now. They've got Northern Lights Autos.
Yeah.
A 5-pack is $35 Canadian. They get Painted Lady CBD seeds, apple truffle, feminized. These are what do you call it? The Kush mints, modified Kush mints.
Modified. Yeah.
And then the multi-pack, right? Pheno Hunt. So I guess that's a variety pack, eh?
Yeah. That's supposedly that they pheno hunted that strain to all them seeds in that pack are supposedly to be almost identical.
Tangerine Truffle Breath, $10 a pack. So they've got the modified apple cookies, the Mac 1. No, is that Mac 1? No,
Mac 1 alien cookies.
Yeah, I have some of that actually. Bubba Kush feminized, $54.05 for a 5-pack. That's from 34th Street.
Darcy.
Yes.
What was the answer to that question?
It's 5.
That's what I get.
It's 5.
How do you get 5?
3 times 3 is 9.
Yes.
And subtract 3 is subtract.
No.
3.
No.
No. What do you mean?
No. No. It's an order of operation. 3 times 3
There's no
is
brackets,
9.
though. There's no brackets.
Doesn't matter. Brackets first, then multiplication division. All right.
Okay, so the multiplication division.
3 times 3 is 9.
Then
3 divided by 3 is 1. Making sense yet? 9 minus 1 is 8, plus 3 is 11. And it will always be 11.
Not 27, not 3, not 4, not 18, 11.
11, not 5. It's 11.
11.
Division is always before your addition and subtraction.
Carla dropped something.
Yeah, the total
is cool. Yeah. That's a cool looking moon out there tonight, guys.
We're supposed to see all them funny little planets. Not here.
Not here either.
No.
I don't think we'll see them. When is that?
It happened 2 days ago, buddy.
Oh,
I mean, it's still going on.
The 25th is when they're all aligned.
Yeah, but it started. It started, I think, 2 nights ago. It started.
Yeah, the moon looks pretty cool, but I'm not gonna rush to get my telescope out until the 25th.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna rush to go outside at all. It's fucking cold out there. It is right now. It is now at -5. It says, but with the wind chill, as we know, it's up in the 20s, -20s, right? So,
yeah.
14 of them feminized Hindu Kushes right now out on Sensei Seeds website. What's 38 pounds? Because they deal in pounds.
Oh, pounds. That they're in
British
in
pounds.
Europe. They're in Europe. I don't know what the interest rate is on that.
I can tell you because I'm on my Google right now.
Well, Google it.
Oh,
$66.80 Canadian.
That's not bad. Plus shipping, so you're looking at $100 plus shipping from Europe.
Yeah, well, shipping's free because your orders will be over fucking $30.
Okay.
Let's see, 38. Yeah, $66. So, but that's pretty good for 14 seeds.
For 14, yeah, that's not bad for 14.
And that's feminized.
Everything on OCS is 5 seeds.
Yeah, no, I like Sensei Seed Bank, man. Sensei, you can't.
That's pretty cool. They give you 5 seeds, but you're only allowed to have 4 plants.
That's in case you fuck up one. You know what? Sensi Seeds has been around as long as I've been a part of this so-called community, and they have a good reputation. There's a few seed banks that are still around that have good reputations.
There it is, Shabinsky.
Lots of pollen chuckers.
They do a couple. Sensei Seed Banks did some collaborations, Marcel.
What was that?
They did some collaborations with some well-known breeders.
Good.
Like Surge and Shabinsky and Kimbelli and Fat Bean. And then Humboldt Seed Company. What do they got with Humboldt here? Amnesia Jelly Automatic. That'd be a Marcel strain.
Why?
Because it's Amnesia Haze. It's got that haze in it. Ugh.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't, for me, it doesn't matter what strain, because it all ends up the same. And it all does the same thing, regardless. Turns into gummies. It makes Darcy actually function and be able to talk for the whole show.
Ha! Is that what you're getting out of this?
Uh-huh.
I think he's just amusing himself, Darcy.
This was his experiment. Because I told him the other day when I'm really stoned, I can't shut up. So he's like,
Let's find out.
Yeah, the guy doesn't usually talk a lot. Let's see if he doesn't shut up now.
Yeah, let's see if he can function. And he can.
Yeah, I'm getting a headache.
Now we know. That's only because I haven't stopped talking.
Chocolate Rainbow. That'd be another strain there, Marcel.
Well said. What did I say that was well said? I gotta think back now.
Those are pricey motherfucking seeds.
Well, that's what I mean. But and what's the difference, really? I mean, it's because you think you know what the genetics are.
No, for autoflowers, these are expensive. For autoflowers, they're 300 and what would that be? 300 and what?
Why? Why would somebody charge that, or who would pay that?
That's for 10 autoflower seeds. 151, $265
a seed.
No, that's
exactly,
10.
buddy.
That's 10. When I always talk, I talk in 10, Al. Sorry.
Okay.
Because 3 of them would be $53, which would still be
way too much money for an autoflower.
That's $30 a seed.
Yeah, which is way too much for an autoflower.
That's up there, bud.
I could see that for a half decent genetic that you could cut clones off of, so you could have a mother.
Yeah.
But autoflower, you don't get a mother.
You ain't getting no mother. No, you're not.
You get one shot. It's a $30 shot. So you better hope that you grow at least bare minimum an ounce off of that plant.
Yep. Yeah.
It just doesn't, if the outcome is less than the
yeah, exactly.
Well, this is why I don't want to start some of the seeds I got here right now, Al, because I don't have the proper setup and I don't want to waste them.
Yeah, well, I've done my wasting. I've done my wasting. I'm not wasting.
Yes,
anymore.
I can grow indoors.
I would just not do it. You know what I mean?
Yes, I can grow all these strains. Likely a lot of them outdoors, and they'll finish for me because I found a lot of that out last year when I grew some of them that I didn't think was going to finish, and they did. But they're they are meant. There is such thing as a seed that's a strain that's meant for indoors and a strain that's meant for outdoors.
Yes. And
some of these strains that I have are specifically made for indoors, and that's why I want to say them for indoors.
But okay, but an outdoor strain works best outdoors.
Yes.
But will grow indoors.
An
indoor strain will not grow outdoors.
No,
some of them won't.
Very well.
Some won't very well. What it is, it's photo period is what it
Yeah.
boils down to.
Yeah, which is another issue that I have here.
When do you start going 12-12?
Indoor strains have to have 12 hours of darkness. No ifs, ands, or buts. Got to be complete black for 12 hours.
Yeah, but it's not like that outside.
That's why those strains don't do well outdoors.
Well, I get you.
So outdoor strains are designed for street lights, moon, car going by, whatever.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Which are all the things that I have to deal with here.
Exactly.
And me too.
Which everybody that grows outdoors has to deal with, unless you own someplace up in the mountains and turn all the fucking lights out.
I mean,
then you still have the moon, right?
I'm 900 meters from a major shopping center, and so you can just imagine how much light pollution I have out.
Well, you're also right downtown, like downtown.
I don't
so you have all light pollution there.
I don't have much light pollution except for cars going by, the moon, and the occasional light that I turn on,
or reflection off of the clouds above the lake.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
I'm the front of the house faces the lake. The backyard faces is forest. So
it's more shadowed.
It is, but there's a park back there, and so there's security lights back there. So you can see what's going on back there. I don't think the light really affects the plants, but maybe.
No, if as long as they're not indoor plants.
They're about 300 yards away, so maybe a little longer. So
yeah,
they're not there. They're not right there. View. Plus, when the brush grows in and stuff, you can't see it as much. So
yeah, but any plant that you could grow outdoors, you can grow indoors. You just have to remember some of those plants that grow outdoors are meant to grow really fucking tall. So you either going to be cutting back a lot indoors or
but in that scenario, a scrog situation would work good.
Yep.
Right. I might, once I get everything down and set up and done and ready, finally, I might try a small scrog in the tent.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'd have to get another light, so that's not going to happen like tomorrow. So
yeah. But in a tent, scrogging, you only need one plant.
That's why I'm considering. I mean, I have enough room to do it out in the open. I'm just considering the tent because I could bring that up here. It's more intensive. You have to look after it more, right?
No.
Don't you? You have to be able to weave the stuff and.
No, because it'll grow up.
If you're growing any plants, you're going to be tending them every day.
Yeah.
Right. So it doesn't matter if you're doing a scrog or if you're just growing them straight up.
Fair
you're
enough.
Still with those plants every day. What you do with them is dependent on you and how you want to go about it. But you should be with your plants at least once every day.
Well, that's why there's a couch down there.
My plants are 100 feet away from my house, and I'm out there 2-3 times a day.
Mine are pretty close to me too.
Well, you have to keep them close. So. Mine are surrounded by cameras.
Mine are probably the furthest away, but mine are also surrounded by cameras. And
yeah. No, mine. I mean, I can see everything right out my window here.
So can I. I'm looking right there.
Yeah. Well, I'd have to stand up, and I don't feel like a bad meeting.
I don't even have to stand up. When I'm sitting here talking, I can see right into my garden.
My windows are up higher. They're at like 5 feet. I don't know why they would put them that high, but they're not lower windows. In here, anyways.
Yeah.
So, anyways, gentlemen, we were down to our last 10 minutes.
Anything new coming up? Anything interesting?
Nope.
Cannabis got boring. We need things to shake up.
We need things to shake up.
We will be at Can Expo in March, doing what we do for a couple of days over there. We are media sponsors, and we'll have a table, and Al will be out roaming around doing his thing, and Cindy and Sherry Ann will be there. I think that Mary Jane and Timmy will be around as well. So
I'm watching Timmy on stage.
Are you? You're watching that video, are you?
Well, I'm just seeing what it is.
Nice of her to send it during a show. Here, you're doing a show, but watch this.
Hey. Yeah. It must be in the Legion.
That's usually where they are. They're going to the Legion halls, I think, churches, like church halls, things like that. Yeah, yeah. It is the clean comedy circuit, I think, is what it is.
Yeah. Cool. Darcy?
Yo.
Do you understand that math yet?
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try. Not right now. I'm not. My brain is too foggy. My brain's too foggy trying to understand that.
You started it.
I'm
telling
sitting
you
here.
that it's.
I'm sitting here staring at this pile of meat on the table.
He's staring at the flat Earth.
Yeah. No, I'm not a flat earther. I definitely ain't that.
Here, I got a question for the flat earthers.
Okay, you have 3 minutes to do it.
Okay, this would be really easy. I have a friend in Australia that if I call them right now, it's morning time and it's daylight, but it's dark here. If the earth was flat, how? Are they lying to me in Australia that it's really daytime?
All I know about Australia is when you flush a toilet in Australia, it does go the other way.
And that's not a knife. This is a knife. No, that's a fork.
And they don't put shrimp on the Barbie.
No, they don't. And they don't drink that beer. What is it? Foster's.
Yeah.
Foster's? No.
Forsters or Frosters, something like that.
Forsters. No, it's Foster's.
Yeah, Foster's.
I like it. To me, it's not a bad beer. I like it, but it's
it
not
was very
Australia.
popular in the 80s.
Well, I liked it because it was.
I think mostly because of Crocodile Dundee. Blah, 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 blah.
Oh no! We drank it long before those movies came out. We liked it because they were bigger cans.
But it became pop. Yes, they were. But it became popular because of that movie. I think.
I don't know.
Because he did the commercials. He did the Foster's commercials, right?
You can get a lot more drunker off of their couple cans of beer than you can ours.
We used to
Well,
drink.
I mean, if we were going fishing, then we just stop at the liquor store and grab 2 or 3 cans each, and off we'd go.
My dad used to buy me Brador.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it was like 9%.
Okay, I got to tell you this. Went to a family reunion one time, and part of the family reunion was a golf tournament. And they drew names out of a hat for the teams for this golf tournament, and it ended up being me and my 2 cousins. Well, my 2 cousins put themselves both through university on golf scholarship. So my uncle thought it would be a really good idea to give us a 2 for a beer, and told us to make sure there was none left before we got back. And it was Wildcat Strong.
Ooh, Labatt's Wildcat.
Yep, 6.2% alcohol. It was fucking excellent. What a great golf game we had. We fucking crushed them.
My dad liked Brador, and that got me getting it when we bought beer just because it was stronger. And then what was the other one that was stronger too? I can't remember. It was like the same alcohol content as wine. I guess that's the Brador.
Wine?
Yeah, it was like 14% or something like that.
I don't think Brador's ever been 14%.
No, it's about 7 or 9%, something like that.
Yeah.
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 But there was another one that was higher than that even.
Getting beer, when you start getting beer over 7%, It
Isn't
doesn't
it,
really
aren't they stouts
doesn't really
themselves
taste
so
good
bad?
anymore. What?
Aren't they when they get to a certain like that? Aren't they like called a stout or something?
A stout, yeah, it's like just a thicker beer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, stout. Yuck. Yeah. How about like dark beers like Guinness?
No, I'm not into it. No, if I'm going to drink a beer, a Bud is okay. A Canadian Bud, and of course the old standby for us Canadians, Molson's.
Yeah, no, I don't drink Canadian beer anymore.
No, we grew up drinking export.
I grew up drinking Olin's.
Then we went to Blue.
Olin's and Alpine I liked. Keith's
Yeah.
I never liked Keith's.
No.
The only beer I really like now is Stella or Artois.
No, I don't drink a lot of beer, but if I want to have a nice cold frosty beer, it's going to be a Canadian.
Nah, mine would be a Stella.
Or a Miller. I don't mind Miller, but I'm not big on the Canadian or the U.S. brands.
I used to like the Miller Genuine Draft.
Or Miller Lite.
No, I've never liked any light.
We used to drink. My mom used to get us when we went to cottages. That's what she would get us because she figured, it's a light beer. We're not going to get that drunk.
Somebody gave me a case of beer in Winnipeg one time, and they gave them back. It was called Cool Spring. It was like 3% alcohol.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't want this.
Rush has a beer. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah.
The band Rush, they have a beer.
Yeah. Oh,
Right.
I'm sure lots of them come up with
can't
their own little niche brand.
A lot of bands now and a lot of musicians are getting into the weed market.
But a lot of them are into whiskey. A lot of them do
tequila and vodkas.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, and
even a lot of the Hollywood stars. Even a lot of the Hollywood stars got into the whiskeys. And spirits.
Anything that they
George
can
Clooney
put their
owns a
name on
tequila
that they
company.
can get money back for, they will do.
And they use their fame to do it.
Why not?
I just want to say before we go, as we're talking about Hollywood people, my heart goes out to everybody in California that's going through the fires. I mean, nature can be so cruel.
Nature.
Well,
yeah.
Why would you get him going?
Well, because it's like we got 2 minutes. How bad can he get in 2 minutes?
Oh, I don't know.
Nature.
I'm seeing the reports of the blue lights.
Have you seen the plan for LA 2028?
No, but they're rebuilding.
They were drawn up before the fires.
Hey,
the problem is they kind of overlap in the same area, and they needed the real estate.
Hey, there is the Olympics coming there,
Yeah. Well, you got to have the super city, the LA 2.0. Actually, I just shared a clip of a video that the governor was talking about upcoming how great it's going to be before the fires that they start.
And Trump has already designated as California's ambassadors Sylvester Stallone. Who else was it? Shit, I can't remember the others, but there were several, and they were all Hollywood. Right?
Can we play an X video?
Mel Gibson, Sylvester Stallone, and there was a couple other. Can we play what?
Can we play things from X without getting flagged?
Probably not.
What about? I don't know where this is.
John Voight. Yes, that's right, Dale. An 85-year-old man is an ambassador to California. Although, you know what? He has been a part of that life, all his life, right? So
this is true.
That's Angelina Jolie's biological father, John Voight. And they didn't talk for many years, and then all of a sudden he turned up in What's the movies that she did? The Tomb Raider movies.
He was her. That was her actual father in that movie.
That's John Voight, buddy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that. So her father that died in that movie was actually her actual father.
And that's the first time they had ever worked together, I believe.
Oh wow! And hey, you killed him off. Ain't that something?
It's time to go, guys.
Al, time to go. See you later.
Poof. All right, guys.
Yeah, it's weird.
See you next week.
See yas. Everyone have a good week.
Peace out.
Oh, wrong button.
Right button.
Look, and he leaves.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.